هو عنده واحد ثاني خاص فيه اللي هو تبع مخصوص الشاشات. هاي بديت انا. عفيف بديت سيد.
So we are already 10 minutes past 9, so I think we can get started. Assalamu alaikum and good morning everyone. It's raining finally. I was looking for an umbrella early morning and I forgot where I put it, but then I remember I don't have an umbrella in the first place. So, because yeah, probably you need it for the sun, not for the rain. So yeah. So we'll start day 2 of the conference. As you know, this year it was especially successful due to a merger or combination, a collocation of two big conferences, mainly the second edition of the International Conference and Forum on Assistive Technology for people with special needs, and the 20 years old conference ICTA on ICT and accessibility. So I will invite basically the collaborators of this initiative, the combination. I will first start with Professor Khalid Baqain, President of KCST and also representing ATSN, to give a short speech.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Good morning again. I'm really delighted to say that this year has been a wonderful collaboration between KCST and Alexo on these two conferences. There will be no speech here. I just wanted to be the first to say thank you very much again to the Alexo team who honored us with this conference. We all know that ECTA conference started 20 years ago. It's a biannual conference. It brought to ATSN a lot of quality experience, and of course the papers that are published in ECTA, they will be published in IEEE Explore. All this helped us to step the quality and make sure that we are on the right track to make this conference, ATSN, a sustainable conference. The experience we gained through the process was immense. The quality of the paper received was fantastic, and I am really, really grateful to Professor Jimny and all the team. Professor Rajab, thank you very much. Also, yesterday I learned a lot about your experience. The only thing that I can speak about him, that he was part of a team, basketball team that won beating Jordan in Jordan some 20 years ago or something like this. So a sportsman, but that's a great thing to be. So thank you very much all for that effort, and I wish this collaboration to continue for years to come, and together we build a solid foundation for an initiative that will be across the Arab world, helping people that need most help. Nothing can beat what we saw yesterday on the stage when we had these children coming on the stage and appreciating the support and the attention they were given. So everything we do will be counting as help for them, and I hope that everybody will work together to achieve this. So thank you very much again, and Professor Jimly, I leave the floor to you to open the conference.
So we invite now Professor Mohammed Jimny to talk about the involvement of Alexo in the ICTA conference and to introduce one of the founders of the ICTA conference afterwards.
Thank you very much. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد الصادق الأمين. سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور خالد البقاعين، رئيس كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، معالي الأستاذ الدكتور عماد جبري، الوزير الأسبق بالحكومة التونسية ورئيس مخبر البحث في تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال والهندسة الكهربائية بجامعة تونس، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم. طبعا يسعدني ويشرفني أن قبل أن أعطي الكلمة إلى معالي الأستاذ الدكتور عماد جبري رئيس مختبر البحث، وكما تفضل بالإشادة الأستاذ الدكتور خالد البقاعين، نحن سعداء جدا بتعاضد جهود الأليكسو ومختبر البحث وكلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، والذي هذا تعاضد الجهود الذي أسفر على هذه التظاهرة المميزة، والتي مثل ما شاهدنا ومثل ما تفضل بذلك سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور خالد، قيمة مضافة جديدة وبعد اجتماعي لمسناها البارحة. وحقيقة كم كانت سعادة الأطفال من ذوي الإعاقة عندما صعدوا على الركح وقدموا مساهماتهم والورش التي سبقت هذا الحدث. المؤتمر الدولي لتكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال والنفاذ الرقمي للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة إيكتا ابتدأ حوالي 20 سنة. ابتدأ كمبادرة من مخبر البحث لاتيس بجامعة تونس، وانطلق في العمل منذ هو مؤتمر دولي كل سنتين ينتظم. هناك العديد من الذين يشاركون بصفة دورية. سعادة الأستاذة هند الخليفة موجودة معنا من جامعة الملك سعود بالسعودية، يعني شاركت في العديد من الدورات في هذا المؤتمر المصنف الدولي، والذي أوراقه العلمية تنشر في الIEEE Explore. ثم بعد سنوات من انطلاقة هذا المؤتمر انضمت منظمة الأليكسو وأصبحت كذلك راعية وشريكة لهذا المؤتمر الدولي الهام. وهذه السنة هي نسخة مميزة، نسخة مختلفة، نسخة ستظل يعني في تاريخنا في مذكرتنا. والتحالف الذي صار بين كل منظمي هذين الحدثين الكبيرين أفرزت هذه التظاهرة المميزة، وحقيقة سعداء جدا بهذه الشراكة وبهذا المؤتمر المميز، وذلك يعني بانضمام المؤتمر الدولي في تكنولوجيا المعلومات والاتصال والنفاذ الرقمي للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة مع المنتدى والمؤتمر الدولي للتكنولوجيا المساعدة لأصحاب الاحتياجات الخاصة. لا أريد أن أطيل عليكم، ويسعدني ويشرفني أن أتيح المجال والكلمة لمعالي الأستاذ الدكتور عماد الجبري، الأستاذ الجامعي والوزير الأسبق بالحكومة التونسية، والذي هو الذي يترأس الآن مختبر البحث بجامعة تونس، فليتفضل مشكورا.
وين نحط ورقتي هنا؟ أي حد بعد هذا شوية؟
لا خليها عادي.
مش نحط ورقتي هنا. كيفاش نعمل ورقتي؟ خليها هكا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور خالد البقاعين رئيس كلية الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا، سعادة الأستاذ الدكتور محمد الجمني مدير إدارة تكنولوجيات المعلومات والاتصال بالمنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم، سعادة رئيس مؤسسة الأليفة للتعليم المستدام مستر ماريو فرانكو، حضرات السيدات والسادة، الزملاء والزميلات، الضيوف الكرام، جبناكم نوتر ساعة من تونس أستاذ خالد، هذيك مبروك على الكويت إن شاء الله. يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم في فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي العاشر لتكنولوجيات المعلومات والاتصال والنفاذ الرقمي. هذا الموعد العلمي الراسخ الذي يجمع خيرة الباحثين والخبراء والمختصين من الوطن العربي والعالم لمناقشة أحداث الابتكارات والتوجهات العلمية في مجالات التكنولوجيا والنفاذ الرقمي في دولة الكويت الشقيقة. حضرات الحضور الكرام، نلتقي هذا العام والعالم يشهد ثورة معرفية وتكنولوجية غير مسبوقة تقودها تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحليل الذكي للبيانات والتعلم العميق والمنصات الرقمية المتطورة. وفي خضم هذا الحراك الكبير تزداد الحاجة إلى تعزيز البحوث في مجال النفاذ الرقمي لضمان أن تكون هذه التحولات عادلة وشاملة ولا تقصي أحدا. لقد أصبح النفاذ الرقمي اليوم حقا أساسيا وشرطا رئيسيا لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، ومكونا جوهريا لكل السياسات الوطنية المتعلقة بالحوكمة الذكية والتعليم الرقمي والإدماج الاجتماعي وحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الاحتياجات الخصوصية. ويجدر التأكيد بأن للذكاء الاصطناعي القدرة على تغيير كيفية تفاعل الأفراد ذوي الاحتياجات الخصوصية مع محيطهم والتواصل مع الآخرين وتمكينهم من الحركة والتعلم والعمل والتجوال والانخراط في المجتمع وإيجاد الحلول للتحديات التي تواجههم والحفاظ على الاستقلالية والوصول إذن إلى الخدمات نفسها التي يستخدمها الأشخاص من غير ذوي الإعاقة. فمن خلال الذكاء الاصطناعي نشهد تطوير تقنيات مساعدة توفر دعما شخصيا يلبي الاحتياجات الفردية على غرار الترجمة الآلية والمساعدات الذكية وتقنيات الرؤية الحاسوبية. ولذلك فإن البحث العلمي المعمق في هذا المجال يعد ضرورة استراتيجية تفرضها التحولات الكبرى التي يعيشها العالم. حضرات الحضور الكرام، إن التحديات القادمة تتطلب تعزيز التعاون بين الجامعات والقطاعين العام والخاص، وتطوير سياسات ومعايير عربية مشتركة للنفاذ الرقمي، والانتقال من التطبيقات المعزولة إلى منظومات متكاملة مدعومة بالذكاء الاصطناعي تضمن خدمات رقمية ميسرة، محتوى تربوي وصحي ومهني متاح للجميع، بيئات تعليمية ذكية، وتقنيات تدعم التشغيل والعمل عن بعد للأشخاص من ذوي الإعاقة. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تنظم اليوم المنظمة العربية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم أليكسو بالشراكة مع مخبر البحث في تكنولوجيات المعلومات والاتصال والهندسة الكهربائية لاتيس بالمدرسة الوطنية العليا للمهندسين بتونس بجامعة تونس وجامعة الكويت العليا جامعة الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا هذه الدورة العاشرة لهذا المؤتمر ليستكمل مسيرة انطلقت منذ سنة 2007. جعلت من هذه التظاهرة منصة دولية مرموقة وواجهة عربية رائدة في مجالات تكنولوجيا المعلومات والنفاذ الرقمي. وبهذا الصدد لقد اطلع مخبر لاتيس بدور رائد على المستوى العربي والدولي في تطوير البحوث التطبيقية المرتبطة بالنفاذ الرقمي، وذلك بتميز ثلة من الأساتذة والباحثين تحت إشراف الأستاذ الدكتور محمد الجمني رئيس فريق النفاذ الرقمي الذي قاد على مدى سنوات طويلة مشاريع نوعية تركت أثرا علميا ومجتمعيا واسعا. وقد طور المخبر عددا كبيرا من التطبيقات والمنظومات الداعمة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، من بينها برمجيات التعليم عن بعد للمكفوفين، منظومات الترجمة الآلية للغة الإشارة وخاصة ويب ساين، برمجيات تمكن الصم من استعمال الهاتف الجوال أمام الساين، وأدوات تفاعلية تعليمية تستخدم تقنيات الصور ثلاثية الأبعاد. حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن انعقاد المؤتمر الدولي العاشر في الكويت الشقيقة بلد الريادة والإنسانية وواحة العلم والتقدم التي تجمع بين الأصالة والرؤية المستقبلية يجسد إرادة جماعية لمواصلة العمل من أجل تطوير المعرفة ودعم البحث العلمي وبناء مستقبل رقمي يقوم على مبدأ المساواة في النفاذ ويضع التكنولوجيا في خدمة الإنسان. وفي الختام أتقدم بخالص الشكر لكل الباحثين والمشاركين ولكل كافة أعضاء لجان التنظيم ولكل من ساهم في إنجاح هذه التظاهرة العلمية، وشكرا خاصا لجامعة الكويت للعلوم والتكنولوجيا وعلى رأسها الأستاذ الدكتور خالد البقاعين التي أثبتت تميزها كمؤسسة رائدة تحتضن المعرفة وتدعم الابتكار والبحث العلمي. وأتمنى لكم إقامة طيبة في ربوع الكويت، ومؤتمرا مثمرا وغنيا بالأفكار والابتكارات والنتائج. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
So we'll continue with the program. Thank you so much for شكرا معالي الدكتور عماد الجبري الكلمة. So now we'll move to the keynote. The keynote is given by Dr. Marwa Karaki. She's an associate professor in the Division of Information and Communication Technology at the College of Science at HBKU. It's worth mentioning that Dr. Adina Al-Thani also was with us last year. They work in the same lab. And just as on a personal note, I know Dr. Marwa since 2007. We were in Texanam, Qatar, and her father was my supervisor. And her father went to school, to show it's a small word, her father went to school with Professor Khaled. So it's all connected. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you for the conference organizers and chairs for their gracious invite. Okay, so in today's presentation, I wanted to introduce to you autism and some of the challenges that families who have autistic children face on a day-to-day basis, and how emerging technologies like AI and wireless sensors play a very vital role in addressing some of these challenges. So for those who don't know what autism is, it's basically a neurodevelopmental disorder. It's a lifelong disorder, and it's associated with a very big spectrum of symptoms. So these symptoms could include difficulties in social communication skills and interactions with people, limited language usage, comprehension problems, and sometimes and very often repetitive or limited movements and behavioral patterns. So until recently, autism, if you would say autism or tawahud, it was thought to be quite rare. But looking at the statistics, autism is not that rare. In fact, 1 in every 59 children in the United States was diagnosed with autism in 2018. So these are statistics by the CDC. And then after 2 years, this number jumped to 1 in every 54 children. And the most recent statistics show that 1 in every 31 child within 8 years of age is diagnosed with autism in the United States of America. So this is a quite high prevalence rate. And if we're looking at Qatar, so the latest statistics show that 1 in every 87 child is diagnosed with autism. And this rate is similar to the global rate of 1 to 2% prevalence rate. So when you're looking at autism care, there's really a lot of limitations and challenges with the current system of how we approach support and care for children who have autism. And many people say that these challenges arise because the numbers are increasing, but these challenges aren't really because of the numbers. It really has to do because our systems haven't kept up with the demands. So I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the challenges when it comes to autism care. There's 3 major challenges. The first one is on scarcity of expertise. So we just don't have enough experts around the world to provide care. So this becomes a problem with diagnosis. So we know that early diagnosis in autism in particular, is very important because early diagnosis paves the way to early intervention. And research has showed us that children who receive early intervention, it optimizes outcomes for them in terms of life skills. But unfortunately, if you look on a global scale, the wait list for a child to be seen to be assessed for autism is between 18 to 24 months. So that's like 1.5 years to 2 years that a child is waiting, him and or her family are waiting for them just to be seen by an expert. This is a very long waiting list. And that means the mean age for autism diagnosis is from 4 to 5 years, which is very, very late. So research shows that we can actually diagnose autism as early as 12 months to 18 months. So if we're waiting until 4 to 5 years to diagnose a child with autism, then we just eliminated early intervention. So this has a big impact in terms of the quality of life and life skills that this child can learn. And the second point for scarcity of expertise, it does not only impact diagnosis, it impacts what happens after diagnosis, which is therapy and intervention. So once a child receives an official diagnosis of autism, they need to go through intensive therapy and intervention processes to help them build the life skills and intellect that they need. However, again, because these therapists and these specialized educators are very limited, we have very long waiting lists, again, for a child to be seen. And then once a child is even seen, once they make it up to the top of the waiting list, the number of sessions that they're given per week or per month is very limited. So a child ideally should be receiving maybe 7 to 8 therapy sessions in a week, where they receive maybe 1 or 2 per week. So this impacts the outcomes for children, but it also puts a lot of stress and strain on the families of these children as well. The second challenge when it comes to autism care is the subjectivity. So there's a lot of subjectivity in the current processes of care, whether it's in diagnosis or in therapy. So if you're looking at how diagnosis for autism is done, it's usually very subjective. So it relies on different standardized, or the gold metric now, or the gold standard is the ADOS. But we also have the MCHAT and we also have the DSM-5. These really rely heavily on parent memory and perception. So research has shown us that if you ask a mom and a father of the same child, they will have different perceptions of their child's, or conflicting perceptions of the child's behavioral trajectory and their development trajectory. And then for the ADOS is a clinical, this is a gold standard for diagnosing autism, and it's based on a psychology-based test, where a clinical psychologist or development specialist would administer it, and then it's based on her, she's observing the child's behavior. So this also introduces subjectivity, right? Because it's visual observation of one particular person. And then also, because you're giving this child 60 minutes or 90 minutes to be assessed, their behavior or their time, so if they're not having a good day that day, it impacts the results of the test. So it's like you're trying to diagnose a child with autism by taking a single snapshot of their life, which isn't ideal. So this subjectivity and these tools really contribute to sometimes conflicting diagnoses. So you often if you take a child who's been diagnosed to another doctor, there might be conflicting diagnoses. So in addition to the subjectivity in diagnosis, there's also subjectivity that in therapy and interventions. This is pretty difficult because most of the therapy and the intervention, whether it's speech and language pathology or occupational therapy, they have to assess them for these life skills, and these assessments are subjective in nature. And so this makes it very difficult to be able to track progress in a quantifiable measurement. You're not able to really assess or fine-tune therapy to particular children through a measurable change, right? Because again, it's based on that expert's clinical judgment and visual observation. And so ultimately what this results in suboptimal care for these children. And the last limitation I wanted to discuss was the issue of scalability. So I mentioned that after diagnosis, it's very important that kids who are diagnosed with autism receive intensive therapy and intervention and specialized education. But again, there's a scarcity of expertise, right, to all over the world. So these traditional behavior therapy methods, they require many, many hours in order for us to see results. But this is not really scalable. This is why we see long waiting lists. So this system, this kind of process is not scalable, even if we're looking at very wealthy systems. It's not a scalable solution. And this results in uneven care when it comes to children who have autism. It's going to be based on socioeconomic backgrounds, on geography, where you live in the world. Sometimes even language will dictate the quality of care a child will receive. Another point that is important to make, and we saw this really whenever the COVID-19 pandemic happened and everything went online, the therapy centers, the schools, there was very limited at-home support for children and families. So kids who were receiving support in schools or at centers, they were left, and their families were left with basically nothing because there was just no online tools or things that families can use at home. So why is it important that we have these tools at home? Well, for one, it empowers families and it empowers children to be able to support themselves. Two, it reduces the therapy gaps. Like I said, the current system, there's just very long periods between one session to another session of therapy. So if you have tools at home or technology at home that can be used to support, it fills in this therapy gap, and it allows the therapists to reach more than just one or two child. It allows for better scalability. So now that I've talked about some of the challenges when it comes to autism care, this brings us to the concept of, well, what's the solution? And I know that AI is always a buzzword, and so there's always a question about, well, what's the optimism around AI? Is it just a hype, or is there actual substance behind it? And there is actual substance behind AI. We've seen the impact of AI in many sectors around the world. We've seen it in entertainment, in the business sector, and in many different sectors. So when it comes to disability and education and therapy, it's no different. AI has a very promising role to play as well. So here we say that technology is a viable solution to address some of these challenges when it comes to autism care. I mentioned a few minutes ago that how is autism diagnosed? It's diagnosed by a clinical psychologist or development specialist observing the behavior of the child. They're looking for atypical behavior. So the question arises is, can we be able to do more with this atypical behavior of children besides just a diagnosis? Could we use this unique behavior to gain insights that could support their education? Can we personalize therapy based on their behavior? And the answer to this question, and what we've been working on for the past 10 years or so, is yes, we can. If we, merge the powerful capabilities of artificial intelligence with state-of-the-art sensing technology to capture different behavioral data, we can capture very subtle behavioral movements that sometimes clinicians or experts won't be able to recognize, like movements through eye gaze, micro-expression, body and head movements, and turn them into real insights that can support learning. So I always say this because in many times in conferences or people that I meet, we have clinicians and experts, and they're not always on board with technology, right? It's important to mention that technology here doesn't replace the experts or the therapists. Technology should always be used to empower and to support, all right? So the expertise still lies with the clinicians and with the therapists. So I wanted to briefly discuss some of the benefits of what happens whenever you couple AI with sensing technology, right? Sensing technology, wireless sensing technology to capture behavioral movements. Well, first and foremost, it allows us to move away from the subjective nature of assessment and care and diagnosis to more objective. We reduce the reliance of subjective human observation. That's for one. Two, it allows for continuous monitoring. So instead of taking a single snapshot, now we have more of a longitudinal data about the child and their behavior through different times of days. And in a natural environment, because kids will act different if they're in the office or in a clinic or in a school compared to how they act at home. So they're more natural at home, and it's important for us to capture this important behavior when they're in a natural environment, right, and not somewhere that it could be altering their behavior. And then third, it allows or facilitates early and precise detection. I mentioned in autism in particular, it's extremely important that we have early detection and early intervention. So machine learning models and AI, they can really be able to capture subtle behavioral cues that maybe parents are not aware of, or even, development specialists or doctors are not aware of yet. It can be easily noticed by machine learning, and it can raise a red flag on children who should be assessed. And then also it allows for personalized and adaptive interventions. We know that with autism, it's a spectrum. So there's no two children who have autism that have exactly the same needs. So this is why the one-size-fits-all model doesn't work when it comes to caring with kids who have autism. And AI allows us to adjust therapy and educational content and intervention to everybody's needs, their preference, their cultural background, and even language. Other than the four benefits that I mentioned, the coupling of AI and sensing technology also plays an active role when it comes to scalability and equity for autism care, right? It allows us to bridge the access gap because there's many places around the world that just don't have access to care. So if technology can be deployed fairly simply all around the world, and so it allows us to reach families who are in remote area or underprivileged areas. It also decreases, it increases efficiency and affordability, decreases the cost of care, and it allows better continuity of care. So using technology, we're able to develop technology that can be used at home so that at least parents, they have something to follow up with children and continue the therapy throughout. And it also allows for cultural adaptivity. This is really, really important because For example, one of the landmarks, attributes of autism is the lack of eye contact. But in some cultures, eye contact, a child giving an adult eye contact is seen as disrespectful. But in the West, this is not seen as disrespectful. So whenever you're assessing this, does this mean the child is autistic, or does it mean it's just that he's simply well aware of the cultural background that he's in? So it's important that we just not use off-the-shelf technology that's developed by the West and implement it in our cultures. So AI allows us to do cultural adaptivity quite easily. So this brings me to the introduction of the Autism Sensing Center of Excellence. So this center is based in the College of Science and Engineering at Hamad bin Khalifa. It's co-founded by myself and my colleague Dr. Adina Al-Thani. So this center, it really serves to be a world-class center that aims at developing intelligent technology for autism assessment and intervention. So at the center, we work really closely with computer scientists, researchers, clinicians, therapists, educators, autistic children and their families very closely, so that we can develop solutions, together and not in isolation. So ultimately, what we're focused on in this center, our aim is to develop technology that couples AI with wireless sensing technology to study the behavior of children and use that insight in order to develop more quantitative assessments and drive personalized education and therapeutics. The center, we really focus on multidisciplinary research. This is extremely important so that we can, of course, in any research center, one of the outcomes, of course, is publication. But for us, publication is not just the ideal. Ultimately, we want to have products that result in that have an impact in a child's life, that are seen in the clinics, that are seen in the schools and at home. So it's not just a publication, we want through the whole pipeline. And for us to be able to develop, impactful technologies, the families have to be a core part of the discussion from early on, as well as the therapists and the educators. So here I have what we call the ecosystem of ASense, or the Autism Sensing Center, and it really starts with the I can't see the pointer, but anyways, it starts with the sensing room. So this sensing room, we're developing it. It's almost, we can say 95% done. And so what this sensing room is, it's made to mimic a very naturalistic environment that a child would be accustomed to. We don't want to bring them to somewhat of a lab environment where they would feel awkward in. Instead, we've made it very similar to a center or a classroom or a school kind of room that they would be very much accustomed to. And at the same time, we've embedded this room with different wireless sensors. And then we invite families and their children to engage in different user studies or experiments. And while they're engaged in these experiments, we collect all kinds of data. And then we use this data in what we call contextual AI models in order to extract meaningful insights about their behavior. And we look at these different attributes, what we call attributes of ASD or autism. And we work very closely with different research centers. We work very closely with schools in Qatar who have autistic populations, with the parents and the different communities. And then ultimately our target is to have these tools and technology find their way into the clinics and classrooms and homes. In terms of priority areas, we have 4 main priority areas at ASense. So ASense is, we've been working in this area for the past 10 years, but ASense was officially launched in April of 2024. So the first one is we want to use intelligent technology, of course, to pave the way for early screening. The second priority area is that we're looking at how can we use behavioral traits and attributes of children in order to to exploit and drive personalized therapy and learning pathways. Third is, of course, piloting, commercialization, and implementation. We don't want research just to be publication and just sit on the shelf. We want to translate it into products that can be commercialized and used on a global scale. And finally, of course, and most importantly, we do a lot of training and capacity building, as you will see towards the end of my slides with our team. We really aim to cultivate the next generation of leaders in this field and hopefully expand this field even more. So I wanted to discuss a little bit about the projects that we're doing at ASense. So one of the group of projects we're doing focuses on attention and engagement. So if you're looking at attention, I think everybody, at least all of us, probably has heard, sit up straight and pay attention. I know I have. Whenever I was a child, you would say if you're not sitting up and giving eye contact, then you're not focusing or paying attention. But this isn't the case with kids who have autism. Just because they're not giving you eye contact doesn't mean they're not engaged. So in one of the discussions that we were having with one of the centers in Qatar, who focus on it's a school for kids with autism, is that the therapist was telling us that she just doesn't know if a child is paying attention or not, because they're not giving the normal cues of attention, like us are giving eye contact, shaking the head, or something like this. So what we tried to do is develop a VR-based environment and integrate machine learning in order to study the different behavioral attributes of attention in kids who have autism and in neurotypical children. And so what we did is that we developed a VR-based game where a child would engage to. This game is based off of a continuous performance task. And so while the child is engaged in this VR game, we're collecting data like eye tracking and eye gaze patterns, facial expressions, head movement, and body movement. And then we use machine learning and AI to be able to study these different attributes and compare them. And then we found two major outcomes in this research. The first one is that the attributes of attention, how it manifests through behavior, is very different between neurotypical children and then autistic children, right? Neurotypical children, the behavior attributes tend to cluster very similarly. So again, it was the eye contact, it was the head shaking and nodding. But children who have autism, it was very different. So we knew that they're different between these two groups. But the more interesting finding is that even among children who had autism, the way that attention manifests in behavior was very different between one autistic child and another autistic child. So this goes to reinforce that there is no one autism. Autism is very individualistic, so therefore our therapy has to be very personalized, right? So this is one of our very earliest projects. It was a very successful project. We have a patent for the model, and we have a product that we're currently piloting. So this product allows teachers to upload content on this web-based platform, and in the background this machine learning model is running, and then it generates a report to the teachers and to families about the attention scale of the child during the different parts of the video or the content the teacher uploaded. Another project that I am leading, it's on joint attention. So this is a project that's currently in process. So joint attention, it's basically a cornerstone for any social or cognitive development, and it forms the basis for learning, language acquisitions, social bonding, as well as adaptive functioning. And joint attention usually is developed between 6 months of age up until 9 to 12 months of age. But children who have autism often struggle with either developing or maintaining joint attention. And the way that joint attention is assessed, so whenever I sat with the different school members and psychologists, is that you have a clinical psychologist within a school framework or a doctor's office, and they have to implement these psychology-based testing, whether it's through ADOS or the ESCS, and it really requires a lot of time from the therapist to be able to implement these. And then she's video recording the whole task. So the task takes around an hour, and she's video recording. And then after the task is done, she has to go back and rewatch the whole video, and then score each time instance in each of the tasks that she asked the child to do. So one, it's very time consuming. It requires highly trained professionals. So, and there's one school where there's only one clinical psychologist who was licensed to administer the ESCS. So how many children per day can she assess typically? Right, so this is, again, we're not getting very periodic assessments. And then 3, because we have one human who's administrating these and then looking at them and assessing them, it introduces subjectivity. So in this research, we're looking at using computer vision in order to translate these psychology-based testing to computer vision-based assessments in order to reduce bias in human observation. And what we're doing is we're looking at 2 approaches. One is the non-screen based, so this is taking the ESCS, which is the Early Social Communication Scale that's used all around the world, and translating it, bit by bit into computer vision. And so this is done with the help of a clinical psychologist. We're working very, very closely with her. And we're using, we're developing advanced state-of-the-art computer vision models. So here in one, we have the experimental setup, and then in the second figure, you can see our model tracking the eye gaze patterns of the child and of the therapists. And then we use that to start coding the ESCS tasks for the assessment. The second approach is a screen-based approach, because if you're looking at neurotypical children, they give joint attention very similarly. So joint attention, if I'm speaking with you and I'm looking at the presentation, immediately most of you looked at the presentation because you are aware that I'm talking about the presentation. Children with autism don't have this capacity to always do the same thing. So what we did is we thought about a book reading concept. So we developed a VR-based book reading, Goodnight Gorilla. It's a very famous book for children. And we introduced an avatar in this. And then, so as the avatar is reading Goodnight Gorilla, she's also implementing different joint attention cues within it. And then we're capturing eye gaze patterns, and we're capturing facial analysis and behavioral expressions to be able to assess how the child is paying attention to these different joint attention cues through book reading. So this project is still in progress. Now, I'm not going to introduce all the projects. I just picked a select few from the center. Another project I want to discuss is on therapy and assessment. Now, a lot of children who are diagnosed with autism, they have to go through therapy like occupational therapy and physical therapy because they have some motor impairments. And these motor impairments are very important for developing independence, right? Being able to climb stairs and tie their own shoes, put on their own socks, to even hold a pencil correctly to write. So up to 85% of autistic children experience some sort of motor or balance challenges. And again, they have to have intensive OT sessions with the occupational therapist. But then again, the access to these OTs are very limited. So they're getting maybe one session a week if they're lucky. And that's simply not enough for them to build skills. So what we're looking at is we're developing a home-based AI computer vision system that allows children to receive consistent as well as personalized occupational therapy at home in order to reinforce their skills that they're learning in the therapy and the centers. And so this approach really increases accessibility to the therapy and then continuity of care and effectiveness from one session to the other session. So this research also is in the start. We're working very closely with two therapists, actually two occupational therapists, in order to develop the experiment that we want to develop. We're using large language models also to be able to feed back personalized intervention. So if a child is not doing the therapy correctly, it will immediately give them feedback. So the last project I wanted to introduce was on screening. I mentioned to you that early screening is really key in order to be able to provide early intervention. But the issue here is that, of course, we want to do early screening as early as possible. We would like to diagnose children who have autism as early as 12 months or 18 months of age. Unfortunately, there are a subset of children whose autistic traits start manifesting late on in their childhood, and also girls in general. They engage in something called masking. So they tend to mask their autistic traits. So their parents and then even psychologists and the development specialists, they miss it. So what happens is now we have a number of children who enter main school schools who are autistic, and they end up struggling. And the issue there is that sometimes they're labeled as, not being competent enough or not doing well in school, but they are autistic. It's just that they were missed or they fell through the gaps. So we're looking here to address these challenges of missed or late onset autism detection for school-aged children by developing, faster and more affordable and widely accessible behavioral screening. So in this research is very similar to the initial research I was talking about on selective attention. But what we're doing is now we're embedding this model into E-based gaming. So children who are in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, they do a lot of iPad work, and they tell you that it's kind of for learning, and they're on the iPad. So you can actually implement these models into these e-learning kind of games on iPads or computers, and then run these models on in the background. And it will screen or give you a red flag on children who might be autistic and should go for official screening and diagnosis. So this helps us basically select. And so from this game in general, the accuracy is quite high. So we're looking on now, we have a certain data set that we implemented it on, and we're looking at validating it with even larger population from Sidra Medicine, which is the hospital for women and children in Qatar. So now that I talked about all of the benefits that AI can give us in terms of autism care, what is still missing and what does the road ahead look like? So first and foremost, I need to emphasize that we really need more collaborative efforts between clinicians and computer scientists, therapists, and families. This is very, very important because from talking to many, many clinicians and therapists, there's always this bridge, we need to bridge this tech practice gap. There's a big gap in between what we're developing as computer scientists and researchers and what they're using or what they want to use, right? From my end, if I'm working in isolation, I'm developing something that I think needs to be used in the clinic where it may or may not be useful. So there needs to be a discussion, because in the end, clinicians, they're the experts, and the therapists and educators, they're the experts. They need to be informing us on what exactly needs to be developed and what we should not develop as well. So that ultimately we want these tools to be used. We don't want them to sit on a shelf. The second is inclusive governance. We really need to do more to include autistic individuals and their families, and not as participants. We don't want to just invite them in order to collect data and feed our AI models, but we want them to be part of the co-creator and co-design process, right? They should be part of these tools that are being developed, and we should develop them for them. The third thing is equity. Even the best technologies and that have the most impact are quite useless if we're not able to scale them to the people who need it most, right? So we really need to be able to develop frameworks that allows us to scale technologies to everybody who needs them through the community and worldwide. And we have to also be very careful, especially when it comes to AI, to not perpetuate bias, because we know that AI has the capacity of, depending on the data that it's being seen, to create biased outcomes. And then last but not least, multimodal AI. This is something that we do a lot in our center. Trying to diagnose autism with just eye gaze is not enough, because like I said, eye gaze is very different between one child to another child. We need to look at things from a multimodal approach, right? We should look at eye gaze, we should look at speech, we should look at behavior, micro expressions, emotion. Everything has to be looked at in order to develop kind of accurate diagnoses. So this is our team at ASense, myself and my co-founder, Dr. Dina. We have several postdocs. We have 3 more supposed to be joining us soon. We have a lot of PhD students working with us, a software developer, lab manager, and some research assistants. And also we're very thankful to all of our collaborators and partners that we work with. And that's also, I welcome you to visit our center and reach out to us if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. If you can remain on stage for a few questions.
Okay. Yes.
Mustafa has questions always, and we have Professor Jimny. Usama will get the mic. Start with the Professor Jimny question.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Marwa. I would like to congratulate you for this excellent presentation and excellent research outputs. I know already Dr. Dina El-Thani, and last year in this forum, Dr. Khalid, if you remember, Dr. Dina presented an excellent paper also. I congratulate you and I thank you because dealing with autism, this is very important, and it has a real impact in our society and for this category of people. And now I think with AI, as you mentioned, there's new opportunities that we can exploit to improve the therapy and the situation and the life of this people. But to use AI, and you mentioned in your presentation that now we are gathering data, but local data. My question, is there any available data set? Because to use in an efficient way AI, we need the data set and the big data. So is there any data set available, for example, in international centers of specialized center dealing with autism? And have you a plan to create? You mentioned the LLM, but of course the LLM is based on a big data and a big data set. So how can you comment, or have you some plans to create data sets and make them available for researchers in this field? And thanks again.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad, for your question. It's a very important question, actually, because you're completely right. The effectiveness of AI is dependent on the quality of data set that you have. Unfortunately, when it comes to children and sensitive data, most of the ethical boards and IRBs prevent us from sharing the data online, right? Because parents just don't want their children's faces to be out there and their behaviors. There are some data sets that are online that are made public, but again, most of these data sets are based on Western population. And if we want to create technology that suits our local region in our context, we need to develop data within our region. So we are doing this and we're doing it effectively, but we're not able to share the raw data because IRB confidentiality and privacy reasons. One way around this is that sometimes when we're looking at collaborators, we do share the data but not in its raw form. So we extract the relevant features and then we share the raw features which are non-identifiable. So we've done this. In terms of online data, there is online data that we have been using to at least train the preliminary parts of our AI models, and then we adapt them to our smaller data set that we have to contextualize them. But again, they're based on Western data. And even the Western data is quite small still.
Yes, thank you very much. Very, very exciting and work that you are doing.
Thank you.
Just remind me with the project I led in Wales, where we did basically similar without being named as AI at that time. It was not called AI, but we did some analytic to extract features. At that time, it was about monitoring people with early dementia, which basically the same thing. It's about change of behavior and certain pattern of behavior that from which you detect. The problem used to be is that even the parents to recognize that they need to put this in their homes was too late. So I really commend you on the early detection at school, well, because teachers can see this more during different behaviors of children compared to others, rather than labeling them as stupid as they do. They put them to certain tests. Are these going to be available? And how much are you prepared to collaborate? Because we here in KCST, through this conference, we have established very good connections with the autism community. Yes, 2 days ago we had a workshop for mothers caring for autistic children. So my thinking was that if you need to expand your experiment to a different country within the same culture, how ready your tools are to be implemented outside your laboratory?
Thank you very much for your question. We would be more than happy to collaborate, of course, because for us to create tools and technologies that impact not just in Qatar, we want the region, right? We want the GCC and the Arab world in general to benefit from this technology, because our culture is very similar. So we are ready to collaborate, and we're very open for collaborating. There are means to collaborate in terms of data sharing, whether it's each side collects data and then we collaborate on the technical part, and then the data stays confidential at each center, or we share the data through do the feature engineering and then share the data that way, so that we're not sharing, we stay within the limits of the IRB and the ethical boards. Because like you said, behavior is important. It's like I always call behavior like a blueprint. Even the smallest behavior, it can show you if somebody's upset or nervous or something is going on. They even say that before you get sick, your behavior changes very slightly, and like even a small rise in heart rate or the way that you're moving. So often parents don't recognize this until it's too late, and teachers, they have 20 children in the class, so they won't be able to recognize it immediately. So we really need these tools and technologies to be implemented all over to support. But yes, in terms of collaboration, we're very open and ready to collaborate. We're collaborating so we're working with Seattle Children's Hospital on the Joint Attention Project. We're working with the EPFL in Switzerland. So there are means of collaboration. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, Dr. Mara, thank you for the interesting presentation and for the promising technologies. Actually, I have two questions regarding the A-Sense room. Can it reliably distinguish between the symptoms of the ASD and like the overlapping conditions like ADHD or anxiety?
This is a very good question, because with autism there's a lot of comorbidities, right? So autism is highly linked with ADHD and other symptoms as well, anxiety disorder. So in a lot of the studies that we do, like for example the attention study we do, one of the inclusion requirements is that a child should not be officially diagnosed with ADHD, because we want to be able to study the behavior of attention outside of ADHD, because it would obviously affect it. We're looking now into different projects where we would incorporate ADHD and to see how that would look like, how behavior of a child who's autistic with ADHD differs than behaviors of children who are just autistic that don't have an ADHD diagnosis.
So the child should be checked that he has an ADHD before the autism check.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So in a lot of our projects, we have strict kind of inclusion criteria of what we want. There's another project that we're looking at, one of the cognitive functions for executive functioning.
Yeah.
So also with the executive functioning, we're requiring that they don't have ADHD, because if you have ADHD, it will affect the way that you're planning tasks and things like
Sure.
this.
And what is the minimum duration that the child should spend in the room before we get the real data or the clinic report that is accurate?
I didn't understand.
What is the minimum duration that the child should spend in the A-Sense room before we can generate a report that is clinically ready to be analyzed? Yeah.
Yes. So in most of the research, we're not going to give clinical outcomes because it's not allowed by the ethical board. But we're using most of our experiments, we try to keep as limited as duration as possible, because children just don't want to stay that long. So they're up to 20-30 minutes possible. And then we're using that data. I mean, we need a lot of data. We won't be able to provide immediate feedback on the spot, because we're using that to train the AI models. For now, more mature projects like the selective attention, we have the reports. The one that we're piloting with schools now, the reports are made ready immediately. So now we're piloting it with some schools. Teachers are uploading content. A child will do whatever the content that the teacher uploads, and then a report will be generated immediately. But this is more of a mature project, right? So it took several years for us to run the data, train the models, validate them, and then pilot them. And then the newer projects will take time. This is one concept I think also parents with autistic children, we've met with many of them, they don't always recognize the research pipeline, that research takes time. And a lot of them, I understand, they want immediate feedback and immediate results to help their children. But their collaboration and participation in the projects ultimately will help their children and other children as well. It just takes time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting topic. We all know that autism, the goal of it, it's not curable. We know this, but the goal probably from the center is to improve the quality of life and to make children more independent. My question is, if we implement the projects that you implemented already, how much, or based on the data or the results, how much was the success rate from implementing these projects on autistic children? Thank you.
Okay, so you're absolutely correct. Autism is a lifelong neurodevelopmental disorder. You can't cure it. It's not a disease, but you can improve life outcomes and skills and things like this. So there's another project that we worked with, I didn't present just due to time. It's called the Marvoke app. So this is also one of our mature projects. This one is helping children. It works with the Shafallah Center in Qatar, and it works on helping children with vocabulary learning. And we're using augmented reality and virtual reality to help children increase their vocabulary usage. And so when we piloted this and validated this Marvoke application, there was benefit. So we had two groups of students, both were autistic. One who were learning the vocabulary the standard way the center was teaching, and then one that was learning it through Marvoke app. And the group of children, or the cohort that was using Marvoke app, they scored higher and learned better vocabulary compared to this children who were using the standard methods. So I cannot recall the exact percentage of difference, but there was an improvement. So, and in general, we've seen that with autism, it's quite well known that they tend to engage more and learn more when it's avatar or robotic based and things as compared to human based. So we can translate the knowledge of humans to, avatars in AI and VR in order to support and optimize their learning outcomes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doctor, for your interesting presentation. I have a question related to emotion and attention. What is your experience on, because most of the attention-related problem due to the emotions of the autism children. Have you investigated anything related to attention and emotion in autistic children?
Thank you. That's a very good question. Actually, I had a PhD student who was interested in studying emotions. He wanted to, because now we know we have a lot of affective computing, right? But affective computing was developed with who? It was developed on neurotypical people. So the happy face looks like a standard happy face, smiling, sad looks sad. But this is not the case with autism. So if we're trying to study emotion, it's very difficult for us. One, we don't have a data set, so then we'll have to be able to develop data sets that induce these emotions and then capture them, because a happy autistic face is very different than a happy neurotypical face. So this is why we haven't yet, and there's nothing in the literature on affective computing and autistic children or any data available, why we haven't studied emotion and attention at the same time. But for sure, attention is related to emotion. If someone's not feeling well or they're upset, their attention would be altered. It's just that we just don't have the data. Or so also one of the issues, my PhD student wanted to study anger and attention, because if someone is frustrated, but then it's very difficult to convince parents to bring their autistic child and induce anger and induce frustration in them, just so we can collect data, because then they're going to have to deal with the outcomes of this child being upset all day long. So they just don't want to participate, so it's difficult. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Then we will be definitely happy to collaborate. Inshallah. Okay, yes. Okay. Yeah, that would be great too. Thank you. Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'll go with the quick question just to set the panel.
Okay.
I did some research. It's like just searching. I found that Qatar has the highest number of autism. You know this, I think, probably. In the world, France is the minimum number of autistic kids, and Qatar. So that probably brings you created this autism tech and this initiative. So
in terms of prevalence in Qatar, is around 1 point something %. It's 1 in every 87 children. So it's in line with the global average. The highest prevalence we saw in the CDC reports in the United States. Now prevalence,
31.
Yes, 1 in every 31 children. So it's around 3 point something %. The issue with this is that prevalence doesn't only mean, so the prevalence rate in Qatar or in the region could be higher, in fact, but the issue is prevalence is based on what? One, you need to know screening, right? People have to understand that there is children that need to be screened, and the quality of screening. So just because we have a lower some critter doesn't mean that there's no autistic children there. It's just that they haven't been found or diagnosed. And then the higher prevalence rate in the States, it's not necessarily because they have more, it's just because they have, very good screening metrics. They're going through a lot of screening and diagnoses, and they have a lot of therapists and clinics to their advantage.
Thank you very much. So we'll ask Dr. Marwa to remain on stage to start the panel. Unfortunately, we had 2 changes, but we accommodated the changes. So I want to especially thank Dr. Hind Al-Khalifa to accept to join the panel on the spot. So and also Dr. Ismail Al-Ridawi for accepting to join the panel. So if you can sit on this bench. Yeah. Okay, sure. Move to the next slide. So I'll invite Dr. Zainab Al-Ma'raj, Dr. Ismail Al-Ridawi, Dr. Hind Al-Khalifa, and also Engineer Hanan Al-Anezi to join the stage, and Dr. Zainab will take the lead on the panel. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So in today's panel, we're going to explore how assistive technologies and inclusive strategies across healthcare and education and emotional support are empowering people's lives with disabilities, both locally and globally. And we're very honored to have our esteemed guests with us today. I'm going to correct Dr. Ziad. It's not 2 times, it's 4 times changes. I've been put on the spot. But I'm really, really happy on the outcome, to be honest, mashallah. So I wish us to deliver to you the exceptional knowledge, latest things that we're working on, both research side and practical in the field, let's say. We have 2 panelists, Dr. Marwa, غنية عن التعريف, توا عرفنا عنها. She's an engineering professional and an AI researcher, a pioneer in wireless sensing that better supports children with autism. We have Professor Dr. Ismail Radawi, is an associate professor in computer engineering at this college, and he specializes also in wireless communications, inclusive AI, IoT, and blockchain networks. Our researchers side. And we have more research in Dr. Hind, who just decided to join us and agreed, يعطيك العافية, who's a leading computer science professor. I've worked with Dr. Hind over the years multiple times online, and I've only just seen her in coincidence here today, subhanallah. Dr. Hind is a pioneer in Arabic natural language processing, human-computer interaction, and assistive technologies aimed at empowering persons with disabilities and special needs. So welcome, Dr. Hind. And we have, last but not least, our exceptional Ms. Hanan Al-Anazi, a Kuwaiti social entrepreneur and founder of Jusur. Ms. Hanan empowers people with disabilities through inclusive media, education, and community initiatives. Hayatullah. So to start off, just to give you an idea of what this panel is going to look like, I have a question for everybody to set the stage, and then we have 2 rounds of questions per person. And inshallah, after that we have a wrap-up question, and we'll leave the floor open to the audience if you have any feedback. So please prepare your questions for our exceptional professionals here today. So our question for everyone today, and we can go from right to left if you like. What first motivated you to focus in your career on supporting people with disabilities? And how has your vision evolved over time?
All right, thank you so much for the last-minute invitation to this panel. Usually when you get involved into such type of research and so on, it's basically based on immediate having an immediate family member that goes through this process. So the process of early screening and so on, for instance, in terms of autism. And when you see something that is very, very overwhelming on a daily basis, you have to go through such type of screening, such type of lifelong changes, let's call it. Before going through this process, you took life for granted, and this is something that Professor Khalid has mentioned yesterday during the dinner, where we take life for granted. We laugh, we go here, we go there, but we don't think about those people with special needs, especially children with special needs. They need the time. They need a couple of minutes of your time just to laugh with them, a couple of minutes of your time just to talk with them, to interact with them. And this is something that I don't share this with my colleagues or my friends and so on, but I do have immediate family members that at the early stage of their life that requires this early intervention, screening, and so on, due to some sort of genetic disorder. It might be rare, it might be something that is well known, but then you would have to go through this process and trying to find a specialist that may help you out here and there. So after a while, you start thinking about life differently. I have to spend some time, spend some of my career in order to help those children and so on. And this is something that made me change a little bit of my research to go into the direction of healthcare.
Thank you very much for bringing that insight, for sharing it.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, it was also a very personal kind of thing. It started when my eldest child, Faris, entered nursery. And like any mothers, they know their children very well. So I knew what he liked, what he didn't like, how he learned best, what would trigger him to have a meltdown. So I had a lot of mixed emotions for him to go into nursery. I always put it off. And then also Faris, he had a little bit of a speech delay. So now he won't stop talking, but in the beginning he had a speech delay. And so I was very apprehensive how his teachers would be able to understand him and support him. And at that time it made me realize how many other parents probably felt the same way, especially parents who had children with different abilities. And how many children who really required, environments that really see them in order for them to thrive. So at that time, most of my research focused on computer vision and AI for different applications. Among them was food recognition systems for regional foods, because we have food recognition systems for Western foods, but not local foods. And also I was working a lot, I had a grant on crowd behavior analysis for smarter and safer cities using surveillance camera. When Faris took his first steps into nursery, it helped me take my first steps in changing my research path and to focus more on developing technology to support children with different abilities through behavioral analysis, so that we can have better and consistent and more compassionate understanding of their behaviors and their needs.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I was flipping the newspaper. Suddenly I seen a very long article about a blind person who is talking about his passion about using computers. These days, about 20 years ago, the internet was in its early days. He said, I want to browse the internet, I want to basically get knowledge from the internet. That actually sparks an idea. What if I can do a program that helps people, visually impaired people, to interact with the computers? I researched this topic. I didn't find anything for Arab users, basically, because I'm focusing on Arab community. Once I validated that there is nothing, there is no browser, there is no interfaces for visually impaired Arabic users, I started programming this interface. It was naive, I know, but it fulfilled basically a very huge gap in that era. So I remember the program itself, I published it, it went viral because people liked it. After that I started working for visually impaired people. So that was my start.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم الصحة والعافية. معكم أختكم حنان العنزي. طبعا اسمحوا لي، أنا طلب مني أن مناقشتي تكون باللغة العربية، فأنا راح تكون مناقشتي كلها باللغة العربية نزولا عن رغبة الأشخاص اللي طلبوا مني هذا الشيء. معكم أختكم حنان العنزي، أنا أعمل في القطاع الخيري 20 سنة، فكانت كل مشاريع الخيرية تخدم الفئات ذات خلينا نقول الهشاشة في المعيشة، عندهم مشاكل في المعيشة أو أمور صعبة في الحياة المعيشية. فمن خلال مبادراتي وعملي في القطاع الخيري توجهت لا إراديا إلى الجهات اللي هي أو عيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة. وجدت أن ذوي الإعاقة فئة التمكين عندها مجرد شعار قاعد نتكلم عنه، لكن لا يوجد تمكين حقيقي. فكانت أغلب مبادراتي تتجه تلقائيا لدعم وتمكين ذوي الإعاقة. فمن هني أنا انطلقت في جسور، أن جسور لابد أن تكون منظومة كاملة متكاملة لتغيير الفكر الموجود والوعي وتحقيق الدمج الحقيقي لعيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة.
يعطيك ألف عافية، مشكورة جدا.
الله يعافيك.
This opens the first set of questions and I'll start with Ms. حنان بالعربي، وراح أسألك بالعربي. أنت قمتي بتطوير وسائل إعلام شاملة inclusive media، من نشر الأخبار المتحركة والمجلات متعددة اللغات، فشون تشوفين دور سرد القصص والظهور في تشكيل التصورات الاجتماعية حق الإعاقة؟
بصراحة بالنسبة حق موضوع الإعلام، لما قعدت أتعمق أكثر في الموضوع لقيت أن الإعلام قاعد يهمش، صراحة أقولها يعني للأسف، من وضع عيالنا ذوي الإعاقة. لا يوجد وعي ولا يوجد تلك الإنتاجات اللي تخدم ذوي الإعاقة، سواء في ترجمة لغة الإشارة في البرامج أو في الأطروحات المبسطة أو في القضايا التي تنقل وتسلط الضوء الإعلامي على ذوي الإعاقة، تنقلهم من وضع الشفقة إلى وضع الدمج الحقيقي. احنا الإعلام عندنا في الكويت أو في الوطن العربي بشكل عام قاعد يسلط الضوء على ذوي الإعاقة إما شفقة أو أبطال استثنائيين دون التسليط على حياتهم اليومية وإنجازاتهم الطبيعية اللي قاعد ينجزونها. فوجدت أن سرد القصص في هذا المجال له التأثير الأقوى في تعزيز الوعي الحقيقي بنقل الصورة النمطية للفكرة العامة لذوي الإعاقة. ذوي الإعاقة فيهم أشخاص جدا منجزين، جدا أقوياء، جدا قادرين يتعايشون مع الأوضاع الموجودة عندهم في الحياة. فلذلك انطلقنا بأول فكرة بأن نحقق الشمولية سواء في المجلة، وإحنا نفتخر أن عندنا أول مجلة كويتية عربية عالمية تصدر بإصدارات مختلفة باللغة العربية والإنجليزية والصينية وبرايل، حتى أحقق معنى الدمج الحقيقي. فيستطيع القارئ الأجنبي أن يقرأ، ويستطيع القارئ العربي وأيضا الكفيف أن يقرأ هذه المواضيع. في هذه المجلة طرحنا جميع قصص ذوي الإعاقة، سواء إنجازاتهم، ابتكاراتهم، اختراعاتهم، الجهات الداعمة لهم، القطاعات الصحية اللي تقدم خدمات مميزة لهم. بالنسبة للنشرة الإخبارية وجدت أنه لابد أن يكون من حقهم إبراز إنجازاتهم ودورهم بطريقة مختلفة. فطلعنا في نشرة إخبارية كرتونية تحاكي هذه القضية، وأيضا استهدفنا فيها الأطفال حتى نجذب الأطفال لمتابعة مثل هذه المواضيع والقضاء على فكرة التنمر. حصلت حادثة صراحة أمامي وكانت لها تأثير نفسي كبير علي. كنت في زيارة لأحد المدارس، فوجدت وهي مدارس دمج يوجد فيها الأصحاء وذوي الإعاقات البسيطة، فلقيت أحد الأطفال من ذوي الإعاقات البسيطة الحركية له صديق من الأصحاء قاعد يلعب وياه في الساحة، فحط إيده عليه بحكم الإعاقة الحركية شوي مال تعثر. فلقيت الأم تقول له لا بجيسة حرام. فلقيت الولد تغيرت ملامحه كش، وبعد ما يبي يتعاطى مع صديقه، ما يبي يلعب وياه، خلاص حس إنه أذاه. قلت لها اللي قاعد تسوينه غلط. قالت لا مو غلط، هو معاق. قلت وإذا معاق ما حتى الصاحي ممكن يتعثر ويسقط ويتألم. فإحنا يعني هذه الفكرة كانت إن أنا لازم أشتغل على تغيير الصورة النمطية لفكرة التعاطي مع قضية المعاقين. فانطلقنا في سلسلة من المبادرات سواء في المجلة أو في النشرة الإخبارية، وأيضا نقلنا صور قصص واقعية مسجلة وفلاشات توعوية نشرناها في المدارس وغيرها.
مشكور على جهودك، شكرا جزيلا. Professor Hind, in terms of your work on assistive technologies, Arabic NLP, web accessibility and things like that, what do you think are the biggest web and digital accessibility barriers facing Arabic speakers today? And how can technology and our design practices make it better?
Basically, web accessibility is a very big, actually, research question that I always work. Each year when I do research on web accessibility, either in news websites, on government websites, we still have barriers basically. They don't follow the WCAG, they have a lot of problems. I also, when I teach, usually I teach undergraduate students a web course. So I integrate also the web accessibility guidelines and ask them to basically focus on that. This semester I taught natural language processing, Arabic natural language processing. One of the modules basically in the lab, I asked the student to build website using LLMs for the cognitive disabled people. So they built personas, they asked LLMs to basically create the content itself, then they evaluated as a human in the loop just to see if the output is actually adheres to the COGAD's accessibility guidelines. So I'm trying to do it from the research perspective, from the teaching perspective, and also from awareness perspective, as my colleague has already said. So we are trying to disseminate the importance of accessibility among our colleagues, among our university, and always have these kind of awareness newsletters to be disseminated in the university itself.
Yeah. Well, I believe, like you touched on very sensitive points, that we are living parallel lives and having to do multiple things, especially in our region, to increase the awareness because of the lack of awareness. And the more we do, inshallah, we reach what we goal, inshallah. Doctora, I've lost track, sorry. So Doctora Marwa, your work integrates AI, wireless sensing and autism. So how do you ensure that these technologies remain empathetic and human-centered? So you mentioned ASense, and I sort of took the question away from everyone, but is there anything about that that you want to share that you haven't mentioned in your keynote?
Yeah, so maybe so one of the ways that we kind of focus on empathy in the technologies that we use is that I think I shared this a bit. We really focus on inclusive design. So what does inclusive design mean? It really means involving the end users and the stakeholders from the very beginning of the conceptualization of the project, all throughout the different stages of the research phases until piloting and testing. Not just as user studies, not just to collect data, but they need to co-design the tools that they will be using. A simple example, I didn't mention it in the presentation, is that we have a project I was involved in that was led by my colleague, Dr. Dina, on co-designing a toy or a tool for autistic children. As you know, because there's a lot of misconception that autistic children don't play and they don't engage with other children, but in fact they do play, but they just play in a different way. So we thought about designing a tool, co-designing a tool with these children, and then evaluating whether it increases engagement and play. When we worked with one of the centers there, we spoke with the therapist, and they told us no, they won't. You're just going to spend a lot of time, and it won't work. But we said, let's just try. Let's see what colors they like, whether the textures, their preferences, because they have a lot of sensory needs and inputs and things like this. And throughout the end of the project, we saw that they were able to design a toy, or what we call a tool, that they enjoyed. And this toy that they developed, it required the input of two people. So they engaged meaningfully between two people in order to play and to reach the end outcome. So this is how we design with empathy. We try to come at a problem without preconceived notions, and then involve the users. Because even the biggest toy companies, like Mantel and stuff, when they develop toys, they develop them with younger children, neurotypical children. So it shouldn't be any different with autistic children. And then when it comes to being user-centric, at least in my domain, in computer science and computer vision, we look at the measures of success as publications, accuracy scores, F1 scores, and sensitivity. But we kind of have to move away from that and look at different measures of success. We should ask the question, is the app or the tool that I developed, is it impactful? Did it lessen the burden on families? Did it help therapists? Was there a positive outcome of this technology? These are the true measures of success, and kind of help us keep focused on the user side of it and the impact.
So true impact, inshallah. Yeah, we don't talk about this enough, so maybe that's a topic of discussion for our next time. Thank you. Dr. Ismail, given your work on IoT, AI and networks, how can these technologies be leveraged to build accessible tech and inclusive tech infrastructure, from your opinion? For example, smart cities and stuff.
Yeah, my colleagues and I are currently from the University of Ottawa. I'm working with a fabulous team from the University of Ottawa, led by Professor Ali Abbas from the Electrical Engineering Computer Science School. They're working in collaboration with the General Hospital in Ottawa, and they are one of the leaders in North America in terms of in the medical field, specifically in terms of cardiovascular diseases and so on. What we are developing right now is a complete end-to-end electronic hospital system. That system looks at the current platforms as something that is old. The current platforms that we have in terms of hospital systems are more of electronic medical records. Yes, different AI tools can be integrated into the system, but it doesn't go beyond that. And especially this is something that Dr. Marwa has just mentioned in regards to the burden that you put on families in terms of, let's say, the assessment process for their children, the engagement process, the determining what type of disease does that child have, does that child have autism or not. What we are focusing right now is more of a revolutionary solution, in the sense that we use generative AI and LLM models in order to, as AI agents, to overlook the process. So as Dr. Marwa has said during her during her talk, is that usually you cannot get an assessment from the first session with a child. So you have to go once, twice, 3 times, and so on in order to do that. But we can reduce this time if the family member, the direct family member, can engage with their child, and that conversation can be looked over by an AI agent. That AI agent is supported by, let's say, a GPT model, in addition to RAG technology, where you feed that model with different knowledge bases, medical knowledge bases, and then from there we can use different diagnosis tools that can be used in order to collect that information during the conversation. This process will speed up the assessment and the diagnosis quite significantly, and this is very important especially for children with special need, is to intervene at an early stage. When we're talking about speech delay, the sooner you intervene, the better the outcome that you will see later on. If you're talking about autism at the same time, the sooner that you intervene, the better outcome. And this is what we are doing right now, is that we are now integrating such a solution into an end-to-end electronic hospital system that not only provides diagnosis tools and electronic medical records, but act as an assistive tool for specialists in that case. And that's the main focus right now.
That sounds really revolutionary. Best of luck with that, and hope to see the papers come out soon. Thank you. Coming back to Ms. Hanan, أستاذة حنان. بغينا نعرف شوية من التحديات والفرص اللي قاعد تلاحظينها اللي تخلي وسائل الإعلام والرياضة أكثر شمولا في المنطقة عندنا.
بصراحة احنا في عصر خلينا نقول الفرصة فيه متاحة بشكل جميل، لكن فيها صعوبات وفيها تحديات. التحديات موجودة بالنسبة للقطاع الإعلامي وبالنسبة للقطاع الرياضي، وسؤال جدا جدا ممتاز، لأن أنا أرى أن الإعلام والرياضة بوابتين حقيقيتين للدمج. هذين البوابتين إذا تم تفعيلهم والاستفادة منهم بطريقة جميلة سيحقق الدمج بشكل كبير لعيالنا ذوي الإعاقة. بالنسبة حق الإعلام مثل ما ذكرنا أن الإعلام عنده من الصعوبات 2 حسب ما أنا أرى. أولا عدم وجود برامج فعلية تخدم ذوي الإعاقة، بحيث لا توجد ترجمة فورية ولا توجد كلمات أو نصوص مبسطة لهم، ولا توجد لغة إشارة في تلك البرامج أو برامج تسلط الضوء على حياتهم الحقيقية. مثل ما قلنا هم إما أبطال استثنائيين، وهذا بعض المعاقين يشوف أن هذا شخص يعني 1 من 10 ممكن يطلع والظروف تيسر له، بحيث تعظيم هذا البطل بطريقة إعلامية خاطئة. أنت لابد أن تسلط على حياته اليومية، هو ما صار بطل إلا مر في مراحل تأهيل وتدريب ودمج ومساندة من جميع القطاعات، في التعليم، في الصحة، في الأهل، لذلك خلق هذا البطل. وأنا أرى أن كل ذوي الإعاقة لديهم تلك الجسارة للتكيف مع هذه الحياة. تمام؟ فإحنا قلنا بالنسبة للنصوص أيضا قلة تلك البرامج وقلة قبولها في حتى في الإعلام. يعني لما تقدمين على برنامج تبين تتكلمين فيه أو تسلطين الضوء على هذه الفئة، ما تلاقين ذاك الحماس إنه يكون هذا البرنامج حقيقي للصورة النمطية الموجودة، إنه ما في ذاك الجمهور اللي بيتابع. وهذه مشكلة كبيرة، هذه مشكلة كبيرة. لكن احنا دورنا الآن كشركات وكقطاع خاص وكمؤسسات إن احنا ممكن نعمل على تغييره، وهذا اللي حصل. وأنا من هني أعلنها أن اللهم لك الحمد احنا الآن في صدد عرض أول مسلسل كرتوني كويتي في العالم راح يتكلم عن هذه الفئة. الله يرضى عليك. يعني بادرت أن أنا أشتغل على هذا الموضوع وبتكلفة خاصة، تحملت كل التكلفة وقدمت هدية للتلفزيون، لكن لابد أن يعرض حتى نبدأ نأخذ الخطوة الأولى في تغيير هذه الصورة النمطية. بالنسبة حق الرياضة بصراحة ما عندنا تلك البنية التحتية المهيئة للرياضيين من ذوي الإعاقة. لا يوجد ممرات، لا يوجد كوادر رياضية متخصصة في تدريبهم. فلما يعني حتى خلوني أذكر لكم، اسمحوا لي بعض المبادرات اللي اشتغلنا عليها. اشتغلنا على أول مبادرة لدمج ذوي الإعاقة في المبارزة، دمجنا ما بين ذوي الإعاقة والأصحاء. انفردنا فيها كأول مبادرة، اشتغلنا مع بطل أبطال العالم طارق القلاف. فلما قعدت أدور على مدربين اكتشفت ان احنا عندنا مدرب وحيد فقط لذوي الإعاقة في المبارزة، وهذا كان صدمة بالنسبة لي يعني. فهذا اللي أنا أقصده، ما عندنا كوادر متخصصة رياضية ممكن أن أنت تفتحين المجال للعديد من المتدربين أنهم يبرزون. أيضا عدم وجود الحوافز، ما في رعايات إعلامية قوية لذوي الإعاقة الأبطال الرياضيين. يعني دائما ما نرى أن الرعاية الإعلامية والدعائية دائما للأصحاء، وحتى إن كان هناك بطل رياضي من ذوي الإعاقة تلاقين القيمة انخفضت لمجرد أنه من ذوي الإعاقة. فهذه مشاكل كثيرة موجودة. طيب شنو الفرص؟ الفرص اللي موجودة الآن أن المجتمع المدني أصبح يطالب بوجود قصص إنسانية حقيقية لابد أن تبرز. وحتى لما نتكلم عن أي قصة نجاح من عيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة تلاقون التفاعل عليها عالي. فأنت عندك كإعلام فرصة أن أنت تبرز هذا الدور. شيء ثاني، التوجه الحكومي، اللهم لك الحمد احنا في دولة الكويت يعني سمو الأمير يدعم هذه الفئة ومهتم فيها بشكل كبير. فأنت عندك ذلك الدعم الحكومي أن أنت تبرز نجاحاتهم. أيضا احنا في الوطن العربي عندنا قصص حقيقية موجودة من أبطالنا ذوي الإعاقة جاهزة للعرض، فقط أن أنت تأخذها تسلط عليها الضوء بالطريقة الصحيحة. أيضا عندنا الشمولية، يعني احنا ودنا أن الكل يخطي مثل ما احنا خطينا في جسور، لا احنا تكون هذه الوسائل الإعلامية شاملة، تكون عربي إنجليزي وبرايل، من حق الكفيف أنه يقرأ. لأني أنا لما قعدت مع أخواننا من ذوي الإعاقة البصرية كانوا جدا يواجهون مشكلة أنه مو متاح لهم برايل، الكتب اللي يحتاجونها حتى في المواد الدراسية كانت عندهم صعوبة في تناول تلك الكتب أو المذكرات بطريقة برايل. فإحنا لما نتعاون، وأنا أتكلم على الشركات القطاع الخاص، وكلمة سمو الأمير الله يحفظه ويطول في عمره لما طلب من المجتمع المدني أنه يتعاون مع القطاعات والشراكات الخاصة أنها يعني تلبي أو تحقق الدمج، صراحة لقينا تعاون كبير من البنوك، من الجامعات، من الكليات، من المعاهد، وهذا اللي احنا قاعد نشتغل عليه. إذن الشراكات موجودة. فكل هذه العقبات أو الصعوبات بالعكس هي نافعة، لأنها وجهت إلى المجتمع المدني، وجهت للقطاع أن احنا فاتح إيده للتعاون. فاحنا عندنا فرصة كبيرة أن احنا نطلع من هذه الصعوبات بإنجازات كبيرة تخدم عيالنا ذوي الإعاقة.
الحمد لله الحمد لله، يعطيك ألف عافية.
الله
وأنا أتفق وياك 100%. يعني هي I believe like in terms of empowerment, coming back to the title of our session, without us uniting each of our expertise from wherever it is we're coming from, there's not going to be any real change. And I think that's what Ms. Hanan just mentioned.
Yes.
And focused on. And thank you for bringing that to the panel.
شكرا.
العفو. Dr. Hind, we'll go a little bit into NLP. So how do you think assistive tech or Arabic NLP and research in general help us to create more inclusive educational and social support technologies and tools here in our region?
So basically I will be talking about a very niche problem that we have, since we are living the era of LLMs, like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini. So basically if we can focus more on these technologies and the people with disabilities, are they able to use these kind of LLMs? Let me tell you a story that happens early this year, 2025. I was in a conference in Abu Dhabi. It is called Calling. It is something about NLP. I was moderating a bird of feather panel. So while I'm moderating this panel, I was discussing about NLP and disabilities, LLMs and disabilities. There was a person, a researcher from Oracle, was sitting, like the people here, was sitting and looking at what I'm talking about. He asked us a question: do we have a benchmark for accessibility, for LLMs, for people with disabilities? I said, no, we don't, so you can't start something. He immediately took the idea, worked for 8 months, he sent his paper to the ACL conference, he got a very weak marks, then he came back to me, he discusses the idea again, he resubmitted in the second cycle. He went through to EMNLP, which was last month in November in Singapore, in China actually. He won the Best Paper Award for the idea of the paper for accessibility. It's called Access Eval. It actually evaluates the accessibility of LLMs for people with disabilities. So what we are missing, or actually missing in the NLP field, are these LLMs basically accessible? Do they basically output something that people with different kind of spectrum of disabilities actually can interact with? And this is what I'm doing with my research group now. We are focusing on that more, and we will trying to understand more if these LLMs are basically adaptable to the different kind of disabilities. And hopefully, inshallah, we will get something to be published.
Inshallah, I'm really proud of all of the efforts and papers and research that I've read personally from you. So good luck, Dr. Dr. Marwa. The question was, what do you think are the ethical considerations when we use non-verbal sensing technologies in education and therapy?
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainab, for this question. It's important any time that we talk about AI and sensing and behavioral analysis that we look at the ethical considerations too, because the type of data that we're capturing is very sensitive, sometimes biometric data. So usually when it comes to ethical consideration, I group them into 4 categories. The first and foremost is on data privacy and storage. This is very important because we're using very sensitive data. And so from my experience, a lot of the reluctance of families to engage in collecting data is because they're just apprehensive about how their child's data is going to be used, and which I completely agree with, because I myself don't share my children's photos online or on social media. So we really have to have very strict data storage and data sharing policies. We also have to be very transparent with the families. They have the right to know what data we're collecting, how we're storing this data, how we will use this data, will it be published or not, how are we going to dispose of this data after the project, and things like this. So these are very important ethical considerations. The second one is on bias and fairness. So this is really important, again, because we're dealing with behavioral data, and then behavior is very individualistic from one person to another person, and then we're using AI, and AI is very data hungry and data dependent. So if I'm training my model on data from a particular group of people, or people with certain abilities or different neurodiversity profiles, and I try to implement it on a different set, it's going to cause confusion and misdiagnoses, and it's not fair. So it's like calling one child unengaged simply because I didn't train the model to understand their engagement type. So we have to be very careful when it comes to that, and this is why I'm a very big advocate when it comes to developing technologies for our region, because we have a lot of tech and a lot of AI, and we've seen it with our kids, they're using content and even in social media that doesn't really represent our values. So we should be developing technologies that represent our culture and values with our data. The third consideration, especially in my work, because we're looking a lot on collecting, wireless sensing, computer vision, which has to do with images and video, is from a psychological point of view. We don't want to have a sense of constantly being monitored, right? Especially for children, because they're developing, and if they're in a state where they feel like they're always being studied or monitored or watched, then the way that they behave is different. Even us, if we feel like we're being recorded, the way that we act is not really naturalistic. So we try really hard to work on this is the naturalistic environment where we embed these different sensors in a strategic way, so it doesn't seem like they're being monitored and watched, because it will ultimately impact the outcomes of the data. And then last but not least, the last ethical consideration that I usually talk about is on policy and framework. These tools that we're designing should never replace the clinical judgment of the professionals or the educators or the therapists. They remain the experts. These tools are just merely there to empower them and to fill in the gaps and the challenges that we have. So there needs to be policy and framework to ensure that this doesn't happen, and that these tools are used in the way they're designed to be used and not misinterpreted. So policy and framework is another consideration that we should have.
Thank you for sharing that. I totally agree. And I'm actually would like to mention that we do have, as of last week, I think, the new standard of AI and accessibility from Canada that was issued. And I really would advise everybody to take a look at that, because they have been talking about the ethics of this for over 5 years, more publicly, and I've seen that as it grown, and it's lovely to see the outcome of it. So thank you. Dr. Ismail, our last question. I wanted you to build on the same thing, the ethical considerations in design of accessible and inclusive technologies from your scope or from your field.
As Dr. Marwa has mentioned, data privacy is a primary concern for both governments as well as people, patients. So today, I mean, if I may ask a question, if you go to a hospital here in Kuwait and ask them, can I get my medical file? Will they give it to you? Obviously not, they're not going to give it to you. But who owns the data at the end of the day? It's the patient that should own the data, not the government, not the hospital, not the clinic, and so on. So there needs to be a rechange in policies and governance in the sense that how do we ensure that the patient does have access to the medical records? And this is where blockchain technology comes in hand, in which no one has ownership over that file except the one that has initiated the data, the one that is providing the source of the data. And that's at the end of the day the patient. So if the patient has decided to move on from one country to another, he doesn't need to go through a loophole in order to finally get the data that he needs. And it's not going to be raw data. It's going to be more in the form of a report that has been generated by a third party in that case, which is sometimes not useful when you move on to a different country in that case, especially when you're moving from one region to a region to assess your child or your family member just to get an answer. In that case, where you go to one country, they would have to repeat the entire process that has been done initially. So I think, as you mentioned, and Dr. Marwa has mentioned right here, is data privacy is a major concern, but at the same time, you have to define who has ownership of this data and give that ownership to the patient, the one that has originated the data source.
Totally agree. Agency is the key, definitely. Thank you very much for sharing that. And I'm going to take 2 more minutes, Dr. Ziad. We don't want to get into trouble of closing this session. We started off with our own experiences and backgrounds and how we got into this field, and then we talked about the challenges, the opportunities, the things that we're doing, and exceptional things that are going to change things in the future. So I wanted you to share just one statement from yourself and to the audience, telling them what they should be looking at, how to keep an open mind to what they're doing in their day-to-day lives. We've got students, mixed of professionals in the room, so the floor is all yours. Let's start.
I'll just mention one thing that I have started off with is that we have been granted a very happy life. We go here and there and so on. It's just a matter of thinking about the others, thinking about those children with special needs, adults with special needs, and so on. And let's just try to give something back to society so that we can help them at the same time. I myself was not thinking about them until I have made that experience, and an immediate family member has experienced that. But I think we need to, especially us academics, we need to involve. It's not just about publications and getting the citations up and so on, but in reality it's about touching the other, giving the other the chance to speak out, giving the other to say what they want, giving the other to live a happy life just like what we are doing here.
Thank you.
I think, yes, I completely agree with you 100%. And it's also important whenever you go into a field to find a field that you genuinely like and enjoy and that has impact. I know that Dr. Ziad, he knows during my master's it was pure wireless communication and physical layer. And then during my PhD it started out this way. And then I just said, I don't know if I want to continue in this. My dad didn't like it much, but I moved more into the healthcare and then the computer vision. Because for me, although I still leverage my wireless background and signal processing and AI, I'm implementing it in a field that I find to be very rewarding and it has impact in people's lives. So ultimately, this should be the case for everyone.
Thank you.
So to conclude, basically I have one advice. Now we are living in the Gen AI era. Did we as people, normal people, have done any programs to bridge the gap in education to usage of these kind of tools? Do we have actually plans to make this more accessible for them? So I think this is a very big gap that we need to fill out, and especially for localization for people that don't speak other languages than Arabic. So this is another thing that we need to think about. So education, programs, awareness, and also localization is very important for us.
يعطيكم العافية، وأنا شاكرة لكم دعوتكم اليوم لنا، وشكرا لك دكتور زياد، وشكرا لإدارة الكلية على هذه اللفتة الجميلة الرائعة، وأنا أحييكم عليها جدا جدا جدا، وعلى هذا المؤتمر والملتقى الناجح. اللي أنا بقوله باختصار أن كما هو الإيواء احتواء، كما أن الدمج تمكين، وعلشان نطبق الدمج الحقيقي احنا كلنا حتى لو ما كان عندنا في أسرنا أحد من ذوي الإعاقة كلنا مؤثرون في المجتمع. فأنت ممكن توجه ابنك أو تغير فكرة في بال ابنك، ممكن يصادف شخص من ذوي الإعاقة يتعامل معه بما يؤثر إيجابا في حياته. ففكرة التعاطي والتعامل مع ذوي الإعاقة تبدأ من الشخص نفسه لمحيطه إلى مجتمعه. والتعليم، القطاع التعليمي قطاع مهم جدا 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 في يعني ترسيخ هذه الرسالة، سواء بين الطلبة، بين المعلمين، في الرسائل الأكاديمية التي ترسل، في البحوث، في المؤتمرات، في الملتقيات، فهو عصب أساسي موجود لنقل هذه الصورة. أتمنى أن أكيد إحنا كلنا نكمل بعض، وكلنا ننجح سواء في القطاع الخاص أو في القطاع المؤسسي أو الحكومي أو التعليمي، كلنا نكمل بعض. ممكن نكون منظومة جهودنا بدال ما تكون متناثرة تنظم بطريقة جميلة جدا ان احنا نوصل هذه الرسالة. يعطيكم الصحة والعافية، ما شاء الله اخواني ما خلوا ما قالوا يعني الكل يعني يكمل بعض. وشكرا لكم وشكرا لك دكتورة، ويعطيكم الف صحة وعافية.
شكرا جزيلا استاذة حنان، بروفيسور هند، دكتورة مروة، دكتور اسماعيل، يعطيكم العافية على البانل. شكرا جزيلا. We're going to open to questions to the audience. حياكم الله.
صباحكم الله بالخير، وشكرا على دعوة الدكتور زياد. طبعا الدكتور زياد صبور جدا بالذات علي، يعطيك العافية. أنا باخذكم بمكان آخر، وإن شاء الله يكون نواة لكم لمؤتمركم القادم. وياكم المستشارة وضح القس، دبلوماسية في الأمانة العامة لمجلس التعاون. في فترة انتو يعني الحين طبعا بنت عمي حنان جاية دج على طول في بقول لك شغلة استاذة حنان او مهندسة حنان، انا اسفة. من ناحية التعليم انا ادعوك تتفضلين في الهيئة العامة للتعليم التطبيقي والتدريب لتأسيس، لان احنا اسسنا قطاع ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، مدرسين يدرسون ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة بحيث يكون مهندس وطبيب وبانكر واكاونتنج عفوا، وبانكر ومدرس تربية بدنية. هذه أول نقطة. احنا بدينا من 2005 في معهد الكويت للأبحاث العلمية مؤتمر النفاذ للمعلومات لذوي الإعاقة. صبرنا 13 سنة وصدرنا قرار في 2018 بضرورة تعيين ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة ذوي الحركة كمدرسين كموظفين في البنوك. أول ما خذاهم القطاع الخاص، ثانيا القطاع البنكي. للأساتذة الأفاضل والمنظمين وفي وزراء أعتبرهم زملاء لي، وأتشرف لو يسمحون أن أكون زميلة لهم. في شيء أنتم مو منتبهين له احنا عانينا منه كدبلوماسيين في الكوارث أو الأمور السياسية. في حالة الكوارث والنزوح مثل ما صار في إخواننا في غزة، متخيلين حجم الكارثة لما صار في دمار على غزة والناس مو عارفين شلون يتعاملون مع المعاق، مو عارفين نفهم المعاق إن في كارثة، مو عارفين وين نوديه. اكتشفنا أن أغلب المنظمات عندها تعامل مع الإنسان السليم. طيب والمعاق شلون تفهمه؟ اللي فيه توحد شلون تفهمه؟ إنزين اللي إعاقته شديدة شلون توديه من المكان وانت قاعد تفزعه؟ في بعضهم يعني الله لا يوريكم المشهد اللي أنا شفته، في ناس ماتوا من الخوف، ما يفهم إن في كارثة، وفجأة يلقى أمه أو أبوه أو أخوه طاح قدامه أو يشوف قطع بشرية ومو عارفين نفهمه. فأتمنى عليكم يعني المؤتمر اللي فات أوكي، والمؤتمر هذا ما شاء الله، وأنا شايفة اهتمام دولي، عشان كذي أنا حريصة أترك شغلي وعملي وأقعد وأسمعكم وتسمعوني. اهتموا، أنا أقدر لكم كلكم، بس اهتموا في الكوارث. عندكم إخوانكم في غزة أنا ما أحب كلمة معاق، أمس قاعدين تقولون كلمة حلمة أنهم ذوي الهمم. ما تتخيلون في الرياضة شلون نشيطين. أنا عندي ولد أخوي من ذوي الهمم ما يمشي، دائما يقول عمي ما نقدر أغلبهم وأصير أحسن منهم. أقول له إيه تقدر، ويدخل بطولات ويشارك. إحنا الحين أتمنى أن تكون بؤرة بداية الاهتمام في الكوارث وتعامل المعاق معاها غير الاي اي. امس الورشه طبعا اول يوم الورشه مشكورين عليها كانت ممتازه، طرحت هذا النقطه كان تقول قوليها للجنه المنظمه ان تهتمون اذا تعرض ذوي الهمم لكوارث سياسيه والنزوحيه شنو التصرف اللي فيها، شنو راح يكون دوركم. شكرا لكم وشكرا على الدعوه الكريمه، وفعلا فعلا تستحقون اجمل وقت، لان ما شاء الله يعني وزملائي الدبلوماسيين أنا أتشرف إني أشوفكم وأتعرف عليكم. يمكن إحنا في شغلنا يا دوب نسلم ونمشي. تشرف فيكم. شكرا دكتور زياد. تفضل.
طب شكرا لحضورك معنا. أكيد أقول الحقيقة أنا حضرت آلاف البانلز، أهنيكم على يعني واحد من the most engaging panels يعني بتاريخ. دكتورة زينب ما شاء الله عليكي، عالجت الظروف كوارث، يعني نتكلم عن كوارث ما حصل هو كارثة في الواقع، ولكن انت انقذت المؤتمر من كارثة. شكرا لكل الباناليست، حقيقة جهودكم مباركة جميعا من كل النواحي. بتكلم مهندسة حنان، حقيقة inspiring، مش قادر أتكلم على شيء ملهم، ما الشيء اللي تكلمت فيه. حتى بدأنا أنا والزملاء بالتفكير بطرق تحفيز، وإن شاء الله راح يكون من مخرجات المؤتمر بكرة هو إنشاء مثل جائزة أو مسابقة لأبرز المشاريع العلمية والاجتماعية اللي بتدخل التكنولوجيا لرفع المعاناة ومساعدة وتمكين ذوي الإعاقة. وإن شاء الله هذا السنة القادمة شيء في المؤتمر راح يكون هو تسليم جوائز بإذن الله إذا استطعنا خلال الوقت نقيم هذا لو بقدرة، وهذا إن شاء الله تكون على مستوى الكويت ومستوى الوطن العربي بإذن الله. فشكرا على حديثك، شكرا على جهودكم جميعا.
شكرا ممتنة لك دكتور ويعطيكم الصحة والعافية، وشكرا لوقتكم وجهودكم. شكرا لك دكتورة على مداخلتك الجميلة رائعة. لكن إذا تسمح لي بعقب شيء بسيط، احنا بالنسبة حق غزة كانت بعض الأمور اللي كنا ننقلها في منصة جسور الإخبارية، وهي منصة عالمية موجودة جسور.net، تنزل عليها الأخبار 24 ساعة 7 أيام بالأسبوع بكل اللغات، حتى في لغة الإشارة احنا وفرنا فيها الترجمة وراعينا حتى ظروف اللي هو عمل ألوان فيها حتى يستطيع كل المعاقين قراءتها. فبعض الحالات اللي نشرناها أنا أشكر دولة الإمارات العزيزة الغالية على قلبي أنها بادرت في بعض الحالات اللي نشرنا عنهم، أرسلت طائرة خاصة. هذا اللي أنا أقول الإعلام قوي. لما كتبنا هذه المقالات ونشرناها ووصلت، تم يعني أخذ مجموعة من هؤلاء المعاقين اللي ما قدروا يتعايشون في ظروف الحرب، اللي زرعوا له أطراف صناعية واللي أخذوه ببيئة. بالعكس أنا أحييك على النقطة هذه، وفعلا نقطة جدا جدا مهمة، ويعطيك الصحة والعافية.
تفضل أستاذ.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير. أولا أشكر المتحدثين. معكم أخوكم محمد العبوب من سلطنة عمان. الحقيقة أنا ما جاي لهذا المؤتمر، أنا جاي لمؤتمر آخر، مؤتمر التعليم. جزاه الله خير أخي فيصل مسوي، الله يشفيه العافية إن شاء الله ويقوم بالسلامة، بلغنا عن هذا المؤتمر، وحقيقة مؤتمر رائع وجزاكم الله خير، ونشكر المنظمين على هذا المؤتمر الرائع. بس أنا ما عندي سؤال فقط مع المهندسة حنان. أنا أقول لكم دولة الكويت متقدمة كثير حقيقة بالأمانة، وكان كثير من سلطنة عمان في الثمانينات والتسعينات نرسل أخواننا وزملائنا يدرسوا هنا في الكويت، وقدمتوا لنا كثير وجزاكم الله الخير. بس ألاحظ في الأخيرة الكويت بدأت تتراجع من البنية التحتية. أنتم ما شاء الله عليكم عندكم كوادر بشرية رائعة، عندكم ما شاء الله وضعكم المادي جيد، لكن أحس أن في استراتيجيات وتخطيط ما واضحة، لأنه فعلا خلال فترة تواجدي في الكويت الفترة الماضية الوصول الشامل حقيقة ما موجودة، لا فنادق ولا أماكن سياحية ولا أماكن العامة. أمس زرت نادي الرياضي رائع ممتاز جدا، وحقيقة يعني نحن في سلطنة عمان ما عندنا نادي رياضي، لكن عندنا نعمل رياضة في المجمعات اللي هي مع الدمج بشكل عام. لكن لاحظت شيء، إنه في النادي ما مهيأ، الله يعزكم، مثل دورات المياه بشكل عام. عن ناحية الدمج نحن الحمد لله دمجنا الإعاقات اللي هي الأساسية. عندنا مشكلة اللي هي الإعاقة الذهنية أو الإعاقة من تلازم الداون. ليس لدينا مناهج في مجلس التعاون، ما أعرف وطن عربي هل لديهم ولا لا. وحقيقة الإعاقة الذهنية أو اللي من تلازم الداون يوصلوا المرحلة اللي هي الصف الثامن السابع وبعدين يتوقفوا. أتمنى من الدكاترة والمهتمين في التعليم أن ينظروا في هذه القضية. جزاكم الله خير، واعذروني إني طولت عليكم.
الله يعطيك العافية وما قصرت. وأنا ردا على كلامك، عفوا، بالعكس أنت كلامك جدا جميل ودقيق وما شاء الله عليك. يعني يمكن في بس فترة بسيطة سويت سيرش جدا جميل عن الوضع اللي موجود. احنا عندنا في الكويت توجه سمو الأمير الآن توجه كامل لخدمة ودمج وتمكين ذوي الإعاقة، وهذا ما نقوم عليه الآن. ويمكن تعرف المثل اللي يقول لك إن السهم يرجع حتى ينطلق بقوة. احنا الآن قاعد نعيد برمجة كل شيء عندنا في الكويت حتى في المرافق، وقاعد نشتغل على تهيئتها بشكل كامل لخدمة عيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة. وبالنسبة للداون احنا متميزين اللهم لك الحمد عندنا في الكويت، اهتمامنا بشكل كبير بعيالنا من مرضى الداون، حتى أكبر نسبة توظيف من ذوي الإعاقة هم الداون في القطاع البنكي وغيره، في الشركات الخاصة، فهم لهم أولوية عندنا في التوظيف وفي التعليم. موضوع الرياضة أنا اتفق معك فيه، إن احنا نحتاج إن احنا نعيد تهيئة وبرمجة هذا القطاع، لأن مثل ما أنا قلت الإعلام والرياضة بوابتين حقيقيتين للدمج، وهذا اللي إن شاء الله احنا قاعد نشتغل عليه، وأكيد إن شاء الله راح يطلع للوطن العربي وللخليج. وإحنا يعني نتمنى مثل ما حاشنا هذا إن شاء الله الدمج الحقيقي يحوشكم، وإن أنتم تستمتعون فيه وتعيشون مع أولادكم من عيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة بكامل التمكين والدمج. وعفوا بس صحيح، اي صحيح، 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 وهذا الشيء اللي موجود قيد الدراسة الآن. لا بالعكس أنا أتفق معك في الجزئية هذه، الله يبارك لي فيك، لكن إن شاء الله إحنا قاعد نسعى وقاعد نطرح هذه المواضيع لتطويرها. وملاحظة بس بسيطة دكتورة على موضوع ذوي الهمم، إحنا بصراحة كنا نستخدم هذا المصطلح، لكن أتانا من المنظمة العالمية للصحة وإحنا كجسور قاعد نكتب ساعات ذوي الهمم في أول عدد إن هذا المسمى غير معتمد ويجب اعتماد ذوي الإعاقة، لذلك إحنا اعتمدناه. أي الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، أي صحيح، لذلك احنا اعتمدناه حتى في نقاشاتنا ولقاءاتنا، ويعطيكم العافية.
شكرا. بغيت بس أعقب على موضوع البنية التحتية والمباني. مثل ما تعرف يعني التقدمات في أي مجال خاصة الإمكانية أو الإتاحة بطيئة، خاصة في الريجن كلها، اللي احنا نشوف يعني مثلا الرائدين في المجال حاليا اللي قلنا في قطر عندنا، وعندنا بالإمارات اللي صار عندهم ستاندردز مثلا for accessibility. على وشك انه يصير في مثلا مخالفات او يحطون مخالفة للاشخاص و penalties للمخالفين اكواد الاتاحة. خلينا نقول احنا بالكويت خذينا خطوة كبيرة جدا في سبتمبر 2024 توا في موضوع المباني أو الإتاحة المباني، اللي هو كود البناء. تم تغيير جدول كامل في أنه تم إضافة التصميم العام الشامل، سميناه كود التصميم الشامل Inclusive Design for the Built Environment. وعلى وشك أنه يصير خلاص كل مبنى مخالف راح يحصل مخالفة رسمية بالموضوع. فأنا من بعض الأشخاص قاعد نشتغل مع المجتمع المدني في تهيئة كوادر اللي يعرفون ويتعرفون على الكود هذا وشلون يسوون له اوديتنج، لانه حاليا ما حد يعرف شلون يسوي داخل الكويت.
هو اللافت للانتباه اللافتة المكتوبة: إذا أردت أخذ مكاني فخذ إعاقتي. لا. So we have, Allah يجزيك الخير. We have room for 2 quick questions. So we have one question there and then Dr. Samir too.
احنا لأن ما ندخل يعني نرد على موضوع inclusive design، ونرد على موضوع participatory design، ونرد على موضوع التفكير في هذه الفئات من بداية المشاريع اللي احنا نفتقرها حاليا بالتطبيق نفسه. وفي اشياء ثانيه يعني تعرق الامور، بس ان شاء الله قادرين، وفي جهود جباره قاعد تغير الواقع. الحمد لله الحمد لله.
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافيه. اشكر المحاضرين على الورشه الثريه، وشاكر دولة الكويت على مبادرتها واهتمامها بذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. معكم أخوكم باسم، أعمل في مدارس التربية الخاصة معلم للإعاقة السمعية، الصم وضعاف السمع، ومترجم لغة إشارة. بتواجهنا بعض التحديات بالنسبة لتدريس الطلبة من حيث المناهج. بنحتاج ان احنا بنعلمهم مناهج تعليم العام، ولكن بعض الطلبة بيحتاجوا منهج موائم ليهم كضعاف سمع بما هو يختلف عن الطالب العادي. واحنا مكلفين منتدبين في جامعة الكويت بالترجمة. مشكورة دولة الكويت بعد ما يخلص الثانوي ليهم فرصة لتكملة التعليم الجامعي، فبينتدبون جامعة الكويت من وزارة التربية بالترجمة لطلبتنا الصم في دولة الكويت، وحريصة بعد التخرج توظيفهم. ولكن بنواجه بعض التحديات من حيث الانتداب والتعارض ما بين جدولنا المدرسي او الدراسي وما بين ترجمة المحاضرات، لان الطلبة الصم منهم حق علينا ان احنا نكمل معهم مسيرتهم وطموحهم الجامعي. وشاكر لكم. والنقطة الأخيرة، كيف ان انا اوظف الاي اي في تطوير المعلمين وتأهيلهم لتدريس طلبتنا ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة وخاصة الصم. النقطة الأخيرة، محتاجين آلية لاعتماد مترجمين لغة إشارة بحيث ان احنا نعممها على جميع الهيئات والوزارات والبنوك والمخافر في دولة الكويت. وشاكر لكم جدا على سعة صدركم.
شكرا جزيلا. ممكن نشوف إذا في أحد يحب يعقب. دكتور اسماعيل.
مشكور أستاذ for the comment. بس تعليق يعني كان على مهندس حنان، إن شاء الله السهم ما يرجع وايد لورا. هاي من الأشياء يعني. بس this is one of the things that we have to consider as well is the educational system. يعني عندنا هنا في الكويت ما في بس 4 مدارس خاصة حق ذوي الاحتياجات، والمقاعد محدودة، يعني يا تلحق يا ما تلحق كذي. This is something that I think we have to build up is on the educational system. And in terms of the question in regards to the AI tools or AI, how we can integrate it into the system, I think this is something that also I just mentioned earlier, where we can have AI agents that overlook the existing classrooms and how the educational system is being delivered between the teacher as well as the students. Those types of tools can be an assistive tool towards the educator. They can provide feedback towards the educator. They can learn from other regions on how they're delivering their educational system, and then providing that feedback to the educator, and then they can translate it in the form of policies and so on. But I think this is something as well in regards to the comment الأستاذ اللي توه قال على خصوص الكويت and how we have went back a little bit over time. This is something that is very, very serious, and hopefully it will be fixed in the near future. Inclusivity is something that is very, very important, especially when we're talking about the infrastructure. Like, for instance, if we talk about the road, today I think people with wheelchairs are not able to walk on or to go through the sidewalks. There are no sidewalks that are available for them to walk freely and safely and so on. This is something that needs to be looked at. In terms of people that with some sort of education, I don't like to use that word disability, but we have to use it, educational disability. Today here in Kuwait, if you want to just get any kind of support, the first thing you would have to do is what they call kart i'aqa, which is something, I don't think this is something that is, some people, I mean, when you talk about disability, it's a wide spectrum. So some people have a small disability in terms of education. Why do they have to go and get a disability card in order to get support in terms of education, for instance? Or if someone, as you just mentioned, has some sort of hearing impairment, they would have to also get a disability card in order to get support to go to the private sector and get some sort of payback in terms of the money that they have paid towards the hearing aids. And it is very, very expensive. I'm really thankful to the government for providing all the support that is needed in terms of money, in terms of education, but I think the main thing is the education right here. And I think as universities, we need to consider that as well, inclusivity within the educational environment. Maybe we don't have a lot of students that are with disabilities, but I think this is something that we need to incorporate as well within our classrooms. And I think Dr. Marwa and her team is doing a fabulous job in Qatar, but we also need to share that experience within the GCC area so that we can apply it to our universities here.
Thank you. أستاذ إيمان.
أي والله يعطيك الصحة والعافية أستاذ وما قصرت. بس أنا عندي سؤال حقك أستاذي. أنت أكيد عارف المعلومة هذه، لكن يمكن أغلب اللي موجودين مو عارفين. كم لغة إشارة موجودة حول العالم؟ أنا عارف الرقم؟ ممتاز. احنا نتكلم عن 300 لغة إشارة. يعني شخص يتخصص في لغة الإشارة في الكويت ويكون مترجم للغة الإشارة في الكويت ما يستطيع أن يترجمها، ممكن ما بيطلع برا الوطن العربي، في الإمارات تختلف، في غيره. فهذه مشكلة كبيرة. عشان نحلها وعشان نوفر، احنا ما نبي نحل المشكلة مؤقت. أنا أعرف سؤالك يختص في الانتداب وفي مشاكل الطلبة، وأنا كانت لي زيارة تشرفت فيها في جامعة الكويت وقعدت مع الطاقم التعليمي وعرفت شنو يعني الاحتياجات الموجودة لعيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة، وقاعد نشتغل على حلول كبيرة. وأنا أقول لك إياها، الاحتياج كبير في القطاع التعليمي الجامعي بالذات. كان عندنا مخترع كويتي، ما أدري إذا سامعين عنه، محمد الشمري، اخترع النظارة الذكية. النظارة الذكية هي تترجم الصوت إلى ترجمة حسب ما أنت تبيها، عربي، إنجليزي، برازيلي، صيني، ياباني. فأنت قضيت على مشكلة السمع. لما يلبس هذه النظارة والشخص المتحدث أمامه يتكلم، راح يرجع تطلع عنده الترجمة، فخلاص هو مو محتاج لملازم له عشان يشرح له. وأيضا عملناها في العكس، أن هذه النظارة تحول هذه الأوامر الصوتية إلى ترجمة لغة إشارة. فأنت قضيت على مشكلة 300 لغة إشارة حول العالم بابتكار قيمته 200 دينار كويتي. وتشرف في لقاء سمو الأمير، واطلع عليها سمو الأمير وأثنى عليها ثناء كبير. احنا الآن في صدد أن احنا نوفرها في القطاعات التعليمية بشكل كبير لكل عيالنا من ذوي الإعاقة السمعية أو البصرية. البصرية ليش أنا قاعدة أقول لك البصرية؟ لأن راح يكون فيها أيضا سماعة إنه هو أيضا يسمع. فأنت قضيتي على هذه المشكلة. الحلول موجودة وما شاء الله الابتكارات هذه تخدم هذا اللي احنا قاعد نقول، الذكاء والابتكارات والاختراعات هي ما راح تيسر الأمر. لأن احنا ما نبي نتكلم عن حلول لحظية، احنا نبي نتكلم عن حلول جذرية تمكن. لما نقول التمكين والدمج احنا نبي ان احنا نقضي على هذه المشكلة في الاساس. بالنسبة للمدارس استاذ الكريم، ما ادري اذا عندك المعلومة هذه ولا لا. انت قلت ان احنا عندنا 4 مدارس في الكويت تخدم عيالنا ذوي الإعاقة. يوجد مدارس للدمج حكومية في كل محافظة مدرسة. فإذا هي في الكويت مو بس 4 مدارس، احنا أيضا عندنا مدارس تقع تحت طائلة وزارة التربية تخدم الدمج ما بين الأصحاء والمعاقين، لكن لا يوجد عليها تسليط إعلامي ولا يوجد عليها تغطية إعلامية كاملة عشان أولياء الأمور يعرفون أن مو كل المدارس هي مدارس خاصة. هي في مدارس مدعومة أساسا من الحكومة وبمراقبة ومتابعة من الحكومة، وستاف كله مدرب ومهيأ. في كل محافظة يوجد مدرسة. ويعطيكم الصحة والعافية، وأتمنى أن أنا قدرت يعني أجاوب على أسئلتك أستاذي.
we are on time. دكتور سمير, quick question, you've been waiting.
هي مداخلة سريعة بس، يعني بدي أدافع عن وسائل الإعلام شوي أستاذة حنان. أول شيء أنا أتفق معك، وسائل الإعلام العربية هي إعلام مناسباتي، يلحق الوزير، يلحق المسؤول، يلحق المناسبة لا أكثر. هذا هو اللقب تاع الإعلام العربي. لكن حابب أني بس أنه أيضا يقع على عاتق مؤسسات الإعاقة مسؤولية كبيرة اتجاه وسائل الإعلام. يعني كإعلامي أنا بحاجة أني أفهم، أنتوا توعوني وأنتوا توصلوني. كثير هناك في قصور كبير جدا من مؤسسات الإعاقة اتجاه وسائل الإعلام. يعني احنا ما بنقدر برضو دائما نلوم وسائل الإعلام، ما نلوم أنفسنا. فهي النقطة اللي حبيت بس اني اضيفها. يعطيكم الصحة والعافية كمحاضرين رائعين جدا، استفدنا اليوم وشكرا لكم. يعطيكم الصحة.
So I invite Professor Khalid Al-Baqayin and معالي دكتور عماد الجبري للالتحاق تكريم البانلست.
يعطيكم العافية.
الدكتورة زينب، ما شاء الله الدكتورة زينب في كل مؤتمر معانا in every conference. المهندسة حنان العنيزي مشكورة كثير. صح. دكتورة مروة كراكي, thank you so much for the keynote and also for the panel. And our guest speaker, Dr. Hind Al-Khalifa, thank you so much for jumping in the last minute. And the same for Dr. Ismail Al-Ridawi. Thank you. So please have another photo with the background. Yeah. We have to toll at the sides like an absolute value. So thank you very much. We'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes, but please do not go come back, because we do have a technical session with very interesting papers. We have Dr. Hind Al-Khalifa, Dr. Ismail presenting, and other speakers also with very interesting talks on health solution for people with disabilities. So please come in 15 minutes. We'll come back to this same floor in 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
can you ask him? No, because I don't want to keep my transmitter on since morning.
Okay. Next is technical section.
Next is
You just keep it like this. If you want, you can use this one, pointer. So if you press
can I
here,
say
yes. Which one is your presentation? This open?
No.
Not this one?
No. Okay.
When you are presenting, next, what is your name? This one, right? So once you open...
The last one, right?
Yes, last one. So you can change like this. Move this right. Like this.
Okay.
Or if you don't have pointer that time, you can like this, downward. Okay? Both you can use.
Maybe here.
Yes. Here, here, here.
Okay.
Or this also.
After the break, first
First is
how can I open
Halavani.
it now? Type here. Thank you so much.
This is the linking. So here you can open like this.
Okay.
For you here also. Okay.
So we'll continue our session for the afternoon. So we have our guest coming from Qatar, Dr. Hala Saeed. She is the director of the Doha Center for People with Disability. يعني ما شاء الله, she has the professor degree in special education, doctor in damage and integration and inclusion. And today she will be our guest to give an information session for 10 minutes. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Hala.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أنا سعيدة جدا أني أتواجد معكم اليوم وأني أذكر تجربة دولتي دولة قطر بالاهتمام بالذكاء الاصطناعي ال AI ولوين وصلنا بالضبط. طبعا كان نفسي أن أكون معكم بوقت أكبر والمادة اللي أنا حطيتها مادة كتير طويلة، لكن أنا رح أختصرها بس بتجربة دولة قطر بالوقت اللي هو طبعا أشكرك على الوقت اللي أعطيتني إياه. فحنبتدي نتكلم عن تجربة دولة قطر في توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي لخدمة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. طبعا دولة قطر شهدت خلال السنوات الأخيرة خطوات نوعية في توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الحديثة، خاصة الذكاء الاصطناعي ودعم وتمكين الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. أطلقت الحكومات سياسات وأيضا استراتيجيات وطنية بتهدف إلى ضمان إمكانية النفاذ الرقمي الشامل وتوفير خدمات رقمية متقدمة وبرامج تعليمية وصحية ذكية بتراعي احتياجات جميع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. مع صدور القانون صدر قانون جديد في 5 أكتوبر رقم 22 ل 2025 بشأن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. انتقلت طبعا دولة قطر إلى مرحلة كتير شمولية فيها في حماية حقوق التقنيات أيضا بما يشمل التعليم والصحة والعمل والرياضة والترفيه وتيسير الوصول إلى الخدمات الرقمية والتقنية ليصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة رئيسية لتحقيق الدمج الاجتماعي والتمكين ومكافحة التميز. تأتي هذه الجهود ضمن رؤية قطر الوطنية 2030 اللي بتأكد على الشمولية وعلى التمكين وعلى الابتكار التقني كركائز لبناء مجتمع متكامل ومستدام. في دولة قطر لم يعد الذكاء الاصطناعي مجرد توجيه مستقبلي، بل أصبح عنصر محوري وأداة استراتيجية لتطوير القطاعات الحيوية بالتعليم والصحة والسياحة والترفيه والرياضة والخدمات الاجتماعية. أهم ما قامت به دولة قطر أولا دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في جميع القطاعات لضمان الاستقلالية والاندماج الكامل للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. 2 تطوير تطبيقات وبرامج رقمية متاحة للجميع أنواع الإعاقات. أيضا 3 إنشاء منصات وطنية مرتكزة بتوفر خدمات متكاملة من التعليم والرعاية الصحية إلى المشاركة المجتمعية والفعاليات. تحديات وحلول. أكيد دولة قطر صادفت التحديات، لكن لاحظت دولة قطر أن هناك في أن ذوي الإعاقة بيواجهوا بعض التحديات في جوانب متعددة بالتعليم بالصحة بالسياحة بالرياضة. وجدت من الضروري أنها دمج التقنيات المساندة الحديثة لضمان جودة الحياة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وجعل الذكاء الاصطناعي أداة أساسية لتمكين الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة من خلال توفير حلول ذكية بتساعدهم بتلبية احتياجاتهم وأيضا في تحسين الوصول للخدمات وفي مختلف المجالات الحيوية وبيعزز استقلاليتهم وبيسهل دمجهم الكامل في المجتمع وبيحقق فرص متساوية للمشاركة الفعالة في الحياة اليومية. أهم التحديات طبعا صادفت في مجال التعليم. أول شيء كانت أهم التحديات اختلافات قدرات الطلاب في فروق فردية واحتياجاتهم التعليمية. أيضا صعوبات التواصل بين الأطفال مثل اضطراب طيف التوحد والإعاقات الكلامية. أيضا محدودية الوصول إلى محتوى رقمي متاح لجميع أنواع الإعاقات. فالحلول اللي هي قامت فيها دولة قطر في توفير منصات تعليمية إلكترونية بتعتمد على التعليم التكيفي وتوفير برامج تقنية شاملة، وأيضا توفير بيئات تعليمية دامجة رقمية في المدارس، واستخدام الروبوتات التعليمية في صفوف ذوي اضطراب طيف التوحد، وتطوير خطط تعليمية ذكية بتراعي الفروق الفردية. في مجال الصحة كانت من أهم التحديات التشخيص المتأخر لبعض الإعاقات أو الاضطرابات النمو، صعوبة متابعة الحالة الصحية اليومية في المنازل، أيضا نقص الاستقلالية في استخدام الأجهزة الطبية. فكانت الحلول اللي وضعتها قطر أنظمة تشخيص مبكرة بتعتمد على الذكاء الاصطناعي وتحليل البيانات، أيضا متابعة طبية عن بعد باستخدام أجهزة ذكية وتطبيقات مراقبة المؤشرات الحيوية، وأجهزة وأطراف صناعية ذكية بتساعد على الاستقلالية في الحركات والروتين اليومي، وأيضا أنظمة تحليل بيانات صحية بتساعد في تقييم الخطوة والتنبؤ إذا كان في مخاطر، وأيضا الاحتياجات العلاجية، جلسات دعم نفسي عن بعد، ومتابعة طبية ذكية لذوي الإعاقة. في مجال السياحة والأنشطة الثقافية أكيد الكل لاحظ من وقت مونديال كأس العالم والتغييرات الكبيرة اللي صارت في دولة قطر، اهتمامها بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ومشاركتهم، كانت هم السبب في التغيير، لأنه هن كانوا يعني من ضمن اللي وضعوا التغييرات، فلذلك كانت في سهولة الوصول في أمور كثيرة. في مجال السياحة والأنشطة الثقافية كانت من التحديات صعوبة الوصول إلى الأماكن العامة، المرافق الثقافية والترفيهية، محدودية التفاعل مع المعروضات أو الأحداث بسبب الإعاقات الحسية والحركية، نقص المعلومات الفورية والمرئية الملائمة لكل فئة. فكانت الحلول هي سهولة الوصول إلى المرافق السياحية والثقافية، وتوفير برامج وأنشطة ترفيهية مصممة بما يضمن الشمولية والتمكين، وتجهيز المتاحف والحدائق والمراكز الثقافية ومراكز التسوق بالقيادات بتقنيات مساعدة مثل الأدلة الصوتية والتوجيه الذكي. أيضا تطبيقات ذكية بتوفر خرائط ذكية وتطبيقات للتنقل الميسر، وروبوتات وأكشاك إرشادية ذكية بتوفر معلومات فورية، ومنصات الواقع الافتراضي والواقع المعزز لتجارب ترفيهية وثقافية تفاعلية. في مجال الرياضة والفعاليات الكبرى أيضا كان في تحديات صعوبة التنقل والوصول إلى الملاعب والصالات الرياضية، نقص الأدوات التدريبية المتخصصة للرياضيين ذوي الإعاقة، وحكوا في الجلسة اللي قبلها عن هذا الموضوع. أيضا ضعف المشاركات الفعالة في الأحداث والفعاليات الكبرى. كانت الحلول أن أنظمة توجيه ذكية ومسارات مهيئة للانتقال داخل المنشآت، أجهزة وأدوات تدريب ذكية بتحسن الأداء وبتقلل مخاطر الإصابات، وأيضا منصات تفاعلية وتجارب افتراضية لتمكين المشاركة عن بعد أو داخل الملاعب، تنظيم برامج رياضية متكاملة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وتطوير مرافق وأحداث رياضية بتلائم جميع القدرات لتعزيز المشاركة. أيضا وفرت روبوتات خدمية ونقاط إرشادية ذكية. نماذج قطرية رائدة بتطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي AI. تم اخترت عندي النموذج الأول هو مركز مدى للتكنولوجيا، والكل بيعرف مركز مدى، مركز وطني رائد في قطر مختص بالتكنولوجيا المساعدة والنفاذ الرقمي، وبعد من أبرز المراكز الإقليمية والدولية المتخصصة في التكنولوجيا المساعدة والنفاذ الرقمي، بيهدف إلى تمكين الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وكبار السن من خلال حلول تقنية مبتكرة بتسهم في تعزيز مشاركتهم التعليمية والمهنية والاجتماعية. رسالة المركز دعم بناء مجتمع شامل رقمي بيتيح فرص متكافئة للجميع من خلال توظيف التكنولوجيا المساعدة والحلول الرقمية الدامجة. الأدوار أول شيء تعزيز النفاذ الرقمي، تطوير معايير ومبادئ النفاذ الشامل للمواقع والخدمات والتطبيقات في دولة قطر. أيضا التكنولوجيا المساعدة بتوفير أحدث الأجهزة والبرامج المساندة، وتقديم خدمات التقييم والتدريب للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والمؤسسات التعليمية والصحية. 3 البحث والتطوير، دعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في مجال التكنولوجيا المساندة وتمويل مشاريع التطوير التقنية. أيضا بناء القدرات، تدريب المعلمين وأخصائيين والأسر على استخدام الأدوات والخدمات الرقمية وتجهيزها لهم وتوفيرها أيضا شركات محلية ودولية. أيضا النموذج الثاني منصة يسر الحكومية رقمية المتقدمة. هذه منصة يوم الإعاقة العالمي اللي هو ب3/12 هذا الشهر تم تدشينها أطلقت من وزارة التنمية الاجتماعية والأسرة منصة يسر، منظمة رقمية موحدة بتخدم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وأسرهم، وبتمثل المنصة خطوة استراتيجية نحو دمج التكنولوجيا بالخدمات الحكومية لرفع جودة الحياة وتسريع المعاملات وتقليل الأعباء على الأسر. بوابة مركزية بتسهل الوصول إلى خدمات الحكومية، تقارير طبية، بطاقات وتصاريح الإعاقة، المواعيد والبرامج التأهيلية، الدعم الاجتماعي، التسهيلات اللي بيكفلها القانون. سهلت عليهم بأمور كثيرة بدل ما يروحوا يوقفوا وياخذوا دار ويعني مشقة الذهاب، كان الأسهل من خلال هذه المنصة. فخدماتها بتكون شاملة الصحة والتأهيل والتعليم والدعم المدرسي، خدمات اجتماعية ودعم مالي، خدمات توظيف وتأهيل، بطاقات الإعاقة ومتابعة الطلبات إلكترونيا، النفاذ الرقمي الكامل، قارئ شاشة، طبعا كله مسهل حسب الإعاقات. مميزاتها نفاذ رقمي كامل، سهولة استخدام والربط الذكي بين الجهات ومتابعة الحالة لحظيا، وأيضا تقليل الزيارات والانتظار الطويل. أيضا في من النماذج نموذج مركز الدوحة العالمي للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. طبعا هذا المركز هو طبعا تم افتتاحه منذ عام 2002، بتناسب دائما بنقدم فيه خدمات تعليمية وتأهيلية متطورة تتناسب مع تطورات العصر. لذلك اعتمد المركز في برامجه الحديثة على الجمع ما بين المواد الرقمية والمنهجية التربوية لضمان تطبيق عمل وفعال، والمتابعة مع منصات متخصصة لذوي الإعاقة، واستخدام أدوات التقييم المدمجة في هذه المنصات لتحديد مستوى كل مستفيد وتصميم مسارات تعليمية فردية، وإعداد برامج متابعة دورية لتقييم تقدم المستفيدين، وبتعمل خطة حسب الحاجة طبعا تراعي الفروق الفردية. تعاون المركز مع منصة ينمو، أداة شاملة للتقييم والتشخيص وكتابة التقارير، وضع الخطط والبرامج، متابعة مع ولي الأمر، متابعة الطالب، اختبارات، أيضا وجميعها في الطرق الذكية. هذا قد عكس نهج رقمي متكامل لإدارة برامج ذوي الإعاقة داخل المركز، مما جعلنا من المراكز المتميزة بدولة قطر. كلمة أخيرة، الذكاء الاصطناعي بيمثل فرصة ذهبية لتحسين جودة حياة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وتعزيز استقلاليتهم وضمان دمجهم الكامل في المجتمع. تجربة قطر بتجمع ما بين التطور الرقمي والالتزام الإنساني نحو مجتمع شامل ومستدام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا، خليكي على الستيج. مشكورة كثير الدكتور هالة السعيد التحقت بنا، يعني هي زائرة خلينا ناخذ عندك، يعني زائرتنا من دولة قطر، فطلبت منا ان تلتحق بالبرنامج وعندها يعني تجربة كبيرة. ادعو الدكتور جمني بحكم الاستضافة انه يعطيها small token of appreciation من عنا يعني. تفضل. شكرا. So we'll proceed now with the technical sessions. Yesterday we had our first technical session with the program, and now we have, actually today we have two technical sessions focusing on healthcare solutions, which is a very important topic for people with disabilities. Now we start with the session called Adaptive Assistive Technology for Healthcare and Inclusion, and as you can see even from the title of these papers, focusing on the adaptivity and adaptive solution for inclusivity. We'll first have invited Dr. Ismail Ridawi to present his paper on deep neural network for automatic detection of arrhythmia, so he'll give more details about and coronary artery disease. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. I don't need to introduce myself. I think all of you got to know me from the panel.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. So this presentation is made up of two parts. One of it is, I think I discussed a lot of it during the panel, which is the e-hospital system. So I'll try to go through it very quickly. I'm going to just show you a small video, a demo showcasing where we are at in terms of the development of the e-hospital system. But specifically, this presentation is in regards to the use of deep neural networks in order to detect arrhythmia and coronary artery diseases. So they're classified under cardiovascular diseases in this case. And this work is in collaboration with my colleague here from the Computer Science and Engineering Department, Dr. Hassan Kazan, as well as the team from the University of Ottawa, which is led by Professor Ali Abbas. So I'll begin by just describing the problem that we are facing and why we came up with the inclusive e-hospital system, and show you an overall solution, what we are envisioning, where we are at, and then just a small 1 minute video, 1 minute and a half video showcasing one part of that e-hospital system, and then I'll go into the AI-enabled diagnosis tool for arrhythmia and CAT, which is coronary artery disease. I'll go quickly through the model architecture and then consider some performance evaluations that we have conducted on this tool and where we are heading in the future. So today, obviously, physicians are facing an overwhelming clinical and administrative burden. So when you ask a physician, what is the least thing you would like to do? I mean, most of it is the administrative work. So for every patient encounter, what physicians do is they spend considerable hours communicating with patients to collect information, collect data in that case. So they would have to go through the completion of clinical notes, what we call SOAP notes in the healthcare domain, documenting the symptoms, summarizing the interaction, and then feeding that information into the existing electronic medical records in this case. In addition, obviously, they need to sometimes they need to collect further data, so they would request for further tests to be conducted either on premise in the hospital or outside of the hospital to collect testing in regards to blood work, maybe in regards to screening, CT scans, MRIs, and so on. And then after that, the most important part for the patient as well as the doctor is to assess those results, create a diagnosis, and interpret the results at the end of the day. Now, today, obviously, this entire workload would contribute to the physician burnout and would reduce the time that is available for patient care at the end of the day. So it creates an overall bottleneck in clinical workflows. We do have a solution today towards that. I mean, today we do have supportive AI tools that help in collecting this information, but they are not analyzed deeply in order to support the physician at the end of the day. So what we have envisioned is a complete electronic hospital system that basically provides what we call a full-featured online platform for doctors and patients. So when we talk about full-featured, we're talking about an end-to-end service. And when we're talking about online platform, that means the patient doesn't have to go visit the doctor on premise, on site. So they can do it from home. Many of the tests that need to be done or the screening that needs to be done can be done from home, from the patient's care. So that involves, traditionally speaking, that involves a direct communication call, video call maybe between the patient and the doctor. But today we have more advanced tools in regards to that. So when we talk about doctor-patient interaction, as I mentioned during the panel, we can have a third party that overlooks the process, which is the inducement or the introduction of AI generation tools that overlook the conversation, and then that tool can proactively surface certain questions or prompts that need to be asked by the doctor to the patient if that doctor has missed certain things. In addition to that, and this is I think the more advanced part is now the patient can talk directly with what we call the digital twin of the doctor. So the doctor doesn't have to be online in order to talk to the patient. The digital twin, in which an AI agent can act as a digital twin of the doctor, can have that conversation with the patient in order to enable an automated symptom collection and preliminary triage in this case. And this is what I'm going to show you just in a minute or so, a video showing how the patient can interact with this AI agent tool to collect this information, where the doctor can intervene at any time. So the doctor can say, for instance, I need to conduct further test, ask or request for certain tests to be conducted, or involve certain diagnosis tools that collects information from the patient's electronic health records in order to come up with a diagnosis in this case. So we utilize the latest AI technologies to assist that patient communication, obviously the note-taking process, the documentation process, as well as the diagnosis process. And in fact, our e-hospital platform or system has incorporated a significant number of AI diagnosis tools, ranging from ones that are related to heart diseases, ones that are related to eye diseases, brain diseases, and the list goes on in this case. And last but not least, it provides a customized personalization for users. This is where we talk about inclusivity. So obviously people do not interact with the same way. Maybe I have certain type of preferences whenever I want to engage with that system, based on gender, based on race, based on culture, based on disability in that case, and so on. And this is where the personalization comes in. So this is basically what you see here is more of, not the front page, but this is what the doctor sees during, this is a patient dashboard. So for the doctor can see what appointments does he or she have during that day, with a quick look at each patient's information in regards to their name, the appointment time, as well as the primary complaint that they're coming for. Here is a more detailed look in terms of the information in regards to a particular patient right here, where information can be seen in regards to the overview or overall health analysis of that user, of that patient, the treatments that the patient has received, the notes that have been taken previously, the diagnoses that have been conducted previously, whether those were conducted through AI or through the traditional methods using physicians' expertise, as well as medical records, and obviously treatment plans, whether they are AI treatment plans, which is something else I don't need to talk about in this quick presentation, or they are the treatment plans that have been generated by the physician. This is another look with more details in regards to the encounters. So when we say encounters, what was the last encounter between the physician, whether this is the digital twin of the physician or the actual physician and the patient, as well as some notes that have been taken in that regards. Here is another look in terms of the SOAP notes that have been generated. These are manual SOAP notes that have been entered into the patient's electronic medical record. And here's an AI-generated SOAP note. This is something that we have considered lately, which is the AI agent can generate the SOAP note based on the conversation that has taken place between the patient and the doctor. So I'm going to run a quick video. What you will see in this video is a conversation that is taking place between the patient and the doctor. We use a generative AI model in the background, which is specifically here GPT-5, as well as the knowledge base that we have fed this generative AI model with using RAG technology. So this is specific to medical related databases, and as well as the patient's electronic medical records. So any conversation, any response that the agent or the digital twin of the doctor is providing to that patient, it has been generated based on that information that I just mentioned in that regards. Hopefully there's a sound, so you'll be able to hear it.
Hello, I'm here to help with your medical concerns. What brings you in?
I've been experiencing pain in my arms after getting bit by a dog.
I'm sorry to hear about the dog bite. When did this happen? And have you noticed any swelling, redness, or warmth around the bite area?
This happened yesterday, and I've definitely experienced redness and swelling.
Got it. Redness and swelling could be signs of infection. Any fever or discharge from the bite?
I had a slight fever this morning.
Thank you for sharing that. Fever can indicate infection. How would you rate your arm pain on a scale of 0 to 10, with 10 being the worst?
It's a 7.
Understood. A 7 indicates significant pain. Doctor, I have the essentials. Would you like me to draft the SOAP notes now?
Agent, this is the doctor speaking. Please draft the SOAP notes.
Alright, so what will happen is just going to take a couple of seconds to generate those SOAP notes. Those SOAP notes are directly inserted into the patient's electronic medical record, as well as a PDF version, a printable version can be
SOAP ready,
generated.
doctor. SOAP draft updated.
Alright, and again, this is just a prototype, so in terms of user interface and experience, you'd see that this is more of testing rather than one that is can be deployed for patients. Now I move on into some of the diagnosis tools that we have integrated into the e-hospital system, specifically the one that I need to present on today. I do have 5 minutes only, so I'll go speed up through it quickly. So one of the tools is one regarding cardiovascular diseases, specifically for arrhythmia and coronary artery disease. And obviously the detection of those diseases at an early stage will basically provide more of a precise methods that can lead to better patient survival rates at the end of the day and treatment strategies. So the primary method that is used today in medical practice for identifying such cardiac related issues is the use of ECGs, and this includes both arrhythmias and coronary artery diseases. So the conventional way in which ECGs are analyzed is basically for an expert to look at it and determine if a patient can be classified as one having a CAD disease or not in that case. But today with the advancements in deep learning models, they basically provided a transformative approach that is capable of processing those ECG signals. And in fact, studies have shown that the accuracy of those arrhythmia classification tools that using AI that are achieved by CNN-based systems is quite comparable for cardiologists in comparison to cardiologist levels. So our solution basically employs the use of deep learning models in order to identify arrhythmias and predict CAD conditions, and integrates, the models are trained based on an extended set of or multiple data sets. Specifically here you see that those are the 4 data sets that we have used for the training of the models. I'm not going to go into them since I don't have time. In terms of data processing, the ECG signals were segmented into 10-second segments, and then we remove any noises from those ECG segments using discrete wavelet transform. All the recordings of the ECGs were resampled to a specific frequency in order to maintain uniformity across the data sets. In terms of data cleaning, any missing annotation files within the segments or any files that contain unavailable values were excluded to maintain the dataset quality. And obviously the segments were normalized in order to accelerate the model convergence. Here's the dataset features. Again, I can go into those details offline if anyone is interested in that regards. In terms of the model architecture, we use 2 separate architectures for the framework, one for the arrhythmia classification and one for the CAD prediction in that case. The first one uses a one-dimensional CNN model. The other one uses a fully connected feed-forward neural network. And in that case, the CNN would basically detect ECG signal irregularities in order to predict whether a patient does have arrhythmia or not, and also the category of the arrhythmia. The feed-forward model will evaluate ischemic risk in that case in order to determine if the patient does have any CAD-related diseases present or absent, as well as the severity of that disease in this case. So in terms of the arrhythmia classification model, I don't know, Dr. Ziad, do I have enough time to go through them, or? Alright, so I can, again, you can refer to the paper for more details in that regards. I'm just going to jump directly in terms of the evaluations that we have conducted. So both models were implemented using TensorFlow 2.0, and the initial learning rate that we have set it is to 0.001, and we did use a reduction scheduler in order to decrease the learning rate if the validation loss did not improve over time. And so we did use a sparse categorical cross-entropy for the arrhythmia classification, and for the CAD prediction we use both binary cross-entropy as well as categorical cross-entropy. So the model was trained initially with 100 epochs, but obviously we do have, as I mentioned earlier, we do have an early stopping mechanism when we see that the validation loss does not improve over time in that case. So we do set the scheduler to 10 epochs at a time. This will obviously eliminate unnecessary computation as well as reduce the overfitting in that case. The batch size was set to 64 for the arrhythmia model and 16 for the CAD model, and the data set was trained or was split on 90-10 for training and validation. In terms of the overall accuracy, again, the overall average accuracy for the arrhythmia detection model was around 96.2%, which is quite comparable to the benchmark. And for the CAD prediction model, we see that we have two, binary classification as well as the blockage severity, where we see that the model can reach 92% accuracy for the binary classification, whether a patient does have CAD diseases, related diseases or not. But in terms of the severity classification, the model does not perform well, so it's around 70%. And this is the reason behind that, is that we don't have sufficient data for specifically classes 3 and 4 for the severity of the blockage level in that case. So where are we heading next? The main focus right now is to introduce what we call an agentic AI care navigator. And the idea behind it is to create more of an autonomous coordination process for patient flow when a patient enters the hospital until the patient has received the treatment and was discharged. So that care navigator, we call it, will be interacting with different clinical systems. So they will be interacting with the hospital information system as well as the electronic health records that we have, as well as any laboratory dashboards that exist in that case. And what it does is that it provides support to the staff. It proactively notifies the staff about any expected bottlenecks that may occur in the future. So it's more of a predictive mechanism in that case, and they can generate alternative care plans if the delays do occur. Apologies for taking time that exceeds my time limit.
No, it's
Thank you
always
so
nice to listen to your presentation. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any quick question? So Dr. Ismail is always here, so please feel free to meet him offline. Thank you so much. And we'll move now to our second presentation by Dr. Bassem Al-Halawani from Kuwait College of Science and Technology on smart digital stethoscope.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Bassem Al-Halawani. I am Associate Professor here at Kuwait College of Science and Technology, and I am a tenured professor at Bana University, Egypt. Thank you for attending presentation. Today I am presenting a survey paper titled Smart Digital Stethoscope for Redefining Assistive Medical Diagnostic and Healthcare Accessibility. Actually, my background is in physical communication domain, and I am trying to shift to healthcare accessibility. The motivation behind this paper is I'm trying to work with a group of students here at KCST for their final year project, and we are trying to deal with the problem with traditional stethoscope. I prepared this survey for them as a starting point for their project. Stethoscope is the most iconic symbol of medical practice. Its function actually is to work as a starting point for early detection of heart and lung disease. But the actual term in scientific community is auscultation, which is the process of listening to the internal sound of the body. With 17 million heart and lung related diseases per year, according to the World Health Organization, this is a very important topic to solve a problem with traditional auscultation. What I am trying to explain today, or to show today, is what if this 200-year tool of medical diagnostics has received an upgrade by adding digitalization and AI capability. Traditional stethoscope or traditional stethoscope is actually a totally subjective art. because if we have two cardiologists or two medical experts in lung and heart disease, we may have different diagnoses due to their skill-dependent differences, due to the year of training. So also they can't exist everywhere. There is a global diagnostic gap for the lack of expert access, especially in remote area and low resources area. So what is the solution here? Solution: what if we could capture the expert knowledge and year of experience in a small digital device that can be used everywhere by anyone? This is done by converting the device from analog device into a digital device and adding the capability of AI classification. This could convert the subjective auscultation listening into objective and scalable, data-driven and edge-deployable process. How this can be beneficial? It can provide a real-time classification. Any nurse or medical worker can take the reading through the digital stethoscope, and it can augment the human medical expertise by providing a decision support or initial screening and decision for a medical doctor. Also, it can provide a remote monitoring for an expert in heart or lung disease in far area, and we can send the initial classification and the recorded data to the expert to take a final decision. Also, we can use it to bridge the gap between low resources area and cities or big cities. How this can be done? Actually, this system consists of three parts. The first one is hardware, which capture the raw sound data from the heart and lung. Then we can provide a pre-processing that cleans the signal and extracts the key feature needed to provide the classification. And finally, the AI engine, which analyzes the data and provides the final classification and recommendation, which can help the doctor to take the final decision. What about the hardware design? There are many designs, but they all share the same principle. We have the first starting point, which is the rubber chest piece, which is used to take the voice or the sound and funnel it, but instead of taking it to the ear of the medical doctor, it takes it to a very sensitive microphone or multiple microphones, which convert it into digital data. This data need to be amplified because it is a very faint sound, and converted using analog to digital conversion, and it can be purified from noise using bandpass, different type of bandpass filters. And actually the device has its core maybe a low power microcontroller like STM32 or a computer board like Raspberry Pi. This data can be actually be sent via communication protocol like Bluetooth or Wi-Fi to the AI inference system. It may be a tablet, it may be a mobile device, it may be a computer, it may be a remote unit on the cloud. These two figures here down is actual implementation of the digital smart AI enabled stethoscope, where the stethoscope is connected to a mobile or a tablet through cables or through Bluetooth or Wi-Fi to provide the recorded voice to the AI engine. How the AI engine takes the decision? It needs feature extraction for AI inference. These can be classified generally into two types: the engineered feature and the end-to-end feature learning using deep learning models. For the engineering feature auscultation signals, we need a domain expert to define or to teach us what is the main feature he is listening to. It can span many domains, like the signal in time domain with different features as the first column on the left, and or a frequency domain or a time frequency domain representation of the signals. The three figures down here is the most usable features in this domain. The first one is the signal recorded in time domain. The second one is the spectrogram of the signal, which show us the pitches and the frequency included in the signal. The third one is the MFC, and it is a type of spectrogram in milliscale. On the other hand, deep learning model provide now a way for end-to-end learning and feature extraction. which used to fully automate the feature extraction process and reduce the dependence of traditional domain engineered feature, and actually it can discover a hidden pattern in the data. Commonly used end-to-end model usually include either the raw data auscultation signal or spectrogram image or the pi spectrum or MFC signals. These are the most common types of machine learning model for cardiovascular and lung diseases. For classification, the convolution neural network, which usually need a 2D representation of the audio signal, either using the spectrogram or the MFC or the pi spectrum image. Also, the raw audio signal can be fed into a one-dimensional convolution neural network that can work on the one-dimension data. Also, the recurrent neural network RNN with many types like GORO and LSTM can work to define or to find feature in the time or the temporal dependency of the signal. Some models now is exploring hybrid CNN and LSTM model to combine the features from time domain and frequency domain together. Also, to have an edge deployable machine learning model for our AI scope, we need to search for a small AI model that can be deployed on the edge for a small device or a small microcontroller device. These are sample of the paper reported in our survey paper, and you can return back to the paper for more details related to this reference. But generally, they are targeting either the heart disease individually or the lung disease individually, but there are some work that combine the sound received from both lung and heart to detect different classes of problem in heart and lung diseases. What about the open challenges and problem with this type of devices? The first one is the data scarcity and the lack of diversity. Most of the available data set like Physionet or CIRCOR are limited in scale and demographic diversity in age, sex, and the body mass indexes, and there are different number of samples for each case of the sickness. So there may be a lot of class imbalance towards the normal conditions, which make most of the model bias toward the normal predictions. Also, the model usually face a problem with real world noise because most of the model are lab trained, and it degrades when we actually try these models in clinical setting with noises and different voices around the device. So many solutions have been explored to deal with this noise, like hardware solution with using dual microphone for active noise cancellation, or we need actually to deal with algorithmically also by training our model to generalize with different values of noise. We need to augment noisy data to try to find classification accuracy within the signal containing noise. Also, the computational efficiency for AGI, in order to make it accessible everywhere, we need to provide a small device with a small capability that can be with low cost and with low quality. So we need to provide a model that is lightweight and can be deployed in these small devices. There is a trade-off between the accuracy and the latency and the memory and power. The hardware heterogeneity also is a problem with these device models that are trained in one type of stethoscope or one type of mic. There are different stethoscope and different mic may fail to classify signal recorded from other type of devices, so we need some sort of cross device generalization. Privacy also is a problem here because the auscultation data is a protected health information, and telemedicine must comply with the privacy regulation. We need to use end-to-end description or provide an accurate on-device processing for the data in order to preserve the privacy of the people using the device, or use technique like federated learning where the data is not sent to a centralized hub and to be trained locally. Another important question, not related to the technology, it's related to regulation, liability and accountability. What if an AI miss the detection and lead to harm? Who is responsible here? It is a clinician, it is a developer, it is a manufacturer, it is a hospital. We need a clear regulation for using this device in hospitals. And finally, the multimodal learning. Most of the explored model through this survey are dealing with one type of feature or one type of signal, either the audio signal in its raw form or spectrogram or any different type of features. But there is a lack of systems that use different tracks, different type of inputs. What if we provide an AI model that classify using two branches, one for the spectrogram, for example, and one other to the time series data recorded by the stethoscope. In this slide, we show the problems we just explained in one of the publicly available dataset on Kaggle. This dataset contain 5 classes. The big one is the normal data with no problem in heart disease, and the other is different type of abnormal behavior in heart data. We can see that there is imbalance in this data and they need to be dealt with. We need to take a class weight according to the number of samples per classes. Also, we need to make some data augmentation because most of these datasets have a low number of datasets. For example, here we have less than 1,000 samples for the whole dataset. These datasets are prepared with feature using MFCC, which converts the audio signal into 2D representation in frequency domain, which is fed to different type of deep learning model. Here we tried 4 deep learning models. The first one is CNN, second one LSTM, the third one is PyLSTM, and finally the Goro. We tried different training technique, and as we can see for this data, according to this data set, we have accuracy. The best one was Goro, then CNN, then PyLSTM, and finally LSTM. And we can see that we reach 0.858 accuracy, which need improvement actually. With my students next semester, they will be in FYB2, the second stage of their project. They will deal with this dataset and try to improve the accuracy of the device. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bassem. Yes. Yes.
You said about the hardware. We now see mobile phones are used for blood pressure. We have good microphones. Cannot they be used to check
Yes, actually there are some trials here. If you see this one, in this device we use chest piece, and it funnels the audio into the microphone of the mobile device, and we can do some signal processing using the capability of the phones actually.
So thank you so much, Dr. Bassem. So we'll continue with the next presentation. We'll invite Dr. Hind. Let me double check. I think Dr. Hind will be presenting. Yes, indeed. So our guest from King Saud University, I invite Dr. Hind on the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My talk is about a score that I have developed during a short research program I have done. It is called Vision Alt Score, Large Scale Automated Quality Control Grading for Web Alt Text Attributes. This is Hind Al Khalifa from King Saud University College of Computer and Information Sciences. So we know that we have a problem with accessibility. We know that the World Wide Web, the WCAG, what we call World Accessibility Guidelines, they always struggle with websites that don't adhere to the WCAG guidelines itself, especially a success criteria 1.1.1, which actually focuses on the alt text. So we have a lot of websites with images without description. We usually, the visually impaired people usually face understanding the content of these websites, the content of these images, and basically the current tools, even so we have current tools that checks for accessibility, yet they don't provide recommendations. Based on this accessibility gap, we have a trade-off between syntactic versus semantic evaluation. What we usually have in our traditional auditors like Access Core, Lighthouse, whatsoever these tools, basically they are focusing on the syntactic structure of the website, the accessibility part of it. They don't focus on the semantic part. Also, they don't consider the user needs, especially the people with disabilities, with blindness, basically. So does this text that actually accompanies an image, describes this image actually, or basically write something about it? Also, we have now, currently, we are in the era of generative AI. From the large language models, we have not only textual language models, we have also visual language models like the CLIP language model. So we need some kind of alignment between the images and the text that describe them. So let me introduce now the Vision Alt Score. It's a very simplistic, lightweight score that basically measures the alignment between the image and the description that accompanies that image. So we know that we need to do it, and we need to do it automatically. We cannot have a person that actually for each image that evaluates the description itself. So using the VLMs that we are now, we have a lot of open source VLMs. Also, we don't need a reference or a gold standard, as we said. We don't need to have a golden caption to compare against. Also, we can use this kind of measurements to basically see how aligned, and we can do it scalability by doing at a large scale. We can do this kind of auditing using this kind of tool that I have developed. So this is the formula. It's very simple. It's a formula. It consists of the following. It consists of a fraction. It's 0.58. I will describe why did I choose this weight itself. Multiplied by the similarity between the image and the text that will be extracted from the data set. And we add like a fraction just to penalize if the description of the image itself contains some specific keywords, and it will be multiplied by 0.15. So we have the semantic part, which is the clip part, and we have the heuristic part, which is the second part of the formula itself. So let's decompose these parts one by one. So the core engine that we have is the semantic part, which is the clip part. It basically, as I said before, it uses a visual language model where it actually takes the text description of the image and the image itself. It actually compares the cosine similarity between the description and the image and the embedding space, because this visual language model is already trained on millions and millions of images. The model itself, I used the open source clip, OpenWeight's clip model, the line 2B checkpoint, because they don't have very high computational resources, so I used that version of the model. So I used the embeddings of the description and the embeddings of the image, and check the similarity, the exact similarity between the two. Then we have the CLIP score from this part of the equation. The second part of the equation is the heuristic rules, basically. So it will penalize if we have alt text description for an image, like a photo, logo. These are meaningless, basically. So it basically detects such a thing. Also, the length of the description itself. We aim for something between 10 and 20. If it is too short or it is too long, maybe it is a boilerplate, or I don't know. So we are trying to minimize that. And we diminish what we call diminishing returns, where if we have more than 20 words to describe the image itself, we will basically try to penalize based on that. So given these heuristics, now why the rule of 85 and 15? The data set I have actually, I will be talking about the data set itself. The images that I have experimented with, I have done it through via different splits. I tried once 50 for the heuristic and the clip. Then I tried also other numbers like 90, 10% for the heuristic and the clip. What worked for me in terms of correlation was that 85-15 that shows that there is a good correlation between the length and the image itself, and the correlation between the text and the embedding of the image itself. So I chose these numbers after multiple iterations. So let me talk about the data set. From where did I get the huge data set? There is a data set, as I said, that is called Lion. It is about 400 million images with their descriptions. It was crawled, I think it is 2 years ago, but it is still valid. Since I don't have the computing power, I minimized, I took a stratified data set, only small data set, about 80K, because I'm working on Colab, the web-based cloud computing. So I took stratified sample 80K from the data set itself, and went through all the image and the descriptions just to compute the vision alt equation. So what is the findings? Based on this small pilot experiment, I found that only similarity by the vision language model is not enough, because we know that the vision language model, it tries to align between the text, the alt text, and the image itself. However, when I tried the vision alt score, as you can see from the image itself, the distribution started to split out. It means that we are reweighting the text description of the images that we have. Also, in terms of the types of websites we have in the data set, the data set itself was scraped from different websites, like social networks, like photo sharing, online market, and whatsoever. The most friendly, user-friendly or alt-friendly images that the data set contains were in the social network websites. Photo sharing also were in the second place, and we have online market, and finally the blogs and CMCs. And this describes the behavior of people who are aware of the importance of alt text. So from these insights, what action can we do? So how can we use these findings to build a more accessible web at scale? This is the important keyword. It is at scale. We cannot do it individually. We need it at scale. So we can basically integrate such a score into, let's say, content management systems, maybe building tools, whatsoever, and try to help the designers themselves to choose the best alt text for the description of the images. Another recommendation basically is to guide basically the authors toward a more precise description and make the description itself more rich, to penalize if it is less than 5 words or more than 25 words maybe, and to basically provide prompts. Now we are using LLMs for building websites, and to provide prompts for building appropriate descriptions for the images we have. So what is the road ahead? We currently have a limitation. This basically is as a pilot study that I have done. I know it has limitations, like what I have done is a proxy for true HTML attributes. Also, I can say that what is missing from my evaluation is the human part. I didn't actually get the results of my ALT score and asked some like visually impaired people to evaluate whether it is correct or not correct, which is my future work will basically do such a thing. So we need, as a future work, to calibrate the scores themselves against tasks for like screen readers or whatsoever. We need to also to analyze true DOM. You know that HTML is basically in the background. It is built as a tree. It is called DOM. So we need basically to check the alignment of the DOM with the images themselves. Also, we can, as I said before, we integrate the Vision Alt score. Even if it is so simple, but we can, if we validate it more, we can integrate it into CI/CD pipelines for building websites. Hopefully I didn't take much of your time. It was a short talk.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have questions, so I'll get you the mic. For some reason, I don't know. Okay.
Thank you very much. Does it work?
I have a new model. Thank you. We'll try different.
Thank you very much, Professor and Khalifa, for this excellent presentation and significant contribution. My question, because what you propose is very important and very efficient. And I think in W3C WCAG, as you mentioned, I think just they verify the existence of the art. And now you go forward a more efficient step. And it's not enough to have the art. And sometimes we find in many web content the same art for many fields. And this is a big problem for blind people who use screen readers. My question, did you contact W3C to maybe improve the guidelines and the next version of WCAG? Maybe they can include this recommendation, or maybe also they have, you know, W3C, they have also their analyzers. Yeah. Maybe they can use, maybe to include a new recommendation, or in their analyzer of the conformity of web content and websites to WCAG. This is very important, and I'd like to thank you again for this very significant contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad. This is very important, actually, point. I'm in the process of contacting WCAG, but I need to validate more if this approach is basically scientifically sound. So this, what I have shown now is a piloting of the tool itself. But once it is mature enough, definitely I will contact WCAG.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, may I ask? Yeah. Thank you, Professor Hind, for this presentation. Actually, I have two questions. The first one, are you working in Arabic or English?
This is a limitation. It is in English, but I know what applies for English can be localized to Arabic, inshallah.
Yeah, okay. And other questions regarding the heuristic. What is the reason of using heuristic, and how do you apply this, the heuristic function?
The heuristic was to penalize, basically, the people or the designers who are using only the alt text only, as a dummy file or boil spoil-platers, like they put photo only or something like that, just to, when you use automated tools, it will say check that you have passed the accessibility guidelines. So to penalize them, these kind of words are not allowed. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So no more questions. Appreciate it. So we had excellent presentations. We go to the fourth presenter. So the fourth presenter will present online, and also she's available on Zoom to answer any questions. So let's start with the record.
Hello everyone. My name is Umnay Nabil, and today I will represent our work empowering silent voices adaptive EEG to text systems. This project is a collaboration between Aegis and our co-authors. Our main goal is to transform non-invasive EEG signals into natural language. Goes from EEG through a brain module into BART, then GPT-4, and finally produces readable text. In this presentation, I will first explain the communication problem faced by people with severe speech impairment. Then I will briefly review previous EEG to text works and its limitation. After that, I will introduce our proposed architecture, describe the Zurich datasets and our methodology, explain two training stages, and finally present our results and conclusion. Many patients with ALS, locked-in syndrome, traumatic brain injury, or stroke lose the ability to speak even though their thoughts are still clear. This situation creates strong communication barriers, leading to emotional isolation, frustration, and loss of independence. Our goal is to restore a reliable communication channel by decoding language directly from brain signals, so that these individuals can express themselves again. Previous BCI research has used fMRI, invasive recording, and non-invasive EEG combined with pre-trained language models such as BERT, BART, and GPT. However, most existing EEG to text systems rely on closed vocabularies, so they can't flexibly produce new or unexpected words. They also struggle with inter-subject variability, often focus more on syntactic correctness than semantic meaning, and find it difficult to integrate noisy, high-frequency EEG into modern NLP architectures. These gaps motivate our work toward an open vocabulary, subject adaptive, and more practical EEG to text framework. In this work, we propose an open vocabulary EEG to text system that is not limited to a fixed list of words. We design a subject adaptive brain module built with two-stack bidirectional and transformer encoder and an MLB that learned to map EEG into BART's 1024 dimensional embedding system. On top of that, we introduce a GPT-4 reinforcement stage that improves fluency and readability. And overall, the architecture achieves better Blue, Rouge, and BERT score results than previous approaches. For training and evaluation, we use Zurich Cognitive Language Processing Corpus. We use both version 1 and version 2, which combine EEG and eye tracking during natural reading. Together, they include 30 participants and capture natural reading behavior. The datasets cover two main reading paradigms, normal reading and task-specific reading. In our research, we will use normal reading, which subject just read comprehension, sometimes followed by a content question. The EEG signals are recorded using 105 scalp electrodes, selected from 128 channels, geodesic system. At the time, eye tracking is captured with eye-link 1000 system, providing the XY gaze position for each fixation. Both EEG and eye tracking recordings are sampled at 500 Hz, which allow us to align each word's fixation with its corresponding EEG segment. So the dataset gives us word-level brain signals during natural reading. On the language side, we process the text using BART's byte-pair encoding tokenizer. We reconstruct sentences using only the words that have EEG data and then tokenize them into subword units, adding special tokens like POS and EOS that shows the start and the end of the sentence and creating token ID and attention masks. All sentences are padded or truncated into 56 tokens. which defines a fixed length text embedding space that our EEG-based representation must imitate. When a subject reads a sentence, each word is associated with a variable EEG time series with 104 channels. After removing one channel that is always containing zeros, we keep these signals in their raw form because raw EEG still contains tiny patterns and details that might be lost during heavy pre-processing. For each sentence, we convert each word's EEG segment into a tensor, group all words together, and value the sequence to 56 word positions. And the extra positions are filled with small dummy tensors, resulting in a fixed tensor of shape 56 times the time steps for each word times 104. That serves as the raw brain embedding for the sentence, so the brain module can handle variable length signals and align them later with the BART token embedding. The brain module takes the raw brain embedding for each word and passes them through two stacked bidirectional GRU layers to capture the temporal dependencies efficiently. These layers read the EEG forward and backward in time and keep the final hidden state as a single 1024-dimensional vector per word. Across a sentence, this gives up to 56 such vectors, one per word position, forming a 56 times 1024 representation of the sentence EEG activity. Next, a 1D convolution with 64 filters creates 64 different views of each word brain activity, and the subject-specific 64 times 1 matrix reweights and collapses these views back into one personalized 1024 dimensional vector per word. We then add positional information, feed the sequence into a multiple layer transformer encoder, and use self-attention to model global relationships between all words so that each EEG embedding is interpreted in the context of the full sentence. Finally, multi-layer perceptron maps this EEG-based vector into BART's 1024-dimensional embedding space, and in the first training stage we minimize the mean square error between these outputs and the frozen BART token embedding, so that in the next stage the resulting latent brain embedding can be passed directly to the BART encoder as an input embedding, letting the language module treat brain activity as if it were standard text input. This slide shows that even when two subjects read the same sentence, their EEG patterns can look quite different in terms of activation strengths and dynamics across the channels and frequency bands. Visualizations such as heat maps clearly show the intensity and distribution of the brain responses vary from person to person to the same text. This motivates our use of subject adaptive components in the brain module. At the second stage, we freeze the brain module and use its 1024-dimensional latent brain embedding as input embedding to a pre-trained BART encoder instead of the usual token embeddings. The BART encoder combines these embeddings with positional encoding to encode word order and applies self-attention to transform independent brain embedding into encoder hidden states over the sentence, where each vector represents what a word means in the whole sentence given the EEG activity. On the decoder side, the BART decoder is trained to generate the target sentence. At each step, it receives the encoder hidden states, which contain information from EEG and previously generated tokens. The decoder then performs cross-attention over the encoder states, asking at every step which EEG-informed position are most relevant for choosing the next word. The resulting decoder hidden states are passed through a feed-forward layer and a vocabulary projection with softmax to obtain a probability distribution over the next token. During training, a token-level cross-entropy loss between these predicted distributions and the ground truth sentences is minimized, updating BART while keeping the brain module frozen. This loop continues until an end of the sentence token is produced, giving us a final text sentence that best matches the input brain activity. Although BART already produces meaningful sentences, its outputs can contain repetition, minor grammatical errors, or slightly awkward phrasing, To fix this, we passed the BART-generated sentences to GPT-4 with a simple prompt asking it to improve the fluency and the grammar while preserving the original meaning that makes the decoded message sound natural and human-like. Here we will find an example for the target sentence and 4 generated sentences using 4 language models: BART with GPT-4, Text Transfer Transformer, T5, and ProfitNet. We evaluate our models using 3 metrics. Blue calculates how many anagrams in the predicted sentence exactly match those in the target sentence and prioritizes precision. Rouge measures how many important phrases from the target sentence are captured in the predicted sentence, focusing more on the recall than precision. Red score measures semantic similarity between the predicted and target sentences. It checks whether the generated text conveys the same meaning as the original, taking both precision and recall into account. Across these metrics, BART achieves stronger blue and rouge scores than T5 and ProfitNet, indicating better word choice and content coverage. When we add GPT-4 refinement, the combined BART with GPT-4 system achieves the highest BERT score. Means that GPT-4 preserves semantic meaning while also producing fluent language, whereas T5 and ProfitNet tend to lose details or important content. T5 scores lowest on BERT score because its generations tend to simplify or drop details, and ProfitNet has the weakest blue since its future anagram prediction emphasizes long-term coherence rather than exact word overlap. Overall, these results show that integrating powerful pre-trained language models with EEG signals is promising for brain-to-text interfaces, but performance still depends on accurate EEG alignment, high-quality data, and sufficient computational resources. In conclusion, we present an open vocabulary subject adaptive EEG to text framework that works in 2 main stages. First, brain module learn to map EEG into latent embedding aligned with BART's 1024 dimensional token space, and second, BART uses these embeddings to generate sentences which are then refined by GPT-4 for better fluency and clarity. This architecture addresses inter-subject variability, maintains semantic meaning, and produces coherent text from non-invasive EEG. In the future, we aim to move toward real-time assistive communication, support multiple languages, and explore deployment in real clinical or everyday settings to truly empower silent voices. Now we reach the end of our presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Omnia. I think Omnia is online for questions, but I think we have also Dr. Bassem as a co-author, so if there are no questions, please feel free to communicate with Dr. Bassem. And we can proceed with our last presentation of the session. For our participants who just attended, this is the end of the session. We'll have our last presentation. So the next presentation, or the last presentation of the session, is presented by 3 students from KCST for their final year project. So I invite Farah, Noor, and Haneen to join the stage for their presentation on Speak Smart, which is a smart reading and comprehension aid for dyslexia learners.
Hello everybody, thank you for giving us this opportunity. We will now present the concept that we had. We would like to answer any questions toward the end of the session. So here we're going to talk about Speak Smart, which was our final project. What motivates us to do this project? I was talking to some of my friends who had learning disability due to difficulty in reading or dyslexia. Dyslexia is regarded as one of the common learning disabilities which affect about 5 to 10% of the world population. People with dyslexia often have problems with maintaining reading fluency accuracy, and it is difficult for them to understand concepts. Many students struggle in their studies and have emotional issues and some isolation. To improve education assistive, technologies have emerged as powerful tools for creating more accessible learning environment. Many of the assistive solutions used to access dyslexia students need teacher support or costly software that are not widely available. It is equally important to empower students to decide on their learning strategies and help them in reinforcing learning. In understanding some lived experience, we feel sorry for our friend with learning dyslexia problem, and so we wanted a project that allows students to access learning materials through clear audio playback, reducing reading difficulty, support comprehension through simple follow-up questions, let students learn on their own by allowing easy replay and review of content. Affordability was important for us, affordable for schools and families. We reviewed the existing research. There were many prototypes for build individuals. However, it was not specifically for dyslexia students, and the importance of reinforced learning and the replay option for supporting paced learning was not addressed. Speak Smart, an affordable smart reading system built on a Raspberry Pi 5 with 5-inch touchscreen interface that allows students with dyslexia to start, replay, and interact with the text effortlessly. The proposed solution stands out in the following ways. It allows students to experience self-direct learning by adjusting their pace. It offers an interactive learning experience by including post ChatGPT to reinforce comprehension. It is user-friendly and designed to promote independent use by children, teachers, and parents. Thank you, and now Hanin will continue.
Thank you, Farah. Okay, this is our prototype. You can see the top view and the front view. I will now briefly explain the system architecture. The system was built on Raspberry Pi 5. It acts as central processing unit, manage OCR, TTS, and GUI. We use a 5 megapixel camera to capture sharp images of printed materials. The 5-inch touchscreen display allows user begin the action and interact with the system, and answering as a question and getting feedback. We use a USB speaker or audio jack and helps to output audio clearly in various settings, and then a power supply of 5 volts and 5 ampere for in-stop use. There are 4 buttons for the user to interact with the system: start, read, repeat, and OK. For the assessment part, after the text is read, the system asks the user to multiple choice question on screen. User answer are evaluated and score is displayed. Here is the system software stack that powers our smart reading system. First, the device runs on Raspberry Pi OS, which provides a lightweight and stable environment for our application. For text extraction, we use OpenAI's vision-based OCR. This allows the system to convert captured image into readable text with high accuracy. Finally, the extracted text is passed to our text-to-speech library, which converts the text into natural-sounding audio directly on the device. This ensures the reading output is immediate and doesn't require any cloud processing. Together, this components Raspberry Pi OS, vision-based OCR, and local TTS from the core software architecture that enables the system to function both reliably and efficiently. For the user interface, we use Python Flask. Flask runs completely offline on the Raspberry Pi. It shows the buttons on the touch screen, like start, read, repeat, and OK. The interface works just like a small website, but is not on the internet. It is only inside the Raspberry Pi. If connected to the internet, the system can send the text ChatGPT to make summarize or MCQ. This online part is optional. The main interface with Flask always works offline. And now we will complete with Noor.
Thank you, Hanin. Testing and validation. To ensure functional reliability and usability, the system was tested with printed educational content commonly used in middle school setting. The system was tested for the following: OCR accuracy rate, TTS intelligibility score rated by user success rate in navigating the UI independently, response correctness in post-reading questions. Feedback was collected from a small group of students and educators to evaluate the TTS clarity, responsiveness, and learning effectiveness of the system. And now I will discuss the results we have. The performance matrix graph shown in figure 5 illustrates the overall effectiveness of the smart reading system across 3 key indicators: OCR accuracy, user satisfaction, and TTS clarity. OCR accuracy achieved approximately 91%, as you see in graph, demonstrating reliable text recognition for printed material. TTS clarity reached 88%. User satisfaction reached 85%. The response time graph illustrates the duration of each measured processing stage in the system. Image capture requires about 1 second. OCR processing takes approximately 3 seconds. The TTS engine takes 0.5 seconds to begin reading the extracted text. The system improves, so to conclude, the system improves independent learning, self-guided engagement, and access to learning material and comprehension questions, helping bridge both the home and school learning environment. It can be used in both school and home. Unlike other reading aids, Speak Smart allows comprehension questions and instant feedback to students, which reinforces learning. We have not tested with dyslexic students because we have to get ethical approval before we include them, which will be done in future. To validate the pedagogical approach with focus group dyslexic students, we need to improve the system performance on core engineering material and mathematical equations. We have to try the system to use handwritten samples. We are planning to implement voice activated control as one of the many system features. And this is our references. Thank you for patiently listening to us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's indeed a great presentation by the students. They work with Dr. Adipa. So, any questions for the students? Yeah, we have Professor Murugapan question.
How many subjects you have used for this experiment?
We tried 4 students and 2 teachers, and 12 papers.
12?
Yeah, 12 papers.
2 students only.
institution.
So why the user satisfaction is very low?
Because we don't find a lot of dyslexia students to try it and make sure if they good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have many friends that have children with hidden problems, such as dyslexia. How can we help them through communicating with you? Is that possible?
For now, not.
They can be volunteers for your experiments.
It's an important project, but for now, not, because we are students. We don't have a lot of to do the many of the similar projects.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Ra, for that question. We would very much like to have them on board with us. In fact, this is one of the problems that we faced, because it's not easy to actually have an interview with the dyslexic students. We need to get the ethical approval. So this is still a work in progress, and we would just love to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Definitely.
So we'll proceed with providing the certificate. Please, I ask if all the presenter, Dr. Hind, Dr. Bassem, to join the stage to get certificate, and then make an important announcement. Just Professor Khalid, please, if you can join us on stage to finalize this section, and then we have an important announcement to make. Dr. Bassem, go with Dr. Hind. No, Dr. Bassem is yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Hind. You can go, and then she will take. Yeah, we have Farah, please. So thank you so much for attending the first part of today. We'll have another afternoon session that will start at 2 p.m. So please, at 2:15 actually. And we have an important announcement with an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, that will be signed between KCST and KSH, Kuwait Society of...
I was trying to announce that. Thank you all. Thank you for joining the session. As we proceed to the launch, we are signing an MOU with the Kuwait Society for the Handicaps for enhancing the collaboration started. We have here Mr. Bara Jina'i representing the society. We are very grateful for their support, for working with us on many of the initiatives. So, Sharfuna, please come with us. It will be at the place where the lunch will be, so we will not stop you from the food. And I know it's time for the food. Thank you very much, and well done. Thank you.
Yeah, please. Please come back to this same room at 2:15. We have only one technical session, so it will be short and very interesting. So please come again for 2:15, please. Thank you.
those results to implement the design of RecMOOC for All and Accessibility First MOOC aggregator. So our objective is to translate empirical evidence to system-level solutions that improve accessibility and equity in online learning environments. As you know, MOOCs continue to spread globally with more than 220 million MOOC learners worldwide. However, completion rates remain low with around 12%, and accessibility features remain uneven and opaque. So learners with disability or simply need caption or readable interface face compound challenges. Our research responds to this gap and investigate what learner exactly needs to navigate MOOCs successfully. So where the gap occurs? The major findings from prior research informed that MOOC accessibility challenges are arise before the learning begins, during the course discovery stage, and accessibility and platforms didn't or don't display accessibility metadata clearly. This forced learners to enroll first and leave MOOCs when they discover its accessibility limitation. So learner also the non-existing of aggregator that prioritize and include accessibility in its search or its ranking logic. All these findings motivated our research and motivate both our research and the implementation of and the functional architecture of our MOOC, recommender MOOC. So our survey is organized on 5 research questions. We can categorize them into 3 major accesses. Learner accessibility needs, second, the aggregator preferences, and ethical perception of EI. We conducted a cross-sectional online survey based on 6 modules covering demographics, information, MOOC experience, accessibility, inclusivity, aggregator preferences, and EI and ethics. We apply skip logic. We apply skip logic. Therefore, item level ranking from 287 to 500 to 7. Also, this instruments are conducted and informed by UDL guideline, which means Universal Design Learning Guideline, also with TAM, the Technology Adoption Model, and prior research on digital accessibility. As shown, our methodology pipeline, we start by design, then consent, data collection, cleaning, coding, analysis, then interpretation. The conclusion and the results of this study are translated into RecMOOC for All requirements and inform the functional architecture of our RecMOOC aggregator. Sorry. ethical aspect and data privacy are included throughout the whole process. So the major point in our study is that is not only descriptive, its conclusion informed the design of RecMOOC for All, as I said before, is an accessibility first aggregator. For the result of our study, starting by demographic information, the majority of participation are 25 and 40, between 25 and 44 years old. 60% are women, 80% from Tunisia, and 62% held an advanced degree education. Also, 90% have reliable internet. There are 35% which self-identified an accessibility or limitation, which permit to making subgroups and compared some results between a learner with disability and all learners. So, for the research question number 1, what help learner in MOOCs? 60% are confirmed that structured and organized content is the main important feature which engage them and make them more motivated during the learning journey. 47% they confirm content quality and pedagogical relevance as the main feature. 45 for flexibility of the content and easy navigation. 24 for each interaction and feedback. These results highlight that clarity and structure act as accessibility enabler, especially for learners who rely on predictable organization. Sorry. Continuing on research question number 1 and the master question feature are global. The first one is closed captioning with 57%, mobile-friendly interface, which make the navigation experience more equity and easy. Then 33% for readable and plain language content. This functional suit for learner with cognitive disability or simply those which speak foreign language, etc. And finally, we can find transcript with 30%. This request reinforces core WCAG recommendation and reflects the need across sensory, cognitive, and device-related accessibility. In which concern barriers to access and persistent, we can find difficulty finding accessibility course, as I said before. Even the findings from prior research are informed that accessibility challenges arise before the learning begin during the course discovery stage. Then we can find the problems completing courses to certificate. Related to the third one, difficulty completing assignment. In major case, assignment and evaluation quiz or question are inaccessible and don't respect WCAG guidelines. We can find also additional issues like time, cost, navigation, and platform access. Concerning research question number 3, related to preferences for an aggregator. So what should an accessibility-aware aggregator provide? We can find 65% which prioritize filter for caption, transcript, keyboard operability, and 40% that prioritize ability to filter by difficulty level and the provider or subject. 50% choose ranking that balance accessibility issue and pedagogical relevance. 45 participants are selected short and transparent explanation of ranking. Concerning our research question number 4, attitude toward EI sensor, the research question is how do learners view EI-driven support, and also the EI ethics perception of the ethical perception of EI. Sorry. 55% feel comfortable with privacy respecting of EI features. 30% feel comfortable for the sensor-based support, eyes, gaze tracking, and emotion detection. We find 70% strong demand for explicit consent, which make learner more confident and relaxed with the use, and when use his collected data and how it can be safeguarded for which time, etc. Widespread concern about privacy and biases. It's take 80% from the participant view, so it's an important concern for him. This suggests that adaptive technology should be optional, transparent, and grounded in user control. Only about 1/3 report awareness, which means those aware tend to rate accessibility as more important, report higher satisfaction with MOOC experience, and the need for plain language explanation and visible badges. We can conclude that accessibility literacy is very important and indicate the importance of making standard visible, understandable, and integrated into course description, ideally through clear badge, scorecard to describe the accessibility features, and tooltip. To recapitulate our findings, we find 4 main points. The discovery stage is the critical accessibility bottleneck. Learners value structure, caption, readability, and mobile-first design. Accessibility information must be filterable and explainable. Also, EI-based support should be optional and privacy protecting. How we implement all these findings in our RecMOOC for All solution? We suggest to treat accessibility as a first-order design objective in search and discovery. Collect and maintain reliable accessibility descriptor at course level. Make accessibility visible via metadata and filtering badge, as I said, the score cards, and summarize. Provide short human reaction. A human readable explanation of how courses are recommended. Sorry. Provide short human readable explanation for how courses are recommended. Sorry for the repetition. Embed privacy, consent, and governance in any adaptive or EI driven feature. So, RecMOOC for All, our accessibility first aggregator, operationalize this funding through multi-provider ingestion into a unified catalog, normalization of accessibility metadata, multi-objective ranking combining accessibility fit and pedagogical relevance, accessibility-aware retrieval using filter, badges, and short rationale to explain why we recommend each course and not another, optional personalization activated only through explicit consent. To conclude, substantial accessibility and discoverability gaps persistent in MOOCs. Learners articulate clear accessibility preferences. The discovery phase is a key intervention point, and RecMOOC for All offer a system-level evidence-based response. So we concretize our first objective, declaring in the previous speech that we aim to translate the empirical evidence to a system-level solution that improve the equity of online learning environment. And thank you for your attention.
All right, thanks a lot, Dr. Maraihi. Any questions? Any questions for Dr. Maraihi? No? Okay. I actually have a question about you must have mentioned it, but I think I must have missed it, about the sample data. So your results were based on how many participants? Yeah.
Our research is a cross-sectional online survey.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how many persons they
participant?
Yeah.
We, as I said, we applied escape logic. So our answers go from or ranked from 287 to 527 responses.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
You are welcome.
Any questions? All right, thanks so much.
You are
Thank
welcome.
All right, so our next speaker is Dr. Kabi. So Dr. Kabi will be talking about adaptive gamifications and ontological modeling for optimizing retention and personalized mocks. All right.
Hello everyone, my name is Kauthar Kabi. I am a PhD student in computer science. I am so excited to present my paper research in ICTA 2025 in Kuwait. So my paper research titled Adaptive Gamification and Ontological Modeling for Optimization Retention in Personalized MOOCs. With co-authors it was co-authored with Professor Mohammed Jimni and Dr. Fath Selmi. Next, we will provide an overview of the case section of this paper. We begin with introduction, followed by addressed challenges. Next, we present proposed solution, and it was implementation. Next, the experiment reports the key result. This paper concluded by remarks, then the future work. So we begin with introduction. So massive open online courses or MOOC have truly transformed the way education in the world. Have revolution access to education by offering flexible large scales with learning opportunities. However, they still suffer from low engagement and retention rate, and a major contributing challenge is the lack of personalization and gamification. So we need a personalized and gamified framework for improve learning outcomes. So even through gamification elements such as badges, font, leaderboards. One-size-fits-all design will address to diverse needs and behavior of learning. So there is need for adaptive and personalized gamification strategy that sustains learning motivation and improve courses compilation. So MOOC have grown a popularity 168 million students enrolled courses from 7,500 institutions on platforms such as Coursera and edX. So this aim MOOC more accessible and more effective. Despite these advantages, so MOOC face major significant challenges. So, firstly, the law of engagement in which learning enrolled courses but not actively participating. So 90% of enrolled learning and disengaged or drop out early. Also, the learner diversity in which MOOC participants are highly diverse in background, motivation, and learning style, making it difficult to design one-size-fits-all learning experience. We have low retention rate of around 10%, so a large number of students fail to complete these courses they started. Now the contribution. So our objective in this paper is improving the learning strategy in the MOOC by improving by increase motivation of learning, and addressing this challenge is crucial. The success MOOC. So this strategy that can enhance its engagement and retention can lead to better. So learning outcomes and higher completion rate. So we focus on this study focus on tackling this challenge by exploring personalizing learning and gamification technique. So we believe that these approaches can make MOOCs more engaging and effective for a diverse range of learning. Next, figure 1 represents the model of our work for personalizing and gamified framework based on ontology. It's divided on 4 principal steps, in which firstly we collect the traces and the parameter personalization of their students. Then we integrate the game element gamification such as points, leaderboards, badges. Then third, we applicate the means clustering for groupment their learning according their parameter of personalization. Finally, apply the ontology to map them. For more understand for these steps, firstly, in which learn parameter identification and classification. So we collect data, learning data, assessment, digital traces, preference style, prior knowledge and traits. So for classify this learning into profile, visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and identify motivation, engagement indicator for personalization. Second, so integration, this element gamification add badges, points, badges, leaderboards, and level toward and motivated learning. So this is to align gamified element with learning profile to boost motivation and engagement. Finally, third, learning group, in which use means clustering to group learning by similar behavior and engagement patterns. Finally, ontology-based personalization, in which develop an ontology to make learning clustering and appropriate content, activity, and gamified element for adaptive learning outcomes. So the question we can is why ontology? Because ontology is a track learning progress and identify knowledge gaps, providing a standardized structure that supports personalized learning recommendation and collaboration among educator, student, and tools. Also, ontology supports the integration of various educational resources and systems, ensuring that the different platforms communicate and share information effectively. So this next the implementation in which Figure 2 presents the quizzes of integration. This quizzes by including learning style, extra inter-aware or personality like extra inter-aware or learning style. As, after completing quizzes, students receive on-screen messages displaying their results, providing insight their learning preference, and helping personalize their educational experience. So, as shown in Figure 3, proposed platform ontology, in which proposed the profile submodel in which stores static learning details, name, email, and the learning submodel including knowledge submodel in which manage domain knowledge, objectives, and assessment, and attitude submodel in which captured preference, learning style, and emotional status. Then the model information submodel. So describe the model type, its attributes, and representation. Next, Figure 4 is the clustering student. So we visualize the final result of this process. So visualization of this clustering confirms that learning with similar traits are grouped together, allowing for effective personalization. So personalized learning strategy informed by ontological data resulted in measurable improvement in motivation, engagement, and success rates. Next experiment. So we prepared 3 experiments, but I focus on experiment 1, in which tested the effectiveness and gamified personalized MOOC. So using clustering adaptation. So a quasi-experimental design with 96 students divided on control group and experimental groups. Instrument the included pre and post test and the TAM technology access model and the questionnaire for index of learning style, which both all completed same courses content. So the experiment group used the level up, integrating gamified and adaptive elements. So the data were collected via test, survey, and system logs. So this static test, we used the t-test assessed learning gains and crunch alpha for 0.8 confirmed reliability. So this result showed the significant improvement in motivation and post-test performance. So this experiment is to evaluate the impact personalization, gamification, on learners' information, motivation, and the acceptance. Finally, the conclusion. So this paper showed that combination between gamification, personalization, based on ontology significantly can improve learning in MOOCs. So the system adapts to each learning progress, preference, and learning style, while learning classification enables target content delivery that enhance engagement and outcomes. So we future work is focusing on by integrating deep learning models called for improve real-time prediction of learning behavior and enable more precise adaptive gamification. And thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Dr. Kabi. Any questions for Dr. Kabi? All right, I have one question. When you mention gamification, so what exactly is it like? Are you doing some interactive theme for the learners, or is it some sort of game?
No,
Yeah.
no. Gamification is integration the game element such as points, leaderboards, and badges, but in game environment. And so, of course, is integrated in when learning read the courses, so we can get more points when complete their one lessons.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so our third speaker is Dr. Gitat. So Dr. Gitat will be giving a talk on generative AI supported personal life learning environment.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be present with you in ICTA 25 to present my contribution titled Generative AI Supported Personal Learning Environment. This work is done with collaboration with Dr. Ramzi Farhat and Ms. Sirin Qarwi and Umayma Belfaqih. I will start with the context and motivation which concerned the personal learning environment, abbreviated as PLE, so that next I present an overview on the PLE concept. After I present our assistant approach, which is an assistant that allows the learner to build his own curriculum in PLE context, and lifelong learning context. Our assistant approach has undergone two updates. The first enhancement by incorporating machine learning, and the second enhancement is our assistant is based on generative AI. In the conclusion, we present a table which compare the different approaches, and I will finish with two perspectives. Let's go then. Facing the emergency of AI technology and the proliferation and diversification of learning tools, educational institute has diversified their learning logistics in order to improve learner performance and learning effectiveness. Improvement requires the use of advanced educational and technological environment and devices to be competitive, such as learning environments which are usually in continuous evolution, starting with tutorial until today the smart learning environments. One of aspects of the learning environments is the personalization, which plays an important role to improve learner performance and learning effectiveness. Such learning environments is named personalized learning environment, which generally based on LMSs like Moodle, Blackboard, and so on. However, limitation appeared in such environment that concerns the institutional constraints, training features, support and imposed tools, institution resources, and limit choice and variety for learners. Two questions are raised. The first, can the learner have autonomy before and during the use of the learning environment? Can the learner become independent of educational authorities' resource learning tools? The solution is to go to another comfort level in learning by using personal learning environment, which is an ideal framework for lifelong learning. I recall that lifelong learning is cited as a recommendation in Sustainable Development Goals. But when you use the PLE, you must ensure that will be efficiency. So, two questions are raised. Did the learner choose the right training, the right curriculum, the right resources? Was he able to initially set his learning objective? This is a subject of our assistant approach. But before, we must present an overview of the PLE concept. At the first, we must remove the difference between personal learning environment and personalized learning environment. Many persons confuse the PLE and the personalized learning environment. I will present an example for house. You can personalize a ready-made house on living in by changing the color of rooms, turning a living room into bedroom, and so on. But the principal constraint is never touch the structure of the home. A personal house is specified according to needs, house plan design, and tailor-made house. The characteristics, the PLE is learner-centered learning and offer the independence of instances and resources, and allows the learner to be autonomous in learning, and it is an ideal framework for lifelong learning. However, it's no conscious on terminology, few methods and approach talking about PLE and heterogeneity of web tools. The definition, even no conscious on the PLE definition. By revising many publications and studies, we have found different point of view of author and researcher when defining PLE. Some of them is oriented pedagogical and some other in technological. We have do an effort to extract the principal element that must exist in definition, and we present our own definition, which says that PLE is a learner-centered approach based on web technology and allowing support, control, and appropriation of learning independently of technical and institutional constraints. Some indicators of the use of PLEs: percentage of establishment using PLEs is growing from 35% in 2017 to 85% in 2024. The percent of adults using PLEs for lifelong learning is growing from 40% in 2017 to 17% in 2024. Now we pass on our approach. The main goal of our assistant approach is to allow the learner to build his own effective PLE. So, to build such a PLE, we must choose the right learning tools, the good learning objective, the appropriate curriculum, and the learning resources. This task generally is the role of a teacher. We have pedagogical experience. The question, is the learner able to do this choice? The question, no, because so our assistants will guide this learner to do different choices effectively. Our approach is based on three components. How the first is to identify a personal learning objective. The second is to build a personal curriculum, and the third to find the learning appropriate activity or resources attached to the personal curriculum. Our architecture, we see the architecture based on three components: the learning objective formulation assistance, needs, concept ontology, Bloom taxonomy, and learner profile. And the learner must answer to dynamic questionnaire to identify his learning objective. When the learning objective is identified, we will generate the curriculums based on repository curriculum and the learner profile. We can have We can present many curriculum matching with learning objective, but how to present appropriate? The answer is to implement data analysis hierarchical ascending classification algorithm. When the learning curriculum is selected, we will recommend the learning resources by using resource referential and learner profile, and implementing again data analysis hierarchical ascending classification algorithm. The experiment.
Just quick, because we have online attendees, they reported that
احسب لك
احسب لي yes.
احسب 1 10 20
It's done.
Okay, all right. So, well, we have two experiments on our assistant approach, and experiments was conducted on 100 learners or students dispatched in two groups, control group and experimental group, using our assistant approach, which is a plugin implemented, installed in the browser. The two criteria to experiment our approach: the time, the average of times activity results. We see that with control group, the average of achievement of activity is nearly 92 minutes, and this value is go down to 21 minutes for experimental group. The scores, we know that experimental group will have the good scores, better than the control group. So the use of our assistant approach improves the learner performance. However, many limitations are constated in our assistant approach, especially technical limitation. We have a complex system development and implementation needs a user for to build and update domain ontology, collect and manage learner profile, curriculum repository, and resource reference. The question: how the emerging AI technologies can help to enhance our approach? The first enhancement is incorporating AI machine learning algorithm to improve partially the first architecture. We have not a great difference between the first architecture, but we replace the data analysis algorithm with machine learning algorithm. So the implementation was not applied here. The same limitation, the only advantage is less development effort. With the appearance of generative AI, especially large language model, our assistant approach becomes based on generative AI. So the architecture becomes more simplified. This is not the recent version, but not problem. We not need with our approach based on generative AI. We don't need Bloom taxonomy, concept ontology. We need only learner profile. And with LLM, using a good prompt, we can identify the learner objective. When the learner objective is identified, we don't need to use the repository curriculum, only learner profile, and using LLM and machine learning algorithm to generate the appropriate learning curriculum. The same thing, not need for referential resource, only learner profile to generate, to recommend learning resource. Sorry. I will pass this explication to talk about experimentation. Experiment was conducted on a sample of 100 students. The aim is compare the performance of learners through our three solutions. The KPI selected of the comparison are the average time required to complete activity, the score obtained in summative assessment, and the completion rate of the activity. There is the results, and we can take the average time, for example. In control group, we said that the average time is nearly 92 minutes. With the approach based on generative AI, it passed to 16 minutes, which with an estimate improvement equal to 83%. Average score, the same thing, it passed from 8.34 to 17.2 with approach based on generative, with estimated improvement 106%. I mean 100, because compared with control group, the formula is, for example, for 83%, 92 minus sales minus 16 divide by 92, it equal 83%. At conclusion, we compare the three approaches. Essentially, I will talk about benefits. The first approach, we have to huge effort in development, in design, in research. As benefits, strong learner autonomy, conclusive experiment without institutional constraint. The limitation, the huge effort in development and difficulty of generalization. Replacement in second, no benefit, partial improvement by replacing algorithm, data analysis algorithm by machine learning algorithm. But the third approach based on generative AI, removal of static elements, corpus, repository, ontology, taxonomy, questionnaire, outsourcing of cognitive tasks to LLMs, faster development, lighter environment, and better customization. As limits, we have the limits essentially in the quality of input data and the data protection and privacy. As perspective, we propose two perspectives. The first is collaborative PLEs, because when the student or learner is used his personal learning environment, we risk that it will be isolated, so the motivation will be go down. Hence, the idea is integrating collaborative learning into a PLE. The second perspective, the integration of intelligent personal assistant to avoid too much isolation for the learner and to adapt the PLE as the learner evolves cognitively, personally, psychologically, and professionally. That's all for this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much,
Thank you,
Dr. Kitat, for the presentation. Any questions? Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Belhassan, for your valuable presentation. And my question is about the technical challenge you faced to enhance the proposed intelligent assistant approach using LLM. Is there any difficulty you encountered especially when using the data?
You talk about the third approach based on generative AI.
Yes.
We have met difficulty in the first approach. When appears the LLM and machine learning algorithm, we have no problem now. Even though the major problem is the generalization. With LLM, I think with our teams that this problem is solved. Actually, we will say 100 students are experimented. Okay, the scalability will be in the next time will be treated to generalize our approach.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Afif.
Thank you, Dr. Belhassan, for your presentation, and I want to know, in your assistance approach,
Yes.
you have mentioned that the number of participation in your experience is
Yeah.
50, and it can be why 50, firstly, and it can be applied in or generalized for some other activities,
Yes.
and with platforms to personalize the experience of learning. And thanks again.
Good question. And we talk here about a personal environment. Personal. As I remove the confusion, the personal is that the learner take his learning from designing his curriculum to using it to realize activities. The data, the data is not data set, the experiment. The experiment is done on real students. The first approach is tested on échantillon, sample, yes, on a sample issue from the data of virtual University of Tunis, because I am a tutor of group master here. Donc we have all the results are conducted on this group. After the major problem, as we note you, that the generalization. With our first approach, the generalization is not guaranteed because the difficulty to constitute the domain ontology. So, using with the generative AI, this problem is simplified. We don't need to use this ontology, Bloom taxonomy, referential, and repository curriculum. So all this is done by LLM. So with condition, you can manage efficiently the prompt. Donc you must know the prompt engineering concept. Good. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you.
Any more questions? All right, then. Thanks so much, Dr. Gitat, for
Thank
the
you.
excellent
Thank you.
presentation. All right, so our fourth speaker down the line is Dr. Hamzawi, and it's an online presentation. So the talk will be on avatars and adaptive publishing for inclusive and collaborative metaverse learning.
Hello everyone, my name is Rania Hamzawi from the Lattice Research Laboratory at Ansid, University of Tunis. I am pleased to present our work titled Avatars and Adaptive Publishing for Inclusive and Collaborative Metaverse Learning. This research was conducted in collaboration with Dr. Fathi Salmi and Professor Mohammed Zemni. So in this presentation, I will go through the introduction, then the conceptual framework. After this, accessibility and digital inclusion. Also, we'll discuss the educational metaverse, then adaptive digital publishing. Also, I will present avatar-based accessibility, inclusive reading scenarios, and the optimization model, accessibility standard mapping, the result, and finally the conclusion. So the metaverse is increasingly used as an immersive, interactive, and collaborative learning space. Learners participate through avatars, communicate in rich environments, and engage in hands-on virtual activities. However, several challenges remain, like many immersive platforms still lack accessibility for visually impaired. Also, learning content is not adapted to individual needs. Also, there are equity challenges where not all learners can participate equally. So our goal is to address this limitation by combining avatars and adaptive digital publishing to ensure inclusive and immersive learning spaces. So our contribution are unified conceptual framework with modular references architecture, also a multi-objective optimization model, a mapping to accessibility standards, and initial validation through simulation. So our approach is based on three compound conceptual framework. So the first compound is accessibility principle, which guarantees that learners with visual, auditory, motor, or cognitive disabilities can access and interact with content. The second compound is adaptive digital publishing. This mechanism dynamically adapts text complexity, font size, contrast, language summaries, and speech or sign language output based on the learner's profile. And finally, the third compound is avatar mediation. In our framework, avatars are not just representation. They act as assistive agents. They can read text, allow, translate content, provide sign language, highlight key elements, or guide collaborative reading. At the center of this framework is the learner profile, which contains needs, preferences, language, and device capabilities. This profile drives real-time adaptation. And finally, the framework supports both individuals' personalization and collaborative intelligence, enabling diverse learners to participate together in the metaverse. So the accessibility refers to equal access to digital content for all learners, including those with disabilities. It includes readable typography, captions, text-to-speech, keyboard navigation, and cognitive-friendly layouts. So digital inclusion extends beyond accessibility by ensuring active and equitable participation. So learners not only access content, but also contribute, collaborate, discuss, and co-create knowledge. So this diversity strengthens the overall collective intelligence of the learning group. So the educational metaverse uses virtual reality, multi-reality, 3D spaces to support immersive learning. In this environment, learners can join a virtual classroom, collaborate in shared space, manipulate objects, participate in simulation. However, important limitations remain. Accessibility standards for XR are not yet fully established. Also, platforms often lack interoperability. Also, teachers need training to design immersive activities. There are also some learners may experience cognitive overload. So all of these challenges highlight the importance of adaptive accessibility metaverse design. First, to adaptive digital publishing, that allow content to change automatically according to each learner's profile. This involves modifying font size, contrast, colors, etc. Converting text to speech, generating simplified AI-based summaries, also translating content across language. There is also providing sign language overlays, also adapting text difficulty for readability. So inside the metaverse, this adaptation become immersive and multimodal, ensuring that each learner interacts with the content in the most suitable way for their needs. Moving to avatars as accessibility facilitator, and in this work, avatar play a central role in supporting accessibility. They offer personalized representation, allowing learners to choose identities that reflect their preferences. They also serve as assistive reading agent that can narrate content through speech synthesis, also provide real-time translation, displaying sign language. There is also can highlight or annotate text, also guide the reading process, etc. Furthermore, avatars enhance collaboration by supporting multi-user reading. There is also group discussion. There is also shared annotation and inclusive communication. So for inclusive reading tools and scenarios, Inside the metaverse, the inclusive reading is supported by several tools, scenarios, and collaborative activities. So for tools, there is visual customization like font, contrast, color brand mode, etc. Also, there is multimodal conversion like text converted to speech, to sign language. Also, there is AI generated summaries, and there is real-time translation, etc. But for scenarios like we obtain visually impaired learning using immersive audio, deaf learners using sign language, avatar, and caption, learners using adapted font and guided reading, and there is also foreign learners supported by translation. Pass to collaborative activities, and there is principle for points like shared annotation. Also, there is group reading sessions. There is avatar guided discussion, and we can co-creation of content. These tools and scenarios ensure equitable participation in immersive learning. So to enable real-time adaptation, we formulate personalization as a multi-objective optimization problem. The system minimizes 3 points: cognitive load, latency, and privacy risks. Under constraints such as YCEG 2.2 accessibility requirements, device capability limits, and user privacy constraints, and rendering latency threshold, the output is a optimal configuration, allowing the system to select the best balance for each learner. So this enables dynamic decisions such as switching to simplified summarize, enabling or disabling sign language avatars, adjusting subtitle density, or modifying or updating contrast and font size. In this slide, this slide maps our system features 2 international accessibility standards. So we apply YCAG 2.2 for contrast, text resizing, caption, and audio controls. Also, area for navigation and interaction, and captioning and sign language standard for multimodal access. So this ensures that the system is compliant, reliable, and testable. And we validate the feasibility of our approach using a simulation prototype with synthetic learner profile. The results are promising. Cognitive load was reduced by 15% to 22%. Latency remained under 120 milliseconds. Also, adaptation remained smooth and responsive inside immersive environment. These results demonstrate the feasibility and the potential impact of our framework. And finally, the conclusion. So to conclude, combining avatars with adaptive digital publishing offer a powerful way to design inclusive and accessible metaverse learning environment. So our contribution, like I said, include a unified conceptual framework, modular adaptive architecture, multi-objective optimization model, and an accessibility standard mapping, initial and finally initial validation results. So for future work, we'll include large-scale deployments, enhanced AI generating sign language, and developing teacher training guidelines for inclusive metaverse education. That's all.
Zoom got disconnected, right?
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Hamzawi. So Dr. Hamzawi is with us on Zoom. Can you hear us, Dr. Hamzawi? Yes, she can. Anybody has any questions? I think you can hear us, right? No? Okay, all right.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
So I just
Thank
have,
you.
Thanks so much for your presentation. Just have one quick question about the simulation tool. You mentioned you use the simulation tool. Can you elaborate more on the simulation tool?
Okay, thank you for your question. Our simulation is a prototype, was creating using synthetic learner profile, virtual profile, to validate feasibility. That's all. Just a virtual prototype.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any more questions? No? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and so our fifth speaker is Engineer Al-Antari. So Engineer Al-Antari is presenting a paper on the impact of ChatGPT and DeepSeek on academic literature, a multidisciplinary analysis.
Okay, hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Hassa Al-Anjari and I will be presenting on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Ziad and Dr. Abdulatif. So our study examines how emerging AI language models, specifically ChatGPT and DeepSeek, are reshaping academic literature across three disciplines: cybersecurity, optimization, and robotics. So this is the outline of our presentation. I will be diving into our motivation, then going on to the methodology, then explaining our results, going on to the ethical concerns and our recommendations. So for our motivation, since late 2021, AI tools like ChatGPT and DeepSeek have moved from being simple assistants to becoming central tools in academic research. Researchers now rely on them for writing, summarizing, generating code, data explanation, and in some cases, drafting full manuscripts. But while adoption has exploded, the academic community still lacks clear evidence of how writing quality, citation behavior, and publication trends have changed, especially across different disciplines. Most existing work look at one field, but this is where we fill this gap. Our main motivation is the need to understand how AI is affecting many different fields in many different ways, not just one field. So going on to our methodology, we analyze papers from major academic databases across three fields, covering from 2019 up to 2025. Then we applied natural language processing techniques using Python to measure readability, linguistic changes, and citation accuracy. Now going on to our results. First result we have is publication trends. The most visible impact is the explosive growth in publications, especially in robotics, which we saw a 585% increase. For optimization research, AI tools especially help non-native English speakers and authors to overcome the writing barrier. So overall, 60% of our papers in our database were published after 2021,
showing just how strong the post-AI era dominates current research outputs. So for our second result, the writing quality. Readability did not move in a single direction. Robotics papers became more technical and dense. Their readability scores dropped, and optimization papers became more clearer, most likely because of the help of AI for non-native English authors, and it reduced errors for phrasing and grammatical errors. And sentence length decreased across all fields from an average of 673 characters to 428, showing a shift towards more concise AI-influenced writing. So third section of our results is linguistic and lexical and linguistic changes. So AI tools introduced more varied vocabulary, but also more templated phrasing. We found predictable patterns that suggest AI influence, such as passive constructions and a highly standardized description. Now, last part of our results is citation behavior, which we found positive and negative outcomes. Starting on with the positive outcomes, 30% more citations per paper increased in archive use, from 15% to an increase to 42%. This positive increase shows stronger engagement with open access scientific repositories. For the negative outcomes, 8 to 12% of citations were fabricated or unverifiable. This highlights a critical risk, relying on AI generation without manual validation. So now on to ethical concerns. AI-gerism, which is uncredited AI writing, fabricated references, loss of critical thinking due to over-reliance, and AI hallucinations influencing academic content are all concerns that push universities and journals to rethink how they should evaluate research and how AI tools should be integrated seriously. So what we recommend, we argue that AI should assist the writing process and not replace it. Transparency and verification are essential. So in conclusion, all AI has become deeply embedded in academic writing. Our challenge now is to balance efficiency and productivity with academic writing, with academic integrity. As AI tools continue to evolve, it is essential that human critical thinking and ethical responsibility remain the center of our academic process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Jatari, for a very interesting talk. I have a few questions, but I'll leave the floor for the rest. Yes.
Thank you. I have one question. Based on the results, what is your opinion related to thesis as the main pillar for degree, for conclude the master or to conclude the... Instead, for example, China last week they announced product will replace thesis in some universities. Then you can choose if you do a thesis or if you want to write a thesis, or you develop a product or a service.
What do you mean?
I mean the papers, the scientific papers will be one of the elements to conclude the doctorate or the master, but it's not mandatory. This will be the way. They can replace the paper, the thesis, by creating a product or a service, because and your study really shows there is a changement in the production of the document. Then is the document, in your opinion, will in the future represent the knowledge of the person?
You mean the use of AI in theses, like in general?
They will use it.
Yeah.
Then is the thesis enough to evaluate the knowledge, or should we explore, in your opinion, other ways to evaluate the person?
You know, right now, they're even evaluating theses with AI. So they're reaching points that even when it comes to an evaluation of a paper, they use AI to do that. Many, it's been studied that many do use AI to a certain point. It's fine to use AI, but there should be guidelines, ethical guidelines set to the use of them.
Yes, I understand the point, but my question is, they will have always improving the usage of AI to produce, AI to evaluate. That will be for a long time, I think. The question is, in your opinion, will be the paper enough to evaluate what you think about that? Only your opinion.
I don't quite get what the opinion you want about. You mean like the use of AI in the papers?
No, the question is, for example, in China, they are now give as an alternative to the thesis the development of one product or one service to finalize their studies. They don't need to present a thesis. They will develop a product, and if the product is well evaluated, they will get the validation of their studies.
My opinion, honestly, I agree with both. The use of AI to produce a thesis and producing a product instead of giving a full thesis, because almost everyone uses AI. But in the end, even your original thesis, it's not going to have the writer's presence in the paper if it was written with AI. So my opinion is it could be used in both. You could present a thesis or a product.
All right. Yes, one more question.
Thank you for your presentation. One question: why you are choosing ChatGPT and DeepSeek?
ChatGPT and DeepSeek are the most widely used AI tools nowadays. DeepSeek, as you know, is to a certain limit, it's free. You can upload as much as you want, up to 50 files max. And ChatGPT is the mostly used AI tool. So writing about it, we can conduct research easily with them because the data sets of that will help us create the paper is much easier.
But today we can find LLM integrating ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Claude, and so on.
Yes.
Have you an idea to do your analysis with such this LLM?
Yeah. In the end, we can say bring up an example such as Claude.
Perplexity. Perplexity include ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, and
yeah, but they mostly, all of them mostly use ChatGPT's AI, OpenAI.
Yes.
So they're basically all relying or ending up to ChatGPT. So that's why our main study is. Did I answer your question?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so we have one more question.
Thank you. Just I have a feedback for your question, Professor. Thank you very much for asking the question. In fact, I mean, the research here done by using these two tools, yes, of course, but there are other tools which could be used as well, not only ChatGPT and DeepSeek. And this will be our future work, to be honest, to investigate more and more tools and we compare between them. Thank you for raising this question. Thank you very much.
All right, just one little question. When you say robotics was more complex, is it because of the equations in the robotics-based journals, or what was the metric what was the metric that you used to say that robotics journals were more complex?
No, I don't mean complex. We saw the most publication trends. When I talked about robotics mostly, the increase of publication trends.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't go into the complexity of each. We just went into the publication trends, and it increased 585%
Okay, wow.
for robotics. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
more questions? Thank you. All right, so I'd like to, as we conclude the session, I'd like to ask Professor Tabelsi, Professor Jimny, and Professor Jabri to come on the stage to give a token of appreciation to the presenters. So yeah, so I guess we can start with Professor Gitat. Engineer Al-Anjari. No, they're not yet here.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now we'll go with the last part of this session. So we have Dr. Christopher Lee. Let's have Dr. Lee. If you okay, great. If you can unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you, Dr. Lee?
I'm doing well. I'm sorry I'm missing this. The presentations I've watched this afternoon have been excellent.
Great, thank you so much. Please, if you can share your screen, and I'll give the floor to Professor Jimny to introduce you.
Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah, not yet, so we're still waiting for it to come. Yeah, so I think we have it here. Thank you. Okay, so I'll give the floor to Professor Jimny to introduce you. Thank you.
Hello, Christopher.
Hello, it's good to see you. Wish it was in person.
Nice to meet you. So we hope that you join with us, but unfortunately, due to the problem of the flight ticket. Anyway, I'm very glad to have you online, and I would like to thank you very much to accept to give this keynote. I would like, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present Dr. Christopher Lee. Dr. Lee is an international accessibility expert and the author of 3 books. Currently, Dr. Lee serves as the president of G3ICT, the Global Initiative for Inclusive Information and Communication Technologies, and he is the managing director of IEEP. He will introduce this company, He is also a passionate advocate of cognitive disabilities, having acted as executive director of the Georgia Learning Disability Adult Association for 8 years and participated on multiple boards in the field. I would like to say that G3 ICT participated with us from the first editions of of our conference, ICTA. I remember the former president, my friend Axel Leblois, participated in person, I think in 2007 or in 2009 in Hammamet, and the last edition in Sultanate Oman, Professor Hind Khalifa. Remember our friend Axel Leblois in Muscat in Sultanate Oman in 2017 also. They participated, the G3 ICT participated with us, and Axel gave a keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad and very happy to give the floor to our friend Dr. Christopher Lee to give a keynote about advancing global digital accessibility pathways for inclusive transformation. Christophe, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I wish I could be there. Unfortunately, flights nowadays are more challenging than they used to be. But I'm very happy to be there. I've got a lot of information to share with you in a packed 30-minute presentation, a lot of numbers to share, and I was hoping I could be there to actually drill down on some of these numbers that we're finding, particularly around advancing global accessibility pathways for inclusive transformation. I do want to share with you before I dive into my presentation that we all usually have a reason for being here, supporting people with disabilities. My reason is I struggled with learning disabilities as a kid, dyslexia, still do, and assistive technology was intimate in me going through school and graduating. In college, I was lucky to get in because of sports, and I worked really hard on my grades to get in, and I was very lucky to be at a university. It was the University of Georgia, that I had volunteers reading my textbook, all of them, and they would read them on 4-track tape recorders back in the 80s, where you would hear beeps for different chapters. If it wasn't for those volunteers, I wouldn't have graduated, because those books were not in a digital format that I could read visually and hear auditorily. So my learning disability is visual and auditorily, which means that when I look at specific words on a piece of paper, they kind of jump around visually. And when I hear different sounds, like words like pull, like a swimming pool, or pulling a rope, or a string of pulls, those things I don't hear them right, so I have to ask a lot of questions. So one of the things I learned when I went to get my graduate work done was that the publishing industry still had not made accessible digital textbooks. So it became my mission, with a few other supporters, to make the university system of Georgia, in the U.S., accessible to people with disabilities that have all types of disabilities that needed access to content. So we developed, with funding from the system, which became the largest North America accommodation center that served not only the state of Georgia, but states throughout the whole U.S. And we did Braille, we did remote captioning, we converted textbooks by scanning them in and turning them into accessible PDFs. We worked at MathML to make sure that STEM-related titles were accessible. We collected data from universities, as in the States. That usually doesn't happen in K-12. Elementary school, they collect data, but not in higher education. So we really didn't know fully how many people out there in higher education had disabilities, as well as what accommodations they needed. And so I put that all on the table because I want to thank everyone for being here. It's important work that you're doing. And I'm very excited to share some of the data that we're collecting that is helping people with disabilities across the globe. So my presentation, as was mentioned, is focused on transformation, inclusive transformation. And what I'm going to talk a little bit about in the short amount of time is looking at evaluating digital accessibility progress worldwide. I'm very lucky to be president of a organization, a nonprofit organization that collects this data and has been collecting this data since going back to 2016. So I'll be sharing with current data, past data from 2020, as well as current data that we're collecting right now in version 3 of this tool. We're going to be looking also at evaluating organizations' digital accessibility progress. So we're going to be touching about that. Also measuring digital inclusion in cities and universities. I'll be highlighting just briefly on that through the maturity model. I'll be talking about a program called BAC, which is the Business Accessibility Criteria Program, as well as showing some resources towards the end of the presentation, which focuses on Reasonable AI, a community that was just started. I'll also be drilling down and talking about the IAAP, which is not the easiest acronym to say, but it's the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, which launched back in 2014 with its first professional certification on accessibility in 2016. So a lot here to share. This data, I can point you to resources after this presentation if needed and share them across this community so you can drill down in some of this incredible information that we're finding out through some of the data. Just a few seconds about G3ICT as it was brought up in my introduction. We've been around since 2006. We came out of the CRPD in 2006. It was something that was needed regarding implementation of the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So everything that we do, all the work that G3ICT does, focuses on elevating the goals of the CRPD. And we do that through advocacy, and that's the DARE Index, which is the index that I'm going to tell you a little bit about. We do advisory services, which is around procurement and accessibility, smart cities, making cities much smarter from the digital side. We do it through education and certification, and that's that IAAP that I mentioned earlier. We also have an annual conference in D.C. every year in October called M-Enabling that we provide, as well as throughout the globe. We have chapters that we provide events, and we also do networking through a networking online platform. So that's a little bit about G3ICT. I will be, as I mentioned earlier, I will be talking about IAAP, which is a division of G3ICT, so it sits under the umbrella, just so you have some reference. There's a link I can share with you. It's off of the G3ICT website. But for the last several years, G3ICT has been tracking how organizations, how countries are, specifically for the state parties with the CRPD, are implementing digital accessibility. So the way that we've been tracking it is through something called an index. It's the Digital Accessibility Rights Evaluation, DARE, as the acronym index. And what it does is it really looks at countries as putting them in a report card kind of stance. So we rate them, and we give them specific scores based on criteria that we put into place, and we validate. What's exciting about this particular survey, or which we turned into an index, is that it's in its third version right now. We're in the process of collecting data through 2026, the first 2 quarters of 2026, and we've already started to pull data from that. Well, we're looking at over 150 countries. In 2020, when we launched it, the data had 137 countries, which, as you can see, covering 91% of the world's population. What I love about this survey, and it gets me real excited, is that when the surveys go out, and we're using a third-party validation organization called Gallagher to do the survey validation, goes out in multiple languages. It goes out to countries where we track down advocacy organizations. So the second bullet point is by advocates, for advocates. So all the data is being tracked and coming in from advocacy organizations that support people with disabilities. We're not just going to the governments or the cities and so on to track that information. We're verifying it, but we're not going to the cities to do that. So that is a unique feature of this survey that we haven't seen any other organizations do at this point, and it's used by a lot of UN divisions also. We look at standardized data across 20 variables. That's that digital accessibility. It is focused on digital, not the built environment. aspect. And we have a country dashboard that's off of our website that breaks down, and you can drill into all this data point and where the countries are skewed within the report card. We also have a grassroots research for accountability and progress tied to this project. So it's a huge undertaking for us to collect this information around the globe. And as I mentioned, our goal is 150 countries by second quarter of 2026. This is just a slide, and what it shows on there is when you go to the website, the G3ICT website, at the very bottom of the footer, you'll see a country dashboard, and g3ict.org is the address. It's a pretty easy address. And you can drill down into each one of these countries and look at how they're scoring in specific areas based on those 20 variables that we mentioned earlier. And they come up with a score tied to that, and then we rate them based on that. So some of the data that we are seeing now, even with the 79 countries that we have collected, I think it was 79 last week countries, we're starting to see from the same countries that we collected back in 2020 now versus 2025, we're seeing some definitely changes. Some trends are happening. The first one is 94.5% of the countries have a general law protecting the rights of persons with disabilities. That's an increase. That's a huge increase. So the goals of the CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, it's starting to take root. 94.5 we're seeing now. Hopefully that will stay as the trend of the data flies in. The second point that we've seen is that 70.9% include a definition of reasonable accommodations in their laws and regulations. Now, based on the country, and we all know that reasonable accommodation, the phrase itself, means different things. In the U.S. it means something, in Europe it means something, and so on. So it's something that we are drilling down to, and we're planning on doing some particular webinars based on that, so we can clarify what reasonable accommodations is throughout different regions of the country, of the world, I mean. The other point that has come in is that 63.6% have a definition of ICT, information communication technology, accessibility, in their laws. So that has been an increase. Obviously, G3ICT is really promoting that and has worked really hard to get ICT accessibility into different languages, standards, and guidelines throughout the globe. And we continue to do that. We'd love to see that number higher. We'll see what happens when the additional data comes in. We also have seen in 2025 some increase in the three main areas we really look at with the DALE survey. One of them is commitment to digital accessibility tied to the CRPD. We've seen an increase, a slight increase of commitment, that from a 3.6 to 3.4. The other area is capacity of implementation. Now, this is huge. I mean, you can have a commitment, you can have the laws, guidelines, and standards there, but if you don't have the capacity to implement them, to monitor them, then it doesn't do as much good as it could. So we've seen a slight increase from 2.4 to 2.2. So there's some movement there. I'm hoping that stays, maybe even gradually gain some more pointage on that. Implementation of outcomes. So we've seen a little bit of a jump here, which is nice. This is actually tied to actual products and services that the laws and the standards and guidelines, the implementation of capacity has brought in, and these services and products have happened in these countries. And we've seen that increase from 1.0 to 1.4. So very positive movement so far. I mean, I'm hoping next year at this conference we will have the final data, and we'll be able to kind of share with you a little bit more information about those 3 points. This next one is involvement of persons with disabilities in digital accessibility. Now, this is a huge jump, and the advocacy groups that we have been surveying probably have a lot to do with this. They are in places that they are pushing people with disabilities to be in the life cycle of any products and services being developed, and we're seeing a more drive around policy making and monitoring including people with disabilities, because of that, because products and services are being more integrated with people with disabilities in the life cycle of testing and development. So this is an exciting bullet point that we hope continues to grow. The other thing we've seen is the number of countries which a policy in place for digital accessibility and assistive technologies. We've seen more on assistive technologies in the past, but combined, this is a question we eventually would like to separate around digital accessibility and AT. However, specifically in education, we've seen a plus 24% increase. So I'm hoping that that number will go a little higher. There's still a lot of work to do in this particular area, particularly around some of the things that you heard earlier at this event, the last 2 or 3 presentations, as well as we're knowing that a lot of the infrastructure from an IT standpoint in educational arenas, particularly the platforms in which the students interact in K-12 and in higher education, need to be fully accessible, as well as the content, as I've mentioned, needs to be accessible from the publishers and so on. There's still a lot of work to do in that particular area, but we have seen some increase. The other data here that is interesting is that the multiple stakeholders who drive the progress. We're seeing the highest one is the public policy, which is not too surprising. Private sector has started to pick up, and then civil society has. So the public policy, just for accommodations reasons, I'm reading some of these scores, 77.5, and then also private sector is 38, and then civil society is 59.4. So there's what we're assuming based on the data that we're getting from 2020, what we got is for 2025, is the private sector starting to pick up because of the market. They're seeing the 1.3 billion people with disabilities worldwide as a market, which is a good thing. They have resources to actually pay for products and services. So we're seeing that increase in the private sector, which is a positive movement. So just kind of wrap this section up as a presentation. In conclusion, we're seeing some insight on impact. We're seeing making sure that we complete this data by trying to get 150 countries from 137, and based on the trend that we're seeing, we'll get to that 150, which is really be helpful. We're going to be doing, from an impact standpoint, we'll be publishing detailed results, global benchmarks and ratings, so that will be again on the website. We'll be able to share with the different countries, work with the different countries on specific services that I'll talk about in a few minutes. Outreach and communicate the campaign is another area through webinars, as I mentioned. We're going to highlight success stories. We haven't done that in the past, and good practices worldwide. That's something that we're planning on doing, and hopefully presenting that at the Zero Project conference, which happens in February each year in Vienna. And then also in institutional engagement and with international organizations. So really going to international organizations and highlighting the data that we're finding, and let that bleed through their network so that people are more aware, and organizations are more aware of the data that's out there in regards to the DARE Index. And then we're going to open to collaboration partners to deepen the research. This is something that is not directly funded by any sponsor, so G3ICT takes this on themselves and uses our own internal resources to make this happen. We want to make sure we find the right partners out there as we expand this work into version 4.0. So that's looking at data that is from an advocacy organization to advocates. Now, what I want to share next is a different viewpoint of collecting data, and this is specifically data that has been collected in the State of Digital Accessibility Report. This is put on by Level Access, which is a private entity. It is an accessibility company that offers its services. We have partnered with them because of their outreach globally. So G3ICT and IWP, which is the division of G3ICT, has participated in 7 years of data collection. And so we have seen a lot of trends come up, particularly around how organizations are implementing accessibility in their products and services. And so here's just some of the data. This is a lot, so I'm going to go through relatively quick this, and this is online. You can get this download, this annual survey in a sense. What we know is through outreaching with level access and our community being G3 ICT, we've been able to reach companies, 1,600 that were surveyed on that. That has increased each year. Now this data that I'm sharing is particularly, sadly, just particularly with EU and the US. That's where the focus has been, but we're going to be expanding that to UAE and other areas in the future. But right now the data, the 7 years, is linked to mostly the Europe and US, but we've seen commonalities across countries. Compiled findings is definitely, this is our seventh report. We have not done a good job yet of pulling that data together into one summary that looks across the trends over 7 years. We do plan to be doing that after year 8, I believe. That will be on access, level access standpoint. So that's just some highlights of it. So what we're finding is that, you know, in regards to leveraging AI, so this I'm just pulling out some of the information from the report. Leveraging AI to accelerate progress at scale, we're finding that, you know, 82% of the organizations now use AI in their accessibility work. Now, this is an important point because there's been a lot of circulation, positive and negative, around using just AI, in this case, i.e. overlay technology, to actually look at how products and services, to evaluate products and services. The best approach, as we probably most all know in this room, is not only to use, you know, automatic tools like overlays in some cases, and other automatic tools, but also the manual process. So you marry the two. That's very important. There have been a handful of organizations out there, private entities, that sell overlay tools that basically make your website accessible, but not the back-end coding, right? Accessible. And that has been challenging, and particularly around the marketing and branding of these tools. In some cases, they say they can make a website fully accessible within 24 hours by using their technology. So it's the AI tools are getting better and better out there, and they're going to continue to get better. The key is that we want to make sure that marketing language that is used is appropriate, and that assistive technology, when using overlays, doesn't cause problems with accessing a platform of any kind. So it is a lot here to unwind, but right now we do see a huge increase in using AI for accessibility work. We see 86% consider AI capabilities in their procurement of new accessible solutions. So we know, no doubt, that procuring ICT, software and hardware products, is where the bleeding is happening in regards to ensuring that people with disabilities have access to digital accessibility, to access to digital environments. So we want to work really hard on ensuring that statements like this, that it's not just AI that they're looking at, but also that manual aspect. I work very closely with a lot of universities, and the California State University in the States have a beautiful model of good practice, where they bring in a vendor before they purchase, let's just say, a learning management system for one of their campuses or campuses wide through those systems. And they work with the vendor directly to look at testing it with assistive technology on the fly, right? So it's not just checkbox, you know, that this product actually has these accessibility features or not. You know, it's actually doing the testing right in front of the vendor to actually ensure that the product is as accessible as it can be. So there's a lot of work in this area that still needs to be done, but we are seeing positive trends. So key insights from this report: accessibility is now considered more. It's growing from 75%, you know, to 89%. We're seeing some shifting in that businesses are being impacted and making sure that they are including accessibility into into the products and services, into their infrastructure as a whole, the life cycle, what's being out, as well as the vendor contracts that they do, the third-party vendor contracts or tenders. So that's a positive note. I see commitment and investment remain strong. There's no shift in that from the last time we did the survey. Some good data around that. And we also have seen some AI adoption is accelerating. And we all know that. You can't go anywhere without not hearing AI right now. Again, I pause just saying it's important that we look at how the framing, the tools that are being used in accessibility. So that's just a little bit of data. I won't drill too much because of time. We also have seen leadership and learning are catalyst for change. We've seen some data around that. Maturity gaps persist. We know that. So we still have to work really hard on that. Legal risk remain high, specifically in countries like the U.S. That still is a big motivator of why companies are actually incorporating accessibility into their infrastructure. And we have seen some data around the EAA, European Accessibility Act. Awareness is high, but action lags. And that's been coming not only from this survey, but from just focus groups around in Europe that are done. So a good data. Do download the document and read deeper into it, and hopefully we'll have that summary out next year or so, where we can look at how things have shifted year by year over the last 7 years. I did want to bring up some of the tools that we're using to track data and have a better understanding how accessibility, digital accessibility is being implemented. This particular slide focuses on just maturity models, and I've got another slide that talks more about implementation. So what we have been funded to do over the last 5 or 6 years is the funding comes from Microsoft, who helped promote maturity models, particularly around cities. So how cities are smart cities, how universities are smart universities, and then also in private enterprises. And I wanted just to bring that up, that in the universities, as well as in the cities and the enterprises, the primary data that we're seeing, and it's not a lot of data, which is why I'm not presenting numbers here, but it's definitely from a quantitative and qualitative standpoint, it definitely shows that the main area is around procurement. As I mentioned, that is where a lot of the bleeding is happening, and is showing that products and services are accessible. So this slide just highlights, the maturity models, areas that we work on obviously the structured guidelines. We have 5 levels of maturity pathways, and then with the KPIs and metrics tied to it and the actual roadmap. And then we have an optional built environment piece is tied to that. But what we do with this maturity model, there's a lot of maturity models out there, and we've looked at them all, and some of them are stronger than others and so on. But with ours, we spend a lot of time going into an organization and actually doing interviews with leaders within the organizations in the different departments like compliance or procurement or HR, and really collect data, that's not only quantitative but, like I mentioned, qualitative, to get a better idea. We've done a handful of universities and cities. We've done quite a few cities and the enterprises. So there's more of information about this on our website. But if you're interested in learning more about maturity model processes that we use, please reach out. The other thing I want to mention is that we have found from all members, being G3ICT's members, we have through the IAAP program, as I will talk about in just a second, we've definitely looked at how listen to our members in the fact that they need to know how to implement the gaps that are found in the maturity models. For example, I keep bringing procurement back. So there is through advocacy groups, a steering committee of advocacy groups, we put together and they have vetted. And even though G3ICT owns the IP, we're not able to change this vetted tool, which is the business accessibility criteria. It's about 250 or so criteria that's broken down to 14 areas. AI is one of those areas, procurement is one of those areas, HR, and so on. And what we're working with companies on, as we've launched this, is ensuring that they have the questions they need after they get the maturity model, or if they've already done a maturity model done, to actually implement it throughout the organization. So it really ties to the survey, the SODOC survey that I just went through. We want to make sure that we're hearing our members. So this is a program that we're going to be launching, which I'm pretty excited about. Because of my time, I'm going to go a little bit quicker. I noticed I'm running behind. The Reasonable AI sharing community is something I want to share with you. So you can go on LinkedIn. It is a LinkedIn show page. This ties to what I've talked about earlier, which is ensuring that the AI companies are responsible for branding and marketing their AI. So this particular resource center that's open and free for everyone, we just launched it recently, talks about AI policies and laws. It also talks about the impact on disability inclusion. It talks a little bit about inclusive AI initiatives out there, co-design of AI impact and assessment, inclusion of AI insurance activities, engagement, and also this specific area that we are working with a partner that focuses on Canada's standards, which is the ASC 6.2 accessible standards. So if you have a chance to go to it, it is a free resource out there. Follow it. We'll be doing our first webinar in end of January, where we start bringing in some of these topics. There's a question that's posted on Tuesday of each week. We took December off, start back in January, and then we respond to that question on Thursday or Friday. So it's a good resource regarding AI. So now, briefly, I'm going to mention the IAAP organization. I ran this part of the division for since 2018 until I moved into my current role. It is an association. To give you just a brief background of it, back in 2014, large companies, mostly IT companies and financial companies and some advocates came together and said that we're hiring people, but these people that we're hiring, we don't know if they have valid accessibility knowledge or not. So Microsoft, Adobe, Wells Fargo Bank, Barclays Bank, a handful of the large organizations came together, and they did a study back in 2014 to look at what needed to be done. And what came out of that, what floated to the top, was an association. And this association is called IAAP, the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. It is part of G3ICT's umbrella. We now have over 10,000 members and 10,000 certification holders across the globe. We are an international association, just like G3ICT is, and we are focused on advancing organizations and professionals, whether they're working within these organizations or individuals, giving them the skills and knowledge to actually, or showing their skills and knowledge in some cases that they have around accessibility. So this is an association that I'm very proud of as it's been growing. We hit all sectors and all industries. There's not anything that we don't touch for the most part, and that includes IT, government, education, telecommunication, which makes a very interesting, dynamic association, because we have to make sure that the benefits are there to support these sectors and industries. We provide webinars, courses, and training by bringing in subject matter experts to actually do this. So we aren't the full knowledge base. We actually draw on the community at large through the association network. And there's several areas that we deal with, courses and knowledge badges, as well as our certification. This is the core. There's 3 areas of IAAP. It's certification, professional education, and networking. Those are the 3 pillars of it. We have developed through subject matter experts who volunteer their time to come in to actually develop a body of knowledge, to the job task analysis, which goes out, and a certification, a professional certification, is developed. It's not like the knowledge badges where it's a certificate. This is a professional certification where you have to maintain professional education credits over a 3-year period. There's a base certification, which is called CPAC. There's the web accessibility specialist one called WASP. It's more vertical in knowledge, where CPAC's more broad. What are disabilities? What are accommodations? What are some of the laws and guidelines out there? was UX, and so on. WASP, as well as ADS, which is not mentioned here, which is the Accessible Document Specialist, is very broad. You have to meet certain qualifications to even become a candidate to take the exam. So it's something that we've seen a growth in. So we are vetting over 10,000 individuals across the globe that have knowledge and skills to actually work on products and services within organizations to be more accessible. We also have chapters that we are growing. Again, our first certification was 2016. IWP originally was not part of G3ICT. It was merged in 2016. So we are slowly growing different chapters. We have one in the DACH region, India, Mexico, Nordic, and in the UK, and we're expanding to Canada next year, as well as in Spain. We're hoping, we did have a UAE chapter that did not work out, that we're hoping to get one back up and going again. So that's a little bit about our global reach. Anyway, that was a lot of information. I apologize for throwing that all at you, but I'm so excited to tell you about it. So I'll pause there for any questions.
Thank you very much, Christopher, for this excellent presentation. We are lucky today to have first results and preliminary results of the report DAR 2025, and we are glad also to see recent advancement in the work and the efforts deployed by the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. We can give the floor to have some questions from the floor if you have any questions. Maybe I would like to ask about Kuwait and your DAR report. What's the situation, Christopher, since ICTA is hosted by Kuwait this year?
Yeah, so Kuwait is in the 2020. They scored very high in the DARE index, and we are in the process of collecting data. I'm not 100% sure of all the countries that have come in yet, but I'll be happy to drill down and look at if their data has come in yet.
Okay. Give us. He cannot listen to you. Give us the mic, please. Professor Khalid Al-Baqain, the president of Kuwait College of Science and Technology, will ask you a question, or he will comment. Yes.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. It's amazing work, and congratulations on the widespread of the network worldwide. It's impressive. Yeah, will be very, very happy if we can receive this information you said about Kuwait. Sometimes it helps us hugely with our efforts to convince the government about anything, is to give some positive, and you said scoring high, that will be a good indication to start with. So writing them to the government to say that, look, the report shows that you are scoring high, and therefore we need to maintain this level with more initiatives. We will be very interested to connect, and I'm very grateful to Professor Gemini and all the team that we wanted to meet you in person, but I understand, of course, the difficulty of that. So, but we will be very happy to connect with you as we are on the first steps of establishing here in the university Center for Assistive Technologies and Accessibility, and we signed a number of MOUs with all organizations in Kuwait who are dealing with this topic. So trying to consolidate the efforts that are ongoing in Kuwait, and we will be delighted through Alexo and through IAAP to have you as a support and partner for us.
No, thank you for that. And we're hopeful that, as I mentioned in the presentation, that we will have data out. I'm hoping for the end of Q1. My assumption is it's going to be more in the May area. But I will make sure that I made note to make sure to reach out. We are working through a colleague of mine, Mohammed Lefty, with the Mada Center and others. So we are aware that this data is needed, and we're working as hard as we can. We really want to make sure that we have that 150 countries tied in from the 137 to make the report more valid. So I appreciate your words, and I really appreciate that you're using that as a leverage to get better services in Kuwait. So I look forward to getting that information to you and meeting you in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other question or comments from the... Yeah, please. So Professor Rouhani, we'll ask you a question.
Hi, Christopher. Thank you so much for a very informative and very inspiring talk. I was very touched by the initial part when you mentioned your own experience with dyslexia as a primary motivation, and your experience in college leading eventually to the wonderful work that you're doing at the global scale. A majority of your presentation was at the macro picture about accessibility at industry level, country level, and so on and so forth. But I wanted to go back to where you started at the micro level, because the change is a cumulative effort, both at micro and at a macro level. So, it is now clear that cognitive challenges are on the rise. And the challenges faced by teachers in school and colleges to accommodate various disabilities in a mainstream environment is very challenging. Personally as well, we are finding that challenging, and when you have resource constraints, it's even more challenging. So I just wanted to hear from you as a thought leader in this space as to what tools or what methodologies or programs do you envision where the individual who's facing challenges as a teacher, as a special educator, can benefit from the the global efforts that you're making. Thank you.
No, thank you. It's a wonderful question, and to give the question service, I would need more time to process this. But just off the top of my head, I believe, I believe AI is making a big difference for people with cognitive disabilities. I'm cautious of it and how fast it's rolling out, like everyone else is. But I do know from an accommodation standpoint, at least from writing, expressive writing, and so on, it's causes so much, relieves so much tension, frustration, anxiety, and stress for people with cognitive disabilities to have access to that. Not everyone does, as we know. So I do think the technology is moving. I think even with quantum computing and what's going to happen with that in the future, how data is going to be pulled and how that's going to impact these AI tools is going to be amazing. In the day-to-day mainstream aspect of it, I mean, the first piece of this, and I continue to draw on that, is to make sure that our platforms and our content is accessible. And that is very possible to do. We know that. We know MOOCs are accessible, can be made accessible. We know that there are learning management systems out there that are somewhat accessible or have features to make them more accessible. It's a challenge for GQ-ICT. We have to make sure every platform we have obviously is accessible, and there's limited resources at. So K-12 or in the educational components is challenging. So getting platforms, registration platforms, getting learning management systems in place, and getting the content accessible, it will be huge for people with all disabilities, particularly cognitive disabilities and people who are visually impaired and blind. So I think that's also. I also think training education is so important. When I was in the state of Georgia, working there, we had a lottery fund that funded assistive technology throughout the state for our elementary schools. Beautiful idea. Beautiful idea. Schools were packed with assistive technology. But the funny thing about it wasn't funny, was that none of that money could be allocated to educational training. So a lot of the AAC devices, a lot of the screen reading never saw a student because the teachers were not aware of that. So I ran for years, an assistive technology project in the state of Georgia in the U.S. where we had centers around the state that actually brought in students and adults and so on to try before you buy this software and hardware. So I think lending libraries and the organization I told you I started back at Georgia Tech, at the University of Georgia and Georgia Tech, the whole idea was to think smarter about the framework in which we are in, developing accommodations the right way. We know that Braille, for example, is outrageously expensive. We know from STEM standpoint, one chapter of Braille can cost $15,000 US. That is impossible for a system to be able to hold. So what you do, you be more creative in the sense. You go to Braille prison programs like California did. They had prisoners that were 5 years or incarcerated 5 years or longer to be in these programs and to learn Braille and give that for no cost or little cost. So I think we just have to be really creative. I'm not sure I'm answering your question fully, but training, certification, advocating on what's out there in the right way, bringing people with disabilities into the mix to communicate, all part of what needs to be done. But the resources that are given to teachers in many cases, aren't enough.
Thank you, Christopher. Those are a bunch of very interesting ideas, both on costs, both on the cost side of technology and how you can be creative. But also, I think the point you're making is that once you have the platform accessible, it solves the problem for a large set of people. Thank you.
Training, yeah, it helps, doesn't it? Because you're able to, if you individualize, and that's what's going to be so excited about, machine learning and AI, is that if you individualize the learning experience, and they have access to that, then it's going to shift things. I mean, my ability to work independently has improved since AI has come out, and the platforms I choose and the assistive technology I use makes a huge difference. And so I think that the core is making sure the students are the procurement is taken care of, teachers are trained, students are aware.
Okay, thank you very much, Christopher and Professor Rouhani. Is there any other question? Christopher, how time is it in your town now?
It's 8:30 in the morning here.
Good. Yeah.
Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I hope that next time you will be with us, inshallah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christopher. So, Christopher spent 22 hours in the airport just to try to come here, so that's very generous from you. And we hope to have you in the future edition of the conference. So that will end the... Okay. Yeah, so we are done for today. Tomorrow we'll meet again at the same Hall C for the last half day of the conference. Thank you so much.